when we have an agenda, written agenda, we also have an e-package that gives all the details.
Yep.
Is there any way or any reason we can't have a small, brief explanation as these abatements come in? I mean, if you, like the trailer situation is black and white, if it was just a small thing. And the reason being, in my opinion, the reason being is some people can look at the agenda and it may be of something of interest, if it's a neighbor or something. And again, I mean, we had 80 pages to go through different things, so is it legal to do that, or does it have to come up in this sort of forum to have some sort of brief, what's going on with it type of thing?
Yeah, I can provide as much or as little information
Simple.
as the board wants. So typically what I do is I do a cover memo, which kind of provides what you're talking about, a brief overview.
I do.
But sometimes the board likes to see the details of the situation. So oftentimes I'll provide maps and background information. I don't have to do that.
No, I saw them. I
yeah.
like what you do.
Oh, okay.
I just didn't know on the written agenda that goes out for the public.
Oh, the
might
written.
check in on a meeting.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the written, I don't know. That's
Yeah.
you.
And we can add that if there's something that's out of the ordinary. I tend to do that anyway, or I have done that. So there's no reason why not. It just hasn't been requested before, so.
Just when you go through it, I mean, I like to do a quick overview, and if it's just simple things, I don't have to read all the detail. I kind of put faith in the people we hire. So I'm just asking if that might be possible for a small amount, small little details. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt.
Next item is discussion of direction for Public Works Garage with the failure of the warrant article.
Melissa, I believe the warrants payment show.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I got them. Yeah.
Good evening.
Oh, you want
Just looking for some direction, what you'd like to do at this point. I've put a hold on Sebago Tech.
these ones?
They've stopped everything at this point. We've got $61,000 tied up in this at this point. Just looking for some direction.
Had the bid packages gone out?
No. Our next step was to vet the vendors that we were going to send the package out to. Narrow it down to, we were going to target 3 vendors, or have just 3, to try to consolidate it a little bit. But that there's more steps to be taken to do that. But, nobody will bid on this without a positive vote from the town. Once they get into the design build, they're going to have quite a bit of money tied up in it, and going forward without a town meeting approval, I kind of get that.
Well, I mean, the original intent, under the, is that the bid package would go out, and so that, then we know, we would also then have that final figure that would go in there, and recognizing, typically there's wording there that says subject to a town vote. So the fact is, whether it has it now, or whether I understand that, but I mean, if they're used to municipal bidding, then they're used to the fact that they recognize that whatever they do is going to be subject to the town vote anyway.
Except I mean, a town build and a design build's a little bit different, because they're ponying up a ton of money for design for the potential to get the bid.
The estimate we had was around 150.
I think it's different. If you have the design already out and you send a architectural design to these companies, they'll be able to bid it without a ton of overhead and cost to them. But if they're all design building it, there's a huge cost to them. I don't know.
I can ask the question again to Owens, but that was the.
Yeah. I mean, because that was, I mean, the original, and that was in the original amount that we put in last year was, to get it up through to the point that that it was bid.
Right, that was the engineer's estimates. To get an actual construction cost price, that was going to be the next step after town meeting.
Yeah, I don't think we have in the dollar amount that we allowed for an actual design of the building.
Well, it's because it was decided that ultimately we'd go out on design build on it.
Right. That's
So,
what I'm
I mean,
saying, yeah.
You know, and the logic behind that too is if we go out to design build, somebody designs it, they own
Yeah.
they own the errors.
Yeah,
If we design it, we own the errors.
right.
But the town.
I think I'm in agreement with that. I think what he's saying the trouble is going to be is to get somebody to actually design build.
And put that money into it.
Basically design estimate.
Especially now with a negative vote from the public.
So,
Well, you know, I mean, you get into, you get a little bit into some semantics there too, because what was voted down was bonding it. There was never the question of is there a need for the town garage?
Okay.
And so that's, you know, so you have a semantical difference there. What was defeated was bonding it, which essentially says, you know, if you know the people still want it, it just means we're going to pay for it all at one time, you know, which is, you know, that becomes kind of a silly thing. But you know, I mean, you know, if you take things to its utmost and you know, logical conclusion, it still says, you know, if the people say, okay, yeah, we should have a garage, it just says, well, we said we didn't want to bond it. Now, that can be reinvestigated. But I guess I would talk with Spago Technics and see what the feeling is on the people, whether they would actually bid on it or not, and what would make them comfortable to be able to bid on it.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that, very.
well, I guess I want to ask, and this is absolutely positively not meant to stir any tensions or anything like that. I guess I would like to hear back from like Dennis, because I know you were putting out there on the garage. What are your thoughts on this? I know you had said, and the planning board, I mean, the budget finance said, yes, there should be a garage.
Absolutely.
So I guess I want to hear the feedback.
Well,
I want to
think-
hear what.
I think to be blunt, I think
Sorry.
the process we use for public safety in the school works very well. We have a citizens committee made up of people like Bob Murray, who is a partner of Nathan, Chris for advice, Owen for advice, but Bruce Sanford was a great help on our committee. We did a lot of changes due to that committee. We assessed what we had in detail, what we could use, what we can't use. And then after the needs assessment and the actual process that we use, which was a citizens committee, we reduced the size of the building. We changed a few of the layouts and had a RFP, which was descriptions of even what plumbing fixtures we wanted. And that described what they were bidding on. I think that that's exactly what the citizens want. They want the same process for this as they did the other two facilities.
So,
And I don't think
Wait.
it has to
sorry.
take that long. This
Well,
committee is,
I guess it's different though, and I'm not that engineer, I'm not that, but if it's going out to a build design,
right, which is what we did.
well,
Public safety.
don't they put it together? I mean, as far as what the
The RFP
like all that stuff.
was designed for the details of what you want in the RFP.
That's
And
our,
then we actually used that to save the town about $180,000 because of the details of what the committee put together with Owen's help. And I think that's really what people want in this town. They want the process to be transparent and straightforward.
And how much did we pay? How much did we pay afterward to correct the errors the committee put forward
Actually, those
on
errors,
the roof and things like that we ended up over the time having to correct and repair and whatnot? That was out of the committee saying this is what should be done. And
actually, I think that the select board cut $200,000 from it. If you went back, or the town meeting, because we started out at 1.4 and ended up at 1.2. And the metal roof that was recommended was cut. And
So that's what I'm saying, is
masonry
the-
siding was cut.
That's what I'm saying, is the committee, committee approach, what we did, we went to a professional engineering firm to
I'm just
do this
suggesting,
based on.
Oh no, we're
my
just
suggestion is to say that if you want the town's support, let the town have input.
Well-
Not just the select board and a group of engineers you hired.
And
That's
it-
all I'm saying.
well, okay, and again, I don't want this. This is how we talk things out, okay? I guess too is I know that committee gave you some bad I guess, advice because they took the metal roof out, is what I am hearing. But as far as, taking it to the public, when what you just said, instead of just getting it from our engineers, which you just said, I mean, do you feel our engineers are not good enough for this?
I didn't say that. I said, when you hire the person to what, let me give this scenario. If you hire a company to oversee the construction and the whole process, to do an evaluation of what you have, and if you read the summary of it, as we had an engineer from our town read it and said it was maintenance issues, and you eliminate any options except one to build new, no add-ons or anything else, no options looked at. We looked at all kinds of options. We looked at all kinds of places. There was never I want this right here. In fact, the only reason it ended up down there is the stats showed that's where all the work was, all the calls were. 2/3 of the calls were down there. There was three members on the select board that didn't even support it, which caused a problem on the committee. I'm saying use basically the very same people and Nathan has got a partnership with Bob Murray. I highly recommend he be on the committee. Bruce Sanford, there's another one that was just great on the committee.
Well, okay, and
Can I?
oh, wait a minute, I just want to ask one more question.
No. Who was on the safety committee, the public safety committee?
That was years ago, though,
I
too.
know, but who was it? Who in the world? Was it engineers? Was it just random
Yeah, we
town
had
folks? or
professional
both?
people. We had Mike White was a local citizen who did trucking and came in and talked about size of bays. We had a plumber, Byron Rogers. We had Owen McCullough. We really had a diverse committee. In fact, 3 people that stood up at a public meeting and spoke against it were put on the committee, and they ended up being assets. Did they take the metal roof off? Yes, but I'm saying there's a process.
Well, Dennis, okay, let me ask this question, too. And again, I apologize. I am not attacking you at no means,
I'm not.
okay?
Okay.
So if we're saying that they can't use it down here for whatever reason, and you're saying trying to, I guess, a couple different places, why would you not put that building right where all the other stuff is? And I know for a fact, it was last budget season that Don Willard, the ex-town manager, had said, enough, they're spread out over 3 different places in town, let's get them all in the same place, just like every other department is.
I'm not opposed to that, but I'm telling you, for over 6 months, we heard that the trucks were sitting out in the rain, getting rusty, and they were actually inside the salt shed.
Okay, hold on. That isn't completely true. All our equipment is not undercover.
The trucks.
Most of the trucks are, the spare trucks aren't. When we started this project 8 years ago, we
Can't find anything about that.
well, it's discussions in department head meetings. It's not in a public meeting, Dennis. We looked at, can we add down here? We looked at where we were at. The most sensible place to put us was the sand salt building. That's where our winter sand is. That's where our base of operations are. Building the public works garage is a completely different animal than the school and the fire station. It's a much smaller building. You mentioned going forward to pick out bathroom fixtures. We're going with basic. We got 3 bathrooms in the building. There's really nothing to pick. We've narrowed this thing down to a basic building. That's it. The engineers said that we probably ought to go bigger, and if you look at the square footage we're in and what we're going into, we probably should go bigger. We were trying to keep the numbers down. Prices are going up. They're going up every day. So I think that to summarize that is getting the public involved is just going to be, it could add more money to it. It could add more time. It could create more problems, I think. No offense to any committees that would get on that, but I think we've beat this thing down to what it is. It's
Well,
a
Nathan,
small 5-bay garage.
I'll quote you. You need a bigger mechanics bay and a wash bay.
Yeah.
And you said that consistently.
They're consistent with what?
That's what you need.
Yes. Yeah.
So you've got 7 bays currently, and we're going to build an 8-bay facility
Correct.
for a mechanics bay and a wash bay, is what you've talked about.
We're putting 4 of the bays as storage. There's 1 mechanics bay and a wash bay, and the rest of it's truck storage.
And you have 7 bays up here.
We can't.
4 here and 3 down the other place.
We got 4 up here. We've got 3 down the village that we can't get a plow truck into. We can't even get the 1-tons in there.
I'm not trying to debate. I'm just saying that realistically, if you do math, you have 7 bays that are functioning now. You're going to build an 8-bay facility for storage, 4 of them for storage.
4 of them for heated storage for the trucks.
And this heat and the current one up here, there's 4 bays.
Correct.
So realistically, if
So
you
the
went to
problem
the
up
3,
here is getting the trucks in the building. When we have a disabled truck up here, Dennis, we have to come along the wing up closer to the truck. The hydraulics won't pull it up high enough. So that creates a problem. And then we've got 4 of them down the pit that aren't heated. They don't start well. We manage it, but we're like to put those into a heated facility. I mean, I guess if you want to cut the 4 bays off, cut the 4 bays off.
I'm not suggesting cutting 4 bays. I'm suggesting we set up a committee to work through what you have, do an assessment of that. Is it possible that you only need 3 or 4 bays as opposed to 8? Is it possible that the office you want might be in Jordan Small later? I'm not saying that it is. I'm just saying without that neutral party involved, without the citizens' involvement, I think you're not going to get the buy-in that you need. That's my opinion. That's just my opinion. And not only that, there were several people who didn't vote on it because you didn't want to put a sprinkler system in it. Now, say what you want about that. It's just a reality. I wouldn't vote for any building the town builds without a sprinkler
I didn't
system.
want to do the sprinkler system was the cost.
Okay.
Well, and I do believe that the fire marshal, the state fire marshal also said that it wasn't needed.
It isn't about needing. It's about protecting what we have. That's my opinion for what it's worth.
No, thank you for answering those.
So, I mean, so I guess, you know, at the end of the day, I mean, you need to have a discussion with
Owens.
and see where things are,
Yep.
What he's, if he's saying flat out, no one will look at it without something, then, that just says something. If he says, yeah, people will bid on it, then that says something. So, so right now, we without that, we can't make a full decision. So,
Okay. I will give him a call and see what he wants to do.
yeah. And then we'll revisit and see where we are.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you very much.
I think as far as the offices go, though, him and Joe are sharing an office in the back room of a building that's literally smaller than my kid's bedroom. And if we're gonna wait for the building up the street here to become available in 3 years, that part of it is, I think we need to either figure out yay or nay before we're gonna get that building. I mean, that's quite a ways out for the office space anyway. That's
I agree.
you've been down there.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
It's not conducive to having 2 department heads in one closet-sized room.
Sean McCope, 84 Main Street. Just want to say that, you mentioned, hey, the town doesn't want to bond it. Maybe we'll go a different route. That vote showed how deeply unpopular that first move was. If you want town support, show the town what it is that you're looking to build. I know you have plans and all that stuff, but maybe a committee is necessary. If you want to rally the support, the town needs to know what exactly you're building, what we believe the costs are, and it really wasn't great timing to have all that stuff come to us as a Budget Finance Committee after we voted on that. So you guys have the need for a building. In my opinion, of Sean McCope, 84 Main Street, I have no doubt that we need a building, and most likely it needs to be where it's planned to be. But you need to show the town that. The town really wants to know. And I just want to say that just saying, well, you know what, we'll find a different way to fund this thing, super unpopular. Be sure you do it the right ways. That's my suggestion.
Well, I'm not saying, all I said was the vote was to not bond. That's what the vote was. Read the Warren article. It said, do you approve this bond? It did not say, do you approve the building? It said, do you approve this bond? So they said, essentially what was said is, we don't want to bond it. Now, will that be reinvestigated? Yes. But that's what the vote was. Don't confuse the vote saying that when the vote says, do you want a bond? And they said, no, that's what was voted on, not, do you want a building? That's not what the vote was.
I didn't say that. I said that what you're saying is, okay, they don't want to bond it, let's find a different way to do it.
I'm saying if you built it and they said no to the bond, then you have to find a different way to pay for it. That's what I said.
What I'm saying is that if you come to the town and say, this is what we have laid out, and you do this properly, not the way it was done last 2 years, your outcome might be different for bonding. That's what I'm saying.
And doing it not properly, like working with the engineers, and I do admit that the timing was crisscrossing over each other. But I don't think, because Owens even said we've been working on this for like, he was in this thing for like 10 years, and more so within the last year. I know I came to one of your meetings, and you guys said you had no paperwork, but I'm pretty sure that some of the things went out in the morning. And so I don't know if you got them or what, but then
When you say it went out the morning, the same morning that we were supposed to vote,
the morning of the meeting.
that's what you're
Yeah.
saying, that it went out the same, is that enough time to?
Well, and again, everything was crisscrossing, as you saw. So
That's my suggestion as
Okay.
guy from 84 Main Street. You want to do this thing, you've got my support, do it right. And the town will maybe change their opinion about bonding it. And that's all.
Okay.
All right.
Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. I'm, like I said, because of the process we went through with solar, I'm now more engaged in our town and just kind of want to get caught up on it. So did we vote then? I mean, because maybe my memory, did we vote to say yes to the building?
No.
Okay,
All
so
we
there was
vote-
never a vote to say yes to the building.
The vote
There
was to allow the bonding.
Right. And so because it didn't say, do you want the building, it was just, do you want the bonding, there's a possibility that the town would find alternative funding and fund the building anyway? Is that my
No, it just-
understanding?
The vote was, do you authorize the bonding? That's all. Up or down? Do you authorize that bonding? The vote was no. So there is no bond.
Right.
So we cannot go out on a bond unless it gets revoted. If it's determined that we want to go for a bond, then a bond would have to get revoted on.
Sure. So, I mean, just as a citizen, and like I said, I don't have a dog in this fight, and I would have to get caught up on it, but obviously I care about public safety a lot, so I'd probably support it. But I think we're starting to get cute then as citizens if we're saying, like, we didn't ask the public if they wanted the building, but we only asked the public if they wanted to fund the building, and they said no, and then you did an end run around them and funded it anyway.
We wouldn't do that.
Okay.
No,
We would
no,
never
no.
do that.
That's what I was trying to clarify.
What I
Yes. Okay.
said was if
Okay.
a decision was made to build the building, they've said no to a bond at this point, which means it would have to be funded in some other mechanism. The bonding can be relooked at. So, I mean, I'm just saying, here's where we are sitting here today.
Sure.
And it's good hearing this from you.
Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. Like, just as a citizen who this is the first time I'm hearing it, kind of, again, shame on me for not being a more informed voter, right? I should be more involved, and I will be from now on. Yeah, like I just want to clarify, like, if you ask the people if they want the building before you ask them if they want to pay for the building, I guess I would say, as just a lay person.
I'd like to just add one thing. I misunderstood the vote, and that's why I stopped the process with Owens. The intent that I understood from Owens was we'd get the bond, get that secured. There was 2 more steps, then it would go out to bid, then we would have a second public hearing. We've already had 1 public hearing on the building, or 1 public meeting. I wouldn't call it a hearing. And before the building ever left the gates to go, we'd have another public hearing on it, what the building and what it is and where it's going. That was the intent that I understood from Owens. Just to...
Well, and to clarify, we would not just go push this thing through. The board doesn't do that.
Okay.
Just, not at you, just anybody that's listening.
Okay. Next item, consideration of reallocation of CIP funds from prior projects.
And in researching the CIP, when a lot of questions came up during the budget process this year, and I wanted to have a better understanding of what was in the CIP, I found that there were a number of things that the auditors have carried along in the audit. And my favorite one is the Sherry Gagnon Park for $16. Every year, the auditors say, yep, you've still got $16, and they move that forward. in looking at, talking with Sharice about it and looking at the state statutes pertaining to CIP, because there are specific rules with this, the select board or the municipal officers, is how it's written, can choose to do several things with projects that are no longer active if they are abandoned or complete and there's monies left over. And one of the things is to put it back in the general fund under surplus, undesignated. Another is to reallocate it to something else in the CIP. So what you see here is information from the audit starting with the fiscal year 2018 to 19. And moving over to even next year, I put in the approved budget figures to go into CIP for next year. And my intent is for this document to be in the budget packets each year from here on, so that not only will the committees have this information, but the department heads will as well, so they'll know where they stand while they're making their budgets. But with that, I'm not sure we need to carry that $16 any farther. And I would like to suggest that we at least start some conversations about what could we do. I made a few suggestions in the memo that I included in your packet, that the two items that are listed for the fire department, the IRT projects, which is complete, the review fees, that those be put into their reserve account, so that will give them more money toward their truck or truck ambulance.
Well, I mean, you know,
Forgot which, is it a truck or an ambulance that's coming next? Ambulance.
Yes.
So
first off.
and my suggestions are just that, is just to
Well-
start the conversation.
I mean, under a CIP, nothing is absolutely cast in concrete. The whole
Yes.
purpose of the CIP is a planning document, so things can move, things can shift, things can be dropped off, things can be added. So the money you would, unspent money would still reside counting-wise inside the CIP. It would just be undesignated in the CIP to be allocated to other projects or whatever. So we do not have to take and say that we're going to take that and move it to this.
Yes.
We can use that as an undesignated line.
Yeah, we could rename them all to be undesignated, yes.
I mean, because that's the whole purpose is, the whole theory being that things change. And what you thought of 5 years ago that you needed may not still be the same thing. You may have something that's now more of an urgent need, so you move that in and something else can move out. So that gives you that's the whole flexibility that exists inside this, that is supposed to exist inside the CIP.
Well, looking at these, I mean, I agree with all where she says. I mean, that 5,000 going back to assessing, which would be great. They need that. Same thing with all the departments.
Well, if it remains in there, that's it's unspent. Essentially, it's accrued funds. So it's undesignated in there. That can be allocated to something else in there, but we don't have to decide what it's allocated to at this point. All we need to do is decide that that yes, we will carry those forward. Bruce?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We have found through accounting that part of that 13,255 was actually what was missing from our enterprise account, our billing for crashes from years and years ago, which disappeared under a 3 times removed finance director, and we could never chase it down again. This is an account that Chief Morse set up when he was chief to replace and upgrade our rescue technical equipment for extrication and things like that. So a big portion of that, I believe, was found, and I don't have the exact numbers. I don't know what piece of it is, but it was found to be that money that was missing for all those years.
Oh, cool.
I guess my request would be that if we find that and can determine it, can we transfer that into what its intent was, which was the enterprise account that was approved so many years ago,
Yeah,
that we can use
that
it
would
for
be-
replacement of that equipment.
that would be up to.
Well, as I say, essentially, the funds would reside still inside the CIP. So I mean, as far as I understand, the Budget Finance Committee is relooking at the CIP as far as that. So I mean, to sit here today and say we should move it from here to there, I think is premature. So, the fact is, what's being asked is, do we carry those forward? Yes, absolutely. That's the whole purpose of it, because you can have a year where you underspend that because you're looking at a need that's 2 or 3 years out.
Right. We just want to make sure that all the new billing and all that gets into that enterprise account again, and the money that was intended to be there also goes there. That's all. So that
Well, as I say, I mean, what you have to understand in the CIP is that, yes, that was the original intent, but other priorities can essentially jump the line. And so, what may have thought, okay, that was going to be available to me, may not be. It may become available later on, but it may just be shifted. So that's the whole purpose in the CIP, is it gives you the flexibility to do some reaction.
Yeah. I think we're actually talking two different things, but I think a big portion of that was always intended but got moved from our enterprise into a CIP, and that's why we never could find it again.
Yeah.
We think it was actually under Kathy Ricker that it moved, and we could never find it through accounting or anything. So now all of a sudden we found that, hey, that's actually a good portion of that should be in our enterprise account, which has nothing in it right now.
I would ask a question, because I did set that up, because of the expense of the tools, and they break so easily. And I say easily when you see some of the things we use it for. My understanding when we set it up wasn't for CIP. It was actually an enterprise account. Instead of going into surplus or undesignated funds, it would actually roll into an account that they could use when necessary. Still had to get approval for it.
Yeah.
And so that changed somewhere along the line. And obviously, like you say, things change year to year, day to day. But it wasn't, in my opinion, I didn't believe that we set it up as CIP. It was more of an enterprise account that we could dip into for extrication equipment and whatnot.
That was the original intent. That's why I just wanted to get clarification. It wasn't an argument point. I'm just trying to, how can we make sure that money does go into its right account? Because our current billing, I believe, is up around $6,000 that we have that needs to also go into that same account. And that would help us greatly with that kind of.
So let me ask a question. Isn't that technically an extra fund that he would have in his account instead of budgeting for stuff? Because you would budget for things that you need, but if you have your own private little account going on, do you know what I mean? That's kind of like a slush fund, maybe?
Yeah, it wouldn't be as big as $225,000, but it would get, some kind of equipment that you would need on a regular basis. It's a,
What's
hoses blow up,
what's the 225,000?
well, that's when you.
That would be like for an ambulance or yeah.
Oh, we don't have it.
We used to
Okay.
have a much larger CIP.
And for example, the $50,000 that the association just raised and spent on equipment, that would have been offset by this money, and we wouldn't have spent that much of the association's funds to achieve the goal. That's kind of, I guess, it in a nutshell.
So could I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Yep.
If we found that there was an accounting error made, would that be reason to take it out and put it back over into another account?
If there was an accounting error made, it would mean that essentially it's being carried right now as undesignated surplus. Because if it doesn't reside in there, which is a reserved account, then it has to be in the general fund. So if there's an accounting error that was made, then that can, that could be corrected. But it's got to be checked first to make sure that in fact is the case, so that you can reverse the entries and bring it back into where it should be. But if what then you've got the secondary question, which is, if you're saying that you want to, because the one is, okay, if there's an accounting error, you straighten that out. But if your point is that you want to have a separate line put in there going forward for a certain amount, then that's a discussion for another day.
Okay. No, I get it. I just wanted to
If
make that out
If
there.
that makes sense to you.
I'm excited that we actually found it because every finance director's looked for it and through accounting, et cetera, through audits, we found it. And here it is, and thank you for everybody who had their fingers in that because I think you started it, Sue, with looking into these things. So kind of brought it to the limelight, if you will. So thank you.
But I mean, so I mean, but at the end of the day, the discussion right now is, do we want to authorize, the funds that are in there to be carried forward in the CIP?
Could we ask one question, though, for details? Like, I have two things I don't know what they're for. Hazardous materials. I have hazardous waste reserve, which is 3/4 of the way down, and water watch account. It's a good name, but what is it?
And the hazardous waste, from what I understand, and please correct me if I'm wrong, or do you want to say something?
The hazardous waste account was for hazardous waste collection that we used to do. We stopped doing that probably 10 years ago. We had it once a year. Louise Lester put it on. We put the money in there to carry it.
Oh, people come in from the public?
Correct. We do a
Mostly
one-day
paint stuff,
collection.
and now they got rid of that. The
Paint,
state got rid of that
pesticides,
paint
all those
hazardous
kind of-
waste thing. You buy it, you pay for it when you buy the can now, and
That's a no-brainer.
yeah.
Yeah. And the other one, I think we figured out had to do with milfoil,
Milfoil.
That was
Yeah.
milfoil.
Okay.
Yep.
which is why, since it was water-related, there was a suggestion to put it into dock repair.
Don't we donate to milfoil every year?
We do.
We
It's-
do.
It comes with,
So why wouldn't we just put it in that
That's what
donation?
we're saying is, essentially, we liquidate those items because they're in there as those named items.
Yes.
We still carry that money forward, so that money still resides in the CIP. Well, and then as you're looking, so all it's saying is, that they had those line items in there, and we want to close that line item out, but not dispose of the funds. Keep the funds still inside the CIP.
I like that. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
figure out why we'd go from milfoil to docks.
No, this isn't happening. This is just suggestion.
Yeah, this was
Suggestion.
just ideas. That's all it was, just to get the conversation going.
I like the conversation. Thank you.
Yeah.
So, are you looking for a motion to be able to carry those funds forward?
No, I think she was looking for
yeah.
a motion
Or just-
to
or
get
just
to
direction.
Just
consolidate.
direction, really. I think at this point, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I think we should research the review fees that Bruce has said is the long-lost dollars that they've been hunting for, and get that straightened out first.
Yeah, so get that straightened out and then close those that are done. Just carry those forward
That's what
inside.
That's what would happen anyway.
Yeah.
Those funds.
This is more
forward
discussion.
inside.
But rename them all undesignated.
Yep.
Yes,
Throughout all that.
perfect.
All right.
I like the fact that you did this.
Next item, consideration of staff annual appointments.
And this is housekeeping, because we don't have a charter, we have to appoint our officers each year. And one you'll notice on here, I'm not sure if I remembered to send it out, but Chris Hansen has agreed to stay on as code officer. We are hiring an assistant for him starting July 9th. And the idea is to have him get all of his certifications and work with Chris for a year, and then we will swap their roles, is the goal.
That's good news.
So but that's why Chris is on here as the code officer.
Is there a motion?
Motion to approve the appointment of municipal officers.
Second?
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Next item, consideration of board and committee annual appointments.
And these are the committees that have people up, and Mel reached out to each of the committees to see if these folks wanted to continue, and they did.
A motion to approve the appointment by municipal officers as written.
So moved.
No, she moved, your
She moved.
second.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried.
And I just realized, Mel, I'm so sorry. I'm used to speaking to these. That's not my role anymore, so you go ahead and do the last one.
I'll allow it.
Okay, next is consideration of annual fee schedule. So Mel,
Is that next?
I think so.
Yep.
I guess
Yeah.
the simple question is, are there any changes from last year?
I reached out to all of the department heads and asked for any proposed changes to the fee schedule, and I did not receive any suggestions for changes. So this is exactly what was approved last year for reapproval for this coming year.
We did miss select board representation on boards and committees, but we'll go back to that.
okay.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, okay, on this annual fee, Lee, I remember you standing up, I think it was last year, on something. So, sorry, I've had to change a heart on this. Only because your fees on here, the motorcycle vehicle accident billing. So, I was having my husband play devil's advocate with this whole thing. If my taxes are going towards the ambulance, the truck, everything else in town and stuff like that, technically wouldn't a tiny little piece of metal be mine as far as the taxes go? And then I feel like we're almost getting double whammy by being charged for these fees too, because our taxes are paying for the trucks, they're paying for the gas, they're paying for your guys'
For which?
everything.
What are you talking about?
I am talking about the motor vehicle accident billing.
Okay.
And the other thing is, correct me on this one, so these rates, the engine at $350, that's per hour?
Yes.
So I guess that's a triple, I guess, gripe I know that I would have on that.
First, it's only insurance-based. It goes against the insurance company, not the individual. Under Raymond Town, we don't charge Raymond residents for this. It's out-of-town vehicles, I believe.
We do all.
Oh, we do? Okay, I'm sorry.
No, okay, it's
But it's only insurance companies. If they don't pay, we don't go after the individual. It's only the insurance company that gets that bill, and they usually pay it.
but then the person's insurance goes way up because of the bill.
No, does not.
Not necessarily.
Okay. I know, and I know that I was in favor last year because you said it's a good way because all the trucks were coming out and stuff like that. And when I was going down through all of this stuff, I'm literally thinking to myself going, we're paying for this. We're paying for this in our taxes and stuff like that now, and all of this, and then we're getting whacked with it.
What it's covering is all the extra expenses, extrication tools. If we use those, we fight a fire, we have to use water, foam, manpower. Covers all that so we get a recoup on the services that the town is providing.
If I could-
Just like ambulance billing.
Well, I know, I know, and I don't agree with it, but I'm one person, so.
What about ambulance billing?
Ambulance billing, if we transport a patient, we bill their insurance company. If it's a resident, correct, does not get billed for Raymond
Everybody gets,
from the insurance
Wait a
company.
minute, so
No,
everybody.
I get billed on that.
everybody.
Yeah.
But there's,
everybody does.
Yeah, right.
Everybody does get billed, and the insurance will cover, and anything that's Medicare can't be done after the fact. We can't do collections or anything. Sorry, I'll get a little closer to the mic, sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. So,
Thanks, Lee.
yeah, that's how the medical side of things work, and it generates a huge piece of money to offset our budgets, et cetera. It is very common practice. In fact, every town that I know of bills for both accidents, life flight landing zone setups, medical crashes, things like that. It's just the standard of care, if you will, throughout everywhere, even in other states.
Well, I get the life flight, and I get other towns. I guess I don't get it for our own town.
If the residents don't pay, you say you don't go after them?
No, it doesn't go to collections on that stuff, so.
I had one not get paid by the insurance company and it went to collections.
Right. Let me ask. It depends on what it is.
And on where you did it. I did it up till 2
Correct.
years ago.
Yeah. So
Not supposed to.
it's not
Right.
supposed to.
So, and I guess we get back to the whole thing where if we're going through this list, and there's pages of it, and we were talking about making, Raymond user-friendly and build-friendly and stuff like that. I hate that everything has a tax, everything has a fee, everything has, to me, it's built into our budget, and I understand as far as trying to recoup some stuff, but like if it's a life flight, that's totally different.
A great deal of our accidents, for example, if you want to start with that point, I guess, is out of state, out of town.
Right.
That's the impact. We've had a lot of them, and just like this, a lot of them are OUI, out of state, their fault, they caused it, things like that. It's always the fault vehicle that gets billed, and that's per the police report. It's not every vehicle necessarily. Okay, that's the one that we start off with. And that's the one that goes to the billing company, and they bill it, and the insurance will pay for it. It's already included in everyone's insurance, a fee schedule, if you will, for fire apparatus and for rescue transports, things like that is already included in everyone's insurances. So that's why we decided to take advantage of it back. Oh my God, I think this town started billing for medicals in 98, 99, somewhere in there, and crashes about a year after, maybe, or at the same time. Right.
I could add a little history to it too,
Well,
if you might.
oh, go ahead, sorry.
The reality is, we had, my first year as chief here, we had 87, almost 90 car crashes. I think I looked at the reports, we went through and studied it. I think there was 5 or 6 that were Raymond residents. And we checked with other communities like Sebago across the lake from us. They had 15. I mean, the crashes were incredible in this town. Cars were in trees on North Raymond Road. And so at the time, there was a movement by the select board in particular that said, let's use user fees so that we're not absorbing the expenses of people that are traveling through the town, people are visiting or whatever. And we really did go from, I think when I got here was 8,000 on the book, 8,000 revenues. And that year, we got it up to 60 or 70, and it has grown to the 220. And it doesn't go to the fire department. This isn't a reward, like it goes to surplus. So, and even the equipment, the reason that account was set up is we were breaking equipment on a regular basis on some of these crashes. It was crazy. Hoses were being blown out. So everything was built around user fees, and I think it continued into code enforcement and everything else. We did, in fact, I think when Kathy came on board, start looking at residents, and we even had a formula they could fill out so they didn't have to pay anything towards their ambulance call or anything else. And I think we worked around that with a law, because we couldn't charge out-of-state people or people from Norway in Raymond without charging our citizens. And I'm actually, I think Mr. Olson may have helped us with that. Someone had insurance background. I don't remember who it was, but someone said you can't do that biased. But someone educated us on that, and we were able to do what we're doing now, which is to bring in user fees in almost every department. So I think it's grown much in many ways more than we started, that's for sure.
So as an example, talk about the accidents, et cetera. Our crews were there yesterday for over 2 hours on Webb's Mills at 302. Yes, an OUI, fluids mitigation of hazardous materials that we don't want to get into the lakes and watersheds. Any fire mitigation would have been billed. Traffic control was what we were doing. We had to actually call mutual aid in, which impacted another town to help us, because we had to transport patients. That left one person to run and manage this whole scene and try to do traffic control, because the police are tied up, so they can't do it. So that led to a mutual aid truck coming in to try to help us out. I was out of town, and the chief of Wyndham was there picking up antifreeze and oil out of the road as well. So
are
it's
these
just
flat,
how it works.
Are these flat fees, or do you, for something like that, are you allowed to like invoice, or is it just you have?
Yeah, our billing company actually invoices it
Okay.
for us. We're not really directly involved.
It's
in
not
that.
like, oh, you
So
get wasted and smash up 15 cars and pour antifreeze and you only got to pay $350.
Right. So we can, yeah. It depends on the impacts, I guess, is a lot of it. And we can't go any further than the Medicare payment will pay on Medicare. I think I misquoted that earlier, so.
I had two other ones. Is there maybe somebody else knows from previous years or whatever, but is there a reason we don't, it's free for liquor licenses and also I mean, it's $60 for a subdivision, but it's free for liquor licenses. Those people, you know, and then violations are $10 per inspection after a re-inspection for a violation. It's
So when you get into some of the re-inspections and things like that, it's an impact, and it's usually, again, you think of it this way, somebody who knows what the codes are, what needs to be done. So let's say it's your grease hood that needs to be cleaned annually. You know that because it's in every report we've ever done, but yet you failed to do it. Now we have to take time and go back again and reschedule.
No, what I'm saying, I think it's a little light.
So, oh,
Free and
okay.
free, and
Yeah.
the 10 per inspection is a little light, especially
Okay.
since it was a violation. And then I think, I don't understand, I mean, I just feel like liquor licenses inspecting maybe shouldn't be free, where we're charging subdivisions and just regular single-family residents 60 and 15. That's just my 2 cents, but.
Yeah, but when you're, you know, I mean, are you getting into doubling up at that point? Because when you're doing a liquor license inspection, you're also doing the business inspection. So you're charging them on the business side.
Where are you seeing it free?
For who? For those guys or for code? Because it's 2 different people.
Well, it doesn't matter. Still, the fee for the
Code doesn't get involved in it.
inspection.
I saw a fee on the back.
What's that?
I don't think code's involved
No,
much.
code's not involved
at all.
When you're doing
It's all
when you're doing a business inspection,
fire.
Right.
it's, you know, that's the same inspection. Whether if they're already getting charged for the inspection, so there's not a separate inspection for the liquor.
The fire department inspection.
It's all under the it's all under that original business on which they're paying that fee on the business inspection.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't see that. That's why.
Did you see the liquor license though over? Or are you just talking about the re-inspection? There is a fee for a liquor license, but you're talking about re-inspecting it.
It's again, yeah. It's. I just think that I think they're.
No, I'm just seeing it because he's seeing 2 different places. That's where he's looking at.
But the fee for the liquor license is prescribed by state statute, and I don't know if there is anything in there about,
I'm not sure on that one.
I don't think so.
I don't care. I'm not. I just.
Yeah.
There was discussion, if I may, last year, I believe, we were going to look into that and have a committee, starting with select board and us together, trying to work together and see about those fee schedules. I believe that was discussed last year at this meeting when we were doing the fee schedules. It just never happened. So maybe that's something what we ought to do is sit down and kind of revisit that. Talk it through and figure out those statutory requirements, and then we'll know if we're within the ballpark or not, and we can move forward.
Well, and have code in fire too, yeah.
And if we're light, and we can adjust, and if not, well.
Okay.
Other discussion on that?
All right, a motion to approve.
Wait.
Oh,
More
sorry.
discussion.
Peter?
Sorry, I didn't see Peter.
You either do it before or after.
11 Road. I just say this, that I don't like to see undue burden put on taxpayers, and I want Raymond to remain business friendly, but I think it's a little insane, given the situation now, and for any municipalities to be reducing revenue.
Well, Peter got up, so I'll speak as well. Brian Walker, Rolfe Road. It seems to me that one possible way to look at these is, does the cost of charging somebody, say $10 for the liquor license renewal, cost more to the town than doing the charging? Because if it does, then I would either say get rid of it or bring that number up. Because some of these numbers seem extremely low to me. I agree with you, Derek. It just seems that they've probably just naturally every year we just turn them over.
This could
but
be a
some of them could
40-year-old
be.
charge.
Yeah, exactly.
$10 is a lot.
Exactly. And we're not issuing that many liquor license renewals, but I mean, just as an example of something where maybe we just bring it up to the times a little bit.
Well, and some, like that one in particular, is set by state statute, so we don't have the authority to change it.
So $10 is it?
$10 is it, that's what we get.
I'm going to go talk to the
18.
governor then.
Yeah.
I'll sign that petition.
Right.
All right. Is there a motion?
A motion to approve the Town of Raymond 2024-2025 fee schedule?
Second.
This one,
Discussion?
please.
All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. So we didn't do consideration of select board representations on boards and committees. Do we have a list of those?
I didn't see a list.
Is that in here and what page? I've now.
No, I neglected to make a list.
Okay.
That's
You want
my
to just
bad.
put it on the
Let's
next?
hold that, then we'll hold that over to the next meeting.
Okay.
All right. Next item, public comment.
Brian Walker, Rolfe Road. I was recently, information came from the Panther Pond Association about the clearance of the Panther Run, and I know that, or at least was, the Tenny River was blocked. Thank you very much for managing that. However, I was really dismayed to hear that the work was being done by Q-Team. Not very long ago, if I'm correct, not very long ago, the town was in a litigation with Q-Team, and they were fined. And it just seems, and I know you guys can't respond now, but if any of you want to send me an email on this, that'd be great. I don't understand why we would do business with somebody who violated our rules, especially when there's two very solid companies within the town of Raymond. See a gentleman over here with a Gardner Tree, Lakes Region Tree, TLC Tree, Veteran Tree. These are all companies that have the equipment, I believe, to do pretty much what anything Q-Team could do, and clearly something like, I believe, clearing the trees from those places. So I'd suggest that the town just review whether or not who we do business with, if they have been in violation of our rules. It sends a really weird mixed message to me. Thank you.
I agree.
Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I'll keep this brief, but basically, I got an email earlier this week from Select Person Sadak asking if I would be willing to share some data from the Comprehensive Plan Committee, Update Committee, that I had shared along with the other co-chair of the committee to the Budget Finance Committee. And I guess my observation is this. Why did the Budget Finance Committee get that information and the selectmen didn't? And the answer is because the Budget Finance Committee asked us. So that's why they got the information. Just to give you a little bit of an understanding, a lot of the discussion tonight is on, issues involving ordinances, land use, voter education, and the like. And I started in January, along with the other co-chair of the Comprehensive Plan Committee, in asking that there be a meeting of the Select Board, the Comprehensive Plan Committee, and the Code Enforcement, and the Planning Board, so that we might all at least be on the same page. So when you're discussing something like, how does the Planning Board want to have a sense of where to go with solar, commercial solar? Wouldn't it be behoove all of those groups that I just mentioned to at least get some sense of where we're going down the road? Because, as I say, the vote to the citizens is going to take place in a year from now. I asked in January, I went through the town manager, and what I was told is, well, things are a little busy right now, but we'll arrange that meeting. I asked in February, basically the same answer. In March, I sent an email to the town manager and the Board of Selectmen. And generally, I was told, well, after budget season, we'll get together and convene that group. And then I was told that it was going to happen in June. And I will tell you that I'm not telling anybody anything they don't know. It's June 20th. So I would say that a lot of the confusion or the sense of where we're going with land use ordinances and the like, that getting on the same page with planning and code enforcement and selectmen, as far as what we're hearing and the wealth of information we've gotten from the community. As an example, should there be commercial development that abuts residential zones on the 302 corridor? What do we want to really have for a comprehensive ordinance going down the road to deal with such things as environmental issues? So a great example would be this one, coordination. I just heard it mentioned, but down at the dam, oh boy, if the town could have coordinated with the state, inland fisheries, and gotten some sort of a path for canoes just to be able to get down there, or a little bit better access for anglers to get in there, the time to do it is now. But that's just an example of the planning that I'm looking forward to seeing this town do more of, which is planning. And I just put a plug in here. When individuals are saying, well, I really didn't know what I was voting for. When I got here in 1985, there was 110 people crammed into an auditorium, and we had an in-person town meeting. And you know what? That's when the curmudgeons would get up, as I called them, the old guard, and they'd ask questions, and they'd get answers. Well, wait a minute, I don't really understand that. Well, here's the deal. Get up to the mic. And I understand that the argument is always going to be, you get a lot more in the way of votes from a referendum. Unquestionably, that's the case. But we could get more attendance at town meeting if we made it more user-friendly. I can remember there used to be daycare there for the young families, and you could actually bring your kids there, and they'd have a few people entertain them while you took care of the town's business. And the other argument, as far as referendums are concerned, is that you get more representation, but my opinion is that the votes are less informed. So what do you gain from it? I'm not sure. I just put that plug in there. Thank you.
Boy, y'all are gonna get sick of seeing me. Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. Just to piggyback onto that, because again, I'm not an uneducated person. So I have a bachelor's degree, a double minor, master's degree, in tax law, so I know some law. I still need an attorney to decipher our ordinances in plain English so that I know what I'm voting for. And I think that that's something that Peter's speaking to that we've missed with, our town meeting when we used to all be there and it was more caucus style and you were more informed. And I apologize because I left and came back, and when I came back, somebody was saying like, well, could you do a little blurb or could you do that? And I would ask for that. Just because, again, my experience being at the polls on Super Tuesday and then this last time handing out flyers, talking to hundreds and hundreds of citizens here in Raymond, is that they are uninformed voters. So they're voting on something, they have no idea what it is. They thought it was our solar, it wasn't our solar, it was a different solar, blah, blah, blah. But like even if they read the warrant, even if they read it, I don't know that you'd understand it because of the legalese. So to the extent that we can make Raymond more friendly, and as you said, the comprehensive plan, I've been to those meetings, and you have a chance to ask questions and look at maps and do this and do that. To the extent that we can make Raymond more voter friendly, education friendly, simplify things, because if I have a bachelor's, 2 minors, a master's, and I still need a lawyer to understand the ordinance. Like, God help you if somebody doesn't have that level of education and they don't know what they're voting on. And I think that's where you get dissatisfied citizens, because then you feel like, that's why I was asking the question when you said, like, well, did we vote on the building or did we just vote on the bond? Like, people don't want to feel like we're being tricked. You know what I mean? Like, we don't want the cutesy, like, and run. So I'm grateful that you clarified. Thank you. And I really am grateful to all of you for serving. And it seems like, you know, in multiple capacities, it sounds like you were fire chief. I think I remember that. And now you're here. And so we really have this really lovely town full of people who really care about our town and give a lot of service to our town. So thank you for that. I will ask, just because I'm here, I wasn't planning on speaking again, but when you did that committee stuff, so if people are on committees and they stay on committees, then they just stay on committees and there's no openings for new people to join? Like, how does that work? Because you all just voted on different committees, like, and like, for example, if you're on a board and your term expires, do you just keep rolling over if you want to stay on, or do you have to leave after your 3-year term? Or like, how again, making it voter friendly, getting, you know, new blood in, is it easy to be involved? Is it difficult to be involved? Like,
their terms are on there, so like people on planning board have a certain amount of years that they're in for that. They volunteer and then they get in there. After that term, they can do it again, or somebody else can come in.
Right, but if they do it again and they stay on forever, then there's no openings for new people to come on?
No, not necessarily. After that, it goes, anybody can come in and then they would still be there wanting to do it. Another guy can come in and want to do it. After their term, that's when you would vote again. And
okay, because I know some are appointed and some are voted. Like, obviously, you guys are voted.
Out randomly, like tomorrow, somebody moves and gets out of the planning board, then we have an opening. And, you know, it's the floodgates open and whoever wants to go in.
Right, but what I'm saying is if the 3-year term expires and they choose to stay on another 3 years, there's no getting them off. There's no opening.
They have to get reappointed.
No, it's an opening. Their term
they have to get reappointed.
They have to
and then
the other appointed, they have to get voted back in.
And then the other committees, like comprehensive committee, or Dennis, you were talking about some sort of citizens committee to do different things that you've done in the past.
Usually with the committees,
it depends on the committee. Like the comprehensive plan committee was appointed to do the comprehensive plan, so they're on there until that plan is complete.
Then that committee's dissolved.
Planning board and whatnot, they have defined terms. And so when their term comes out, they can reapply for it. But I'll put it to you this way: we've had more issues with people leaving.
No, I understand.
Leaving for one reason or another. Either they move out of town or whatever it may be, and then finding people to go put in there. So I mean, whenever there's an opening, it is advertised that there's.
And like I said, I have been one of those uninformed voters who was raising children. So I was very involved with the school board before I had kids and the town and. Before we did consolidation, I was arguing against it. But anyway, way 25 years ago, and
the other thing I would say is there is online. There's an application form, and you can put those in, and those reside in there, so that if a position does come up, then those can be. They get a hold. Oh, you said you were interested in this. Are you still interested?
Right.
So I mean, if people go in and fill those out, then.
I informally spoke to Sam and Derek and Joe at the last polls. I know you talked to my husband. I was talking to a potential voter, and I did catch Sue. So, and I am I told Sue already I'll volunteer to help at the November election. But you sort of awakened a beast. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But, every silver lining is that, through this solar fight, I've really gotten to know our government. I've really gotten to know people in town. I've got to see a lot of different people. I've really educated myself, and now I have the time, as I'm about to become an empty nester in the next couple years, to give back and participate. And again, I'm grateful for all that you do. Thank you so much.
And to your point, I did the same thing as you. I don't know how many years ago now, 4 or 5 years ago, I went in to vote, and I was confused on what was going on. So I went up and asked one of the clerks or somebody that was helping out there, and they have the pamphlets there to read. And so then I went back to the booth, and I'm probably the only person that took an hour to vote. But I read through everything and voted, and then from there realized where everything was, how it got there,
Yeah.
Now I'm here because of that. It is good and bad, but you do have to take some responsibility, as like a town, not you personally, but
Right.
as a resident, to, investigate a little bit if you want to or care to be involved. It's a little bit of a process that you do have to actually
It
do the
is,
homework,
and
so.
and I think we were very spoiled with town meeting, and we were spoiled when we were a caucus state, right? Before we went to primaries and referendums, because it brought us out as a community, and we got to talk with our neighbors, and we got to hash things out, and we got to educate ourselves. And as we've moved to, okay, now we're not caucusing, we're primarying, and now we're not a town meeting, we're just a referendum vote. It places more of the onus on us, and we just have to get used to it and get back into it.
Yeah, these are once a month, so I tell everybody
you're
out
going to
there.
see a lot of me.
I
You're
tell
going to get
everybody
sick
out
of
there,
me.
come hang out and figure it out.
'Cause-
Hit a couple clicks on the
Yeah.
town website and also show up, because these are open questions, open all that stuff. It's hard to get blindsided if you do come to the meetings and click.
Exactly. Yeah, and again, I'll ask a lot of questions just for education purposes. I'm
We
not
like
trying
it.
to
Helps,
be dismissive.
it helps you, but it also helps people on Zoom or that can go back and rewatch the meetings, all that. So
Very good.
definitely helps.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, on committees. I think earlier I misspoke. Mel does, and I used to contact the chairs of the committees to see if they want the members reappointed. For instance, with the planning board, to an extent, the longer you're on, the more experience you gain. There's a lot to know, a lot to learn, and it's not easy to walk into. So if they have people that are already working, the chairs tend to want to reappoint. There are other committees, like the Beautification Committee, for instance, that's always looking for members. They could have 50 members on there and would be thrilled right to pieces. So it depends on the committee and what level of commitment there is to it, what level of work there is to it, and knowledge, and also what level of availability and just wanting to come out. There are a lot of different opportunities in the town of Raymond to help, but getting that application in is key. And we ask you to put on there, I think it's 3 different committees that you're interested in, or up to 3. But when you do multiple committees, each of the either admins in the town that take care of those committees or the committee chairs get a copy of those applications so they can follow up with the people and let them know what the status is and whatnot.
Thanks, Jim.
Other public comment?
I have a question. Jeff Morris, 13 Anderson Road. We talked about doing some extra committees too, and someone had set up like a committee to look into grants and stuff like that for the town. Is that something that's still moving forward with anything? Do we have anybody that, or is this not the time to ask this question?
That committee hasn't been formed. It's one of the thoughts.
Do we do anything like that? Is there any infrastructure that's out there for like public works or public safety that
We
you guys do all that? Sorry, I don't know. I was just
The
wondering if-
department heads right now on the whole do, and I've started looking at companies that do it.
Yep.
But there was some talk about committees that just hasn't been appointed.
Okay, just hasn't been appointed, but is that still being looked into and everything?
Not actively.
Are we
I don't
looking at
believe,
committees, or were you looking at appointing somebody that is a grant writer or
Yeah,
something in the
Are you
town?
I
good at
was
getting
going to be
grants?
looking for
I'm
a
not.
grant
I'm
writer.
actually probably horrible. I thought it was a neat idea. I would be willing to help. I'm not
Right.
sure I'd be very
No,
good at it,
yeah.
but,
No, we often do
But
get
that would
grants. The
be-
fire department applies for them. I've applied for them for
Okay.
elections. Nathan has gotten a grant
Okay,
before.
I think that'd be a great thing just to look out to see if there's
Yeah.
some money out there. Thanks.
Other public comment? Selectman comment?
I do.
Okay.
I went to the budget finance meeting the other night, and there were some questions that were asked, and I just wanted to bring those up so we are aware of those. One of the things that was talked about was where the money goes to as far as the Buteau fines and stuff like that, how it's put in there. There was some thoughts on that. There was, sorry, wait a minute. One of the budget finance had said that there was some ideas they had for the money and stuff like that, and they wanted to know where we put most of the first money. And we put it towards tax relief. And I do believe that the reason why we did that was because the year before we could not do tax relief because all the money was tied up into lawyers' fees. So this year we did it, but there's another payment that's coming, and Budget Finance would like to know if we have any ideas as to what we would be doing with that.
Did they have suggestions?
They had a couple, right, Sean? I thought you guys did. Someone had said a collection of money for legal fees fund.
Well,
One of
the first thing we want to know what it could be used for. And it was totally fine. You were not willing to speak about what it could be used for. So just in general, what are the options for that? The thing, this is my personal opinion, I'm not speaking so much on budget finance, but you use it toward tax relief. And what was that, $500,000 for that first payment? What do we take in, $16 million or something like that in tax revenue? Something along those lines? $500,000 to lower taxes. And what is that, like? I don't know the math, but $50 off people's tax bills, you know? What else can we use that can help and better the community? One of my thoughts was this violation, I'm glad we got through it. I'm glad the time frame and everything. The next one, we might not get so lucky. Might be a long, bloody fight. Maybe we set some money aside just in case. Defend ourselves as a community. That way, if we do have another violation, we can fight it a little bit better. That's just one of the things that I had asked. I'm not saying that's a suggestion. I think we're going to probably talk about it a little bit more as budget finance. I think we would like to bring you some recommendations, but the question is, what else can we use it for besides just taxes? If you're willing to share.
I don't think 500,000 was put towards tax relief on that.
We haven't,
one, was it correct?
To begin with, we haven't put anything towards
Right.
anything yet.
Okay, that's what I thought.
What we've done, what was in the warrant article was to authorize use of up to a certain figure for tax relief.
700.
We won't get into that until we see the actual tax commitments and whatnot.
Yeah.
So that's when we'll decide how much we use towards that. But otherwise, it goes into, at this point, it goes into undesignated surplus because it has to go into the general fund. It's money that came in. You know, the other side of it is, of course, it offsets overage that we had on the legal side for the last 2 years. So, so I mean, from one standpoint, the only place it can go into is undesignated surplus because it's money that's come in that was essentially was not anticipated. So that's where it has to go until a decision is made on where finally it gets spent. But as far as how much gets used towards tax relief or whatever, that we will not decide until we see where the valuation comes in at and where that's going to affect the mill rate and things like that.
Yeah, fair enough. We just want to bring it up now because we're thinking about being on budget finance. We're thinking about the future. And this is a good opportunity to kind of protect our town. And I'm not suggesting anything tonight. I'm not looking for any suggestions, but if you can keep that open mind about how can we use this besides just tax relief.
I just wanted to put that out there from that meeting. So it was keeping the communication back and forth.
Anything else under selectman comment? Okay, town manager's report.
Oh, I forgot I had a piece. I'm sorry. Open up the agenda again.
Don't mind.
So the next meeting dates, we've already talked about them, is, oh, that's the wrong one, is July 9th and August 13th, if that's all right with everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And we have, oh, stop. And then I have a computer that isn't set up for me to open Word. So I need to find the PDF version real quick.
We have Thursday, July 4th closed.
Yes, and 4th of July is coming up. So we just had Juneteenth yesterday, and we will have the 4th of July on Thursday the 4th. And that's really all I have for town manager's report.
Okay. Next item.
A motion to go in executive session on consideration of appointing an interim treasurer pursuant to MRSA 1, Section 4056A.
Second. Second. All those in favor? Okay. We will go into executive session.
A motion to come out of executive session?
Second. All those in favor? Motion, we're out of executive session.
I'd like to make a motion to approve Joe Crocker as the interim treasurer
Is there a second?
Point or-
that, yeah.
while we look for a new one.
Right. That's why the term interim. All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried.
Motion to
Adjourn.
adjourn?
Second.
All those in favor? Meeting is adjourned.
Okay, good evening and welcome to the Budget Finance Committee Orientation Workshop. This evening, I would like to go over the Budget Finance Committee ordinance, which lays out how the Budget Finance Committee will operate. We have all gone through this before. How would the committee like to approach it? Do we want to read through it out loud, or we just want to read through it individually with paragraphs?
I think we go through it with paragraphs,
Okay,
each paragraph, and see if there are any questions or
okay.
any comments.
Seems to me the most significant piece of it is probably the powers and duties.
Okay,
You think?
sure. Why don't I go ahead and just read the paragraph, and then we'll decide if we want to
Okay.
discuss it?
Yep.
Does that sound okay, Don?
Sounds good to me. yeah.
Okay. Section 5, Powers and Duties. The Budget and Finance Committee shall have the following powers and duties: to consider each article for raising, appropriating, or borrowing monies to be expended by or for the town, with opportunity for discussion with those persons proposing the same, and to make recommendations on such articles to the town meeting for which they were drawn, which shall appear on the warrant in substantially the following form. The Town Budget and Finance Committee recommends approval or disapproval. Paragraph B, to discuss with and make recommendations to the Select Board on proposals for specific expenditures. Paragraph C, to investigate and recommend to appropriate town departments the availability of federal and state and other grants, loans, guarantees, and other assistance for the town, and the types, terms, benefits, and disadvantages thereof. Paragraph D, to study and make recommendations on the general financial position, policies, and practices of the town and its departments. Paragraph E, to study and make recommendations on any proposal for payment of services or equipment by bond or note. Any such proposal, with the exception of general tax anticipation notes, which will be reviewed under Section 5D, will be accompanied by an impact statement and recommendation for rejection or approval. Paragraph F, to develop and maintain, with the input from all other committees and boards in town, a 5-year moving capital improvement plan. And paragraph G, to study and report to the Select Board potential revenue raising opportunities that may require actions by the board or town manager. Okay, section C6 is membership, quorum, and voting. The Budget Finance Committee shall consist of 7 voting members plus the chair of the Select Board, who shall be a non-voting ex officio member. The reduction in number from 9 to 7 will occur due to attrition. Existing members may continue as voting members on the committee, and each may petition to be a candidate on upcoming ballots. I don't think we need to go through the rest of that. Section B, the chair and the vice chair of the Budget and Finance Committee shall be elected by a majority of the Budget and Finance Committee voting members at the first meeting after June 30th of each year.
C, voting members must be residents of the town of Raymond and shall be elected annually by the town via secret ballot vote at the annual town meeting and have staggered 3-year terms. Section D, any vacancy among the voting members shall be filled either via appointment by the select board until the next annual town meeting secret ballot vote following the creation of that vacancy, or by the town at the first annual town meeting secret ballot vote following the creation of that vacancy. E, the Budget and Finance Committee shall officially act only in the presence of a quorum of 4 voting members. Official motions will pass only on a majority vote of all voting members of the Budget and Finance Committee, unless the Budget and Finance Committee unanimously votes to adopt other rules at the first meeting of the year after the annual meeting and agrees to utilize the revised voting procedure for the full year. No member of the Budget and Finance Committee shall vote on a budget item in which the member has an interest. That makes sense. F, all members shall abide by the rules for conflict of interest pursuant to 30A MRSA subsection 2605. All members will sign upon taking their oath of office and will adhere to the Town of Raymond Code of Ethics for appointed and elected municipal officials. I don't think we need to go through the non-attendance. Severability, if in any part or part, section or subsection, sentence, clause, or phrase of this ordinance is for any reason declared to be unconstitutional or invalid, such shall not affect the validity of constitutionality of the remaining portions of this ordinance or any rules or regulations promulgated hereunder. And this ordinance shall become effective upon passage by the legislative body of the town of Raymond at a duly called town meeting. Okay. Are there any sections that anyone would like to discuss or go over or questions on? We're all good?
I'm good, and I guess, despite having served for 23 years, and I was aware of this ordinance, obviously, but the Budget Committee hasn't operated as, I guess, as close to these codicils as they might have, and so I think, particularly, from B down through G, there's going to be a change in the operating procedures for the good, I think, absolutely, but it's a lot more intensive sort of interaction and study than what has been done in the past.
I would agree with you, Dan.
Yeah, and so the biggest thing to me was this development of the CIP, and I guess that's something you've been working on.
Yes, I have. I'm very interested in putting together a document that lists all of we're going to work with the Public Works Director on our next CIP review and put together a document that lists all of the equipment and have it sorted by the age of the equipment so you can see the oldest to the newest, and put out 5 columns for the next 5 years of the budget cycle. And then what we had in the middle was the price paid when the equipment was bought. And that's the only known value that we have. And we also have the year of when the Public Works Director plans to replace that equipment. So if we take those figures and put them in the columns and sum them up, then we will have the actual estimate of what we have coming in the next 5 years. And so I've requested that from the town manager, and that will be sent to us in an e-packet, but...
So it'll be similar to what the fire department's always done?
Exactly. That's exactly how the fire department did it.
Right.
And we should do that for the public works, so we're consistent across the board and can look at the summaries, because we have a lot of high expenditures coming in the next 5 to 10 years between the fire department equipment, the public works equipment, Jordan Small School coming back to the town, the comp plan moving forward. These are very high value items, and to do what we're asked to do, we need to have all of those figures.
Right. Some of the other things in here I think are kind of interesting about, grants and so forth and revenue sources. That's something that the committee has never done either, and the staff does that, And so I think that's going to have to be, by design, a collaborative effort. But that's an interesting thing to see if we can uncover, opportunities that, might be available to us to supplement the budget or to apply for specific initiatives. And so that's not something that has been done either during my time. And I think that's a pretty exciting opportunity as well.
Yes.
So there's some good stuff in here.
Yes, and I think it would be a great opportunity for us to learn how to do that.
Yeah, we actually have a great person on staff with Kathy Goslin, who has done a lot of grantsmanship successfully for the town. Bruce Tupper has been very successful in that area as well. And so we have some people on staff who are good at it.
That's great.
So
That's
that's
good for the
exciting.
town.
And then as far as revenues, it's always a good idea to see if you can find additional revenues. And so we can work on that for sure, besides grants. But yeah. Although we have seen some changes in the fee schedule and other things that we've done, and monetizing some particular functions, some in public works, the rental equipment, whatnot. We should take a look at all that stuff in detail. But yeah, so there's a lot of things to think about here.
Okay.
This document doesn't get amended much. It was 1980, 1995, and the last time was 2018, which was 6 years ago. Was there anything that you had read or thinks needs to be added or amended to this that you think that are, 2018 wasn't that long ago, but anything you think to kind of bring us into?
Not particularly, but I think as we maybe work through this new budget cycle with this thing as the guiding light as to what the committee's roles and responsibilities are, I think any kind of deficiencies might become apparent through that process. But I don't have anything offhand. I just think it's it's obviously an expansion of what's been done, and I think it's just been done by, precedent and practice, and this is actually the governing document. And I think Dennis originally dug into this when he was on the budget committee, and that was a good thing. And so obviously this should be passed out, handed out for new members, and there should be an orientation like this, including this every year. But when I came, that wasn't done, and I admit, I just went with the flow of how the committee was operating.
I have a question as to how the budget committee, or if the budget committee can recommend additions to the warrant. If the budget committee feels there are things that have not been included in the warrant that might be something that the town ought to look at, or at least the select board might look at to add to the warrant, is there any way we can do that, or the committee could do that?
I think under law you can suggest most anything. You got to make sure that it's in compliance with Maine law, and under home rule, I think you can do that. One thing I used to hear a lot about is the idea that at the town meeting, warrant articles could be reduced but not increased, and so, to me that always seemed kind of anti-democratic. There may be some prohibition, but I would think that democracy would work both ways. As the town meeting, the annual town meeting, of course, is the governing body of the town, like the Congress of the town. And so that'd be like telling Congress, you can only reduce budgets, you can't increase them. But that's just my thing. I think the worry is that a small group of people could come in and make a big change, but in my history in local government, 40 years, I've never seen that.
What's that?
B covers it, is that what it
B?
said? To discuss with and make recommendations to select board on proposals for specific expenditures. Section 5B. That's what I was looking at, and that's why I was questioning whether that's ever been done before.
Right.
Is the operative word there recommendation?
To discuss with and make recommendations to the select board on proposals for specific expenditures. So, discussion and recommendation. So as far as what you were asking was changing words, I think they keep hearing this a lot over the last couple of meetings. You can't change this. You're just voting yes or no and what your recommendation is. The way this is kind of lining it up, it doesn't seem like we could be adding anything, but the discussion needs to be had to make that recommendation ahead of time. I think the question that you have is, well, if you have a certain recommendation and it's kind of overlooked, what happens to it?
Right.
Or is there a way that we could meet with the select board before the formal meetings are held, in which things can't be changed, so that we could discuss the articles at a point where they might be changed, or a word added or subtracted, or a sentence changed, before we get to the point where nothing can be done.
Right.
Because if the committee is looking at things that can't be changed, it handicaps us.
Get to it before
I agree.
that point.
Right. I mean, I could see maybe doing it before that point, but I don't think we've ever had that opportunity before to do that.
I don't think so either.
No,
I think, so what we're looking at is drafting up the warrant language and presenting it as a draft, and having a meeting with the select board
Absolutely.
and the budget committee, and have that dialogue both ways,
Yes.
where the opportunity to make changes to the warrant language would exist.
There'd be less loggerheads, I would think, if we had some forum in which we could sit down and have a discussion as to what the warrants are gonna look like.
So,
The
well,
articles
I
of
think this committee's gone a long way to already start that ball rolling. And what I'm hearing is that what there needs to be is more communication, and it has to be communication that's thoughtful and respectful and comprehensive. That's my word of the day. But what I'd tell you is that as far as, and I think I understand what you're suggesting, Frank, would be, and I think I agree with Don on this, is that as it stands right now in town government, it's the selectmen that basically give the thumbs up or down on a warrant article, and then it goes to the people. What we've seen, I think, for the first time since I've been here, is a people's, correct me if it's happened before, but a people's petition basically has said, even if the select board chooses not to place something before the people, if you get the requisite number of petition signers, then the people can override the select board and say, we want this issue to go to a vote. And so, the actions of this committee this last year that I've watched, and the actions of just the last select board meeting with the people involved with the solar farm, basically have they've done what you're saying, which is that's where there's a way to circumvent, if you will, the select board if they don't want to listen to the people.
Peter, would you introduce yourself, just so people will know
sure.
who's talking? You can sit here and
know if
I've
you
turned the
were
microphone so you'll be able to,
The wireless
workshop,
mic, can we
right?
give it to them?
Oh, yeah.
so people.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. And so basically, what I'd say is that, and I'm sorry, I came in a little late, but I believe you were going over the ordinance that governs the Budget Finance Committee. As I had mentioned, I think at the emergency meeting, it would behoove you, and I know it's more work on your plate, but I've done it before, so it's I know that it's valuable, and that's to look at using that document to just basically sculpt out some bylaws for the committee. That may help down the road with questions about Roberts, with questions about when you meet and how you meet, and the attendance thing. When I was on the Board of Appeals, Zoning Board of Appeals, there was an issue that we had to deal with involving a member in attendance, because that is something that has to be necessary. The last thing I just say in a comment about what I did hear being read is, as far as the ethics part, or the code of ethics that all committee members basically commit to, the one thing that I've seen, that this is just my own personal opinion, it hasn't been enough emphasis on, is not conflicts of interest, but my understanding of ethically minded thought would be that you avoid even the appearance of a conflict. And I know a conflict is basically fiduciary. So it means if you have a direct, or even you can draw the line to a rather substantial indirect involvement in some financial gain, that's a conflict of interest. And it doesn't have to be money. It can be real estate. It could be where your kid goes to school. It could be any of those things. If you're using your influence on a vote that is that is a conflict, in conflict with the issue being discussed. And I've seen that pretty much followed through for the most part. Avoiding the appearance of conflict, however, I don't think has been given its due here. And what it does is it shakes the people's faith in government. So, the awarding of contracts, I know that there was a discussion at the select board meeting that someone brought up about, was it really the best thing to award Q-Team a contract in the town after they were involved in a lawsuit with the town in which clearly, from my perspective, they knew what was right and wrong there. And so I'm not saying that you get into blackballing or keeping a list or any of that sort of stuff. What I'm basically just saying is there a little more thought going into those processes? And, it just raises that index of suspicion. So those are my 2 cents.
Thank you.
Thank you, Peter.
Okay, go ahead, Dennis.
Dennis Morse, 340 Cape Road. Along with the research I had to do to get this ordinance and find out what our duties were when I was on your board, what I didn't find is anything that says that the select board will do the warrants. It says that we'll talk about and they will prepare it on this. But what I'm talking about as far as they would be the only ones, and let me explain where I'm going with this. Nothing makes a warrant without the select board approval. So it's redundant to say the select board approves, because we're not putting anything in for them to disapprove, as is no one else. So when this was drawn up, I think clearly what the town wanted was a separation of the financial part of it. Certainly with capital improvement programs, that's black and white. And as we learned in the last 3 years, we've yet to attain from anyone a CIP plan, an actual plan for public works. We haven't. That's a fact. And I think that why you as chair have decided that you're going to move forward with it and put out a plan that obviously looks like they empowered you to do from that town meeting. But to have a select board that doesn't allow anything on a warrant, to have to say they approved it, seems redundant to me.
I think that's a really excellent point, and I don't know legally if this could be something to consider. More accurately, the Board of Selectmen propose.
Right.
They propose, and then the Budget Finance Committee, as the check and balance on the Board of Selectmen's financial authority, might approve or disapprove.
And in the ordinance, it says the Budget Committee will present this at town meeting.
Right.
The Budget Committee.
Yeah.
Will present it. And so both of those two things, both the power to do what's really, to be involved with the policy, and the interesting thing is when it talks about the departments, and I've read this several times, but then again, I've been wrong on a few things, but it talks about the town and the departments. The town, the D, to study and make recommendations on the general financial positions, policies, practices of the town and its departments. We on the select board are the town's representatives. So this is directly saying that we have, or the Budget Committee has input on the town, which is the select board represented in the town, and the departments. I mean, that to me, and I'm really glad we're going to have an executive session coming up with a lawyer on Robert's Rule of Order and the powers and everything to figure this out. Because if we don't need a select board, again, I'm on the select board, if you don't need my approval and we decide what goes on a warrant, I mean, I've yet to see a selectman recommendation in over 20 years, 25 years, say, we don't approve, because they put it on.
Right.
So it's.
Right, and if they don't want to put it on, it doesn't get there at all.
Right.
Yeah. That's,
So
yeah,
really, what I think was supposed to happen is, even if they were making proposals, the Budget Committee would decide whether they approve their recommendations or disapprove. And then that would go to the body, the way I
Yeah.
read this. But we're going to have an attorney, and it'd be good to have it, because as it's turned out, we've requested an attorney at least twice, and we haven't been able to get an attorney to kind of interpret this.
Yeah.
Right.
So from my opinion, for what it's worth.
I think it's more than rhetorical. I think it's an excellent point. You know, the idea that they're approving something that they proposed and initiated, and if they didn't, it wouldn't be there. I mean, it's not like they're reviewing something. I mean, they do review the department budgets and make a decision. So to me, it's proposing to the townspeople, this is what we want.
Right.
And then if you have a regulatory body, which is what this is, you know, to pass on it in the affirmative or the negative, then that would be the recommendation you might look at, right? And I had a couple comments before Dennis got up on your comments. And first, thanks for agreeing with me. That's nice. But the first one was the circumvent the Board of Selectmen, the public. I would say that it provided an opportunity to facilitate an avenue for the public to have their voice heard, which is a nice thing. And that's what happened there. And there was another point that you made there as well. That I'm trying to recover that now, but well, perhaps it'll come to me. But anyway, that was to me that was an important point. Oh, you talked about conflict of interest and, you know, impropriety. So there's an old adage in public administration and public life, the appearance of impropriety or, you know, conflict of interest equals it. So if it looks bad, it is bad. And so you want to try to always avoid that. Appearance of impropriety is impropriety. In the public's eye.
So would the Budget Finance Committee be interested in working with the Select Board to clarify some of these paragraphs on how this works and to make some changes to it? To the Budget Finance Committee ordinance or to the Select Board ordinance? Just tossing it out there.
according to this document, that's what we're supposed to do. The way I'm reading it is that our say in representing the town, you know, that there needs to be, just like Dennis was saying, there needs to be more than just, hey, we're gonna put this on. But actually, you have made a very good point too. It's more than just like, this is what we're going to put on. But at the same time, the flip side is, this is what we're not going to put on. I think it's very much like that. It's funny that you said that because it popped in my head. Like, yeah, I never really thought about that. Of course, they're going to put on there what they will want, but.
Yeah, I didn't think of it. Dennis did. But it's absolutely right, though.
Does A not say that we recommended at town meeting? Under our powers, A is the first thing?
To consider each article for raising, appropriating, or borrowing monies to be expended by or for the town, with opportunity for discussion with those persons proposing the same, and to make recommendations on such articles to the town meeting for which they were drawn, which shall appear on the warrant and subsequently the following form. The Town Budget and Finance Committee recommends approval/disapproval.
That's how I read it. To make recommendations on such articles to the town meeting. That's you?
So, how, in recent history, how have these warrants been drawn up? Is there an attorney who's drawing them up, or is it just when
No.
it comes to language?
No, unless it's something like, you know, that requires bond counsel, like that bond language came through the bond counsel. If it's something highly technical in a land use area, then the land use attorneys would probably be involved. You know, it'd be a complex article. Most of the articles, however, are standard articles you see year to year. So those would be just, you know, they do get tweaked from time to time, you know, with changes in law or changes in local practice, but they would basically be plug and play, you know, how much for administration or public works or public safety, whatever. Those would not be, those have been the same forever. But certain articles every year would go through various legal counsel.
Okay. Well, I think that we're part of that legal counsel.
Yeah, you can ask the legal counsel, but to me it would be bonding and land use.
Hmm.
Or perhaps something really unusual, which we had a while back, you know, like the IRT with the military, you know, that might have been one, and something that's not typical, that might require a federal or state language.
Mm.
That would come from outside.
I'm just trying to think of, would there be a case where the budget committee has a warrant article that they would like to see and propose it to the select board?
Sprinkle in the building.
Right. But that didn't get put in the warrant.
They refused, I asked.
That's another reason why we should have that meeting ahead of time with the select board as the warrant is being drawn up, so that we're at the table. If there are things that we feel that should be added or changed or whatever, it can be considered.
You know, something that just came to me and is the whole garage project and how that happened, you know, the level of planning or lack thereof. And so, you know, it would seem like a potential addition, maybe not to this document, but to some document, ought to be a standard operating procedure for how you go about capital projects, and maybe take a look at the bidding, you know, documents of the town to make sure they're what they should be. I know some departments are very good at adhering to them, public safety, for instance, and others maybe not as much. So I think that would be a good thing to look at too.
Does the town have a set of standard operating procedures?
There are various operating procedures, but I'm talking about the ones that are related to finance. Maybe get every particular policy that relates to finance. And so, you know, if you were doing a major project, it would seem to me that you'd want to do a level of due diligence. You could actually do that in a sort of a formula way. You know, it's not hard. You do this, you know, form a committee, as Dennis had recommended, and you do your, you know, needs analysis, space analysis, architectural reviews, bidding. You'll get some cost proposals. There's a number of things you do. That's what you did for BAW.
Yes,
so you probably
exactly.
know the process and how that ought to be laid out.
Yes.
So that's would be my suggestion, is that maybe there ought to be something like that for how you go about doing capital projects. And then to look at the current bid policy, which I haven't looked at for a while, and I know that it was made more liberal under the, not this finance director, but two before. And she did that because of the, you know, that some departments were following it, you know, in a very precise way, and others not very well at all. And so that seemed to be the idea of making it a more, I don't want to use the word loose, but a more non-structured sort of document was done. To me, it would probably be reasonable to look at that and say, can we put in boundaries, gate posts that work for the town and work for all the departments but are specific? That's what I would do.
Going back to the warrants too, at the last select meeting, a young lady who's very involved in solar had mentioned that a lot of people went and they voted that Tuesday, and they thought they were voting for something to do with the solar, and then turns out it wasn't what they thought it was. I think the language is very confusing for a lot of people, and I think that us having the ability to look this over, because I mean, I voted on this thing twice. First time we made a recommendation, and then the second time was at the actual the actual voting on Tuesday. And I mean, most of that stuff, I've seen it twice, so I already know going in. But if you haven't seen this and you're looking through this, it's a lot of language.
That goes back to a point that Dennis made in a big way, this year, and that is the annual town meeting. If you did this in an open public town meeting, which I'm not sure how many years you've lived in town, but, for years, for decades, that's the way the town did it. That's how most towns do it, an open annual town meeting. And so that's where you get that explanation that you're talking about and details.
Yes. I do agree with that. Yeah, I know.
And you'd have an ability to debate it.
Right. So we're like serving stuff up on a platter for people to say yes or no to, and they're
right. And you got all these warrant articles that you have to read, and then there's all this backing information that you're never going to be able to read at the polls. So the idea, and I do agree with the notion that more voters is more democracy, but it may be less well-informed voters if they can't read these voluminous documents in advance.
Right. And I worked at the election, and there were several people that came up and asked for the documents to be able to read them at the polls. Dennis?
Dennis Morse, 340 Cape. One of the things I kept ringing in my head through the last budget process was 2 years ago, there was 3.5 put in, plus $1 million for the pickleball court. That kind of happened at the very last meeting of the Budget and Finance Committee, and it came back as a warrant, and then we couldn't do anything about it. And then it was pulled off. For whatever reason, the 3.5 didn't seem to work, but obviously the next year we knew it was because it was 6.2, not 3.5. And $150,000 was put in for the money without really any discussion except to vote for that warrant up or down. Again, it didn't go through the Budget Committee, it came back from the Select Board. So my feelings were that whole year when I decided to read and find out what our powers were, was perhaps one line that said, anything that goes to bond or out for over $1 million should have a special town meeting or a public meeting to discuss that. That would eliminate what took place with this whole process, because it went from 2.5 to 3.5 to 150,000 to study, of which $62,000, I think, if I quoted him right, was spent so far. 62,000 out of 150, I think is what he said. Maybe that's what's left. I don't know. There was a lot going on. But either way, the reality is, when you get to the point where you spend it $1 million, $2 million, 6.2 with interest of 8.1, that should be an automatic public town meeting or special town meeting. And I think you made a very good suggestion as our chair of how to slow the process down and get it done, because the Public Works Director never said it was an emergency. It just seemed like it was an emergency with all the changes to everything. So if nothing else happens, a simple ordinance change in the budget recommended by the Budget and Finance Committee, or maybe a petition drive saying anything over 2 million or whatever the magic number is. But certainly there should be a trigger that makes an automatic special town meeting. And I'm talking about one that's posted so everyone knows it's going on, not some of these meetings that happen at 8:30 in the morning or whatnot. And you can't be transparent if you're not letting the public know what we're about to spend the money on. So whatever the number you decide as a budget committee, I certainly think it would be advisable.
I want to ask Dennis a question, and that is, at the last Board of Selectmen meeting, and I know it wasn't you making this statement and proposal, but the idea was that the garage project didn't fail, the bonding failed, and that the planning process was going to continue. And so one question I might have is, when is no?
Well, I think I think that raised enough issues from the public without me having to take a position on it. I tried to say, again, in the...
So I know you weren't saying that.
I think that they failed, not just because they didn't follow any kind of practice that we had done in the past, which is standard even in BIW and private industry, but it failed because the public felt left out. And I know when I did my group meetings, everyone wanted to know what was going on, and why have we been so isolated from what's going on with this. And there wasn't a chance. But we had a special town meeting for the band, which was less than $1 million, but not one for 6.2. And I find it ironic. And there's either something here that, and I don't want to undermine a group I'm on, because I'd rather have the financial part separated from the Select Board if I had my way. And I actually believe, my opinion only, that I saw more wisdom out of the Budget Committee lacking me, just the people that I didn't know you, Karen. I didn't know Deanna. I didn't know you, Sean. I mean, I didn't know anyone, but I heard a lot of common sense from a public point of view, a citizen's point of view, than what I heard through that budget process. And so, I mean, I think that until the public gets what they want, which is transparency and what's wrong with the other 7 bays. Dave Brown said that it was maintenance. I read it, and the summary seemed to be maintenance. They didn't condemn the building. And so if you've got a public works director saying that he wants 4 bays of storage, and we've got 7 bays right now, then there's got to be something for the public to understand why we're doing it. And that's all. Just the transparency would really, I was shocked at the numbers myself, because I didn't run around talking about the facility. I ran around talking about transparency, and I still believe it, big time.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw that meeting.
Yeah, I did.
I had to get up there and say that the way I heard it was exactly what you said. The building didn't fail, just the plan to bond it. We're gonna find a different way to do this thing. And I stood up there, I said, that's pretty unpopular, very unpopular. And then I got down, and a young lady came up and she said, yeah, am I hearing the same thing? And they said, oh, no, we never do that. So either they were misspeaking, or a person of the public echoed what I was saying, and then they realized again how unpopular it was. But my opinion on that was that you need to show the people why we need this. There was never, as a budget finance committee, we were never shown any of that stuff. And a comment was made, well, that came out the same day that you were voting on it. Well, it was never given to us. And even if it did, do you think a day is enough time to look over that and make a decision on that? So if I can't speak on it, about the reasons why we need it as a budget finance committee, how am I supposed to explain to the rest of the town this is what we need? So, yeah, I think that we've been dealing with this issue now for 2 years. This is the biggest one, but I think that there's a lot of other things that we should have a lot of say in, including coming up with this tax break. You know, the finances that we're receiving back from the violation. That's something I think that we have every right to make recommendations on, and I think that we need to make recommendations on that.
I agree.
How do we get back to the point that we made through this process that the process was not done? And that we truly believe, and I think the committee said this, that you cannot do this type of project without going through the process. It seems to me at the last selectmen's meeting, they said they didn't want to go through the process.
What they said, what the Public Works Director said, which was interesting, was that, you know, we'll get the money and then we'll do the process.
But
he said.
How do we get back to that point where, if in fact we're going to have a Public Works garage, that we go through the process? The process could be done very quickly. It would not take long. I do not believe, with the right people on the committee, and we could go with it. Whatever the committee ends up recommending, whatever the committee that looks at it recommends.
Dennis Morse, I know I'm kind of talking a lot, but I've given so much thought to this. You have the right to capital improvement. You are the body that does the 5-year plan. And if there's a capital improvement bigger than this facility, I'd like to know what it is. I think you have a right to do the committee that the select board doesn't want to do. And if they don't want to accept the recommendation, if they don't want to work with that committee, then they should publicly come out and say that they don't want to do it. But right now, it says you research, you investigate, you interview, and you are, in fact, proposing a CIP plan. Well, if the bond was voted down, the only other route to go is through the capital improvement program, the plan. And I think the facility, there are certain things that was clearly needed. We know that. You know, the wash bay and the mechanics bay is common sense. But I do think you need the committee's involvement so the public knows that it's someone outside of the political realm of elected officials. And I do think you have the power to do that. I don't know how you don't, with capital improvement being your It says
Well,
right there.
you brought this up at the meeting, and it seemed to be rebuffed, so it would be, I think, maybe not tonight, because it's a workshop meeting, but perhaps the play would be for the Budget Finance Committee, in the absence of a policy, which was what I suggested, to make the recommendation that we follow that procedure that you outlined.
Could that be part of the agenda of our next meeting? Aaron?
We could do that.
And I think that should be on the agenda, that we'll discuss whether or not we will go forward with the idea of setting up a committee.
Because once again, I may be wrong, but it looks like right now what we're doing is continuing to plan for the thing that failed, and without changes.
That's the way I saw it.
And I may be wrong, but that's what it sounded like.
Well, we have heard over the last 2 years that this Public Works garage has been talked about for the last 10 years. And to my knowledge, the first time it was discussed was last year during the budget deliberations. And then at the last select board meeting, we heard that there's a separation between the town has already voted on the Public Works garage, and what was turned down was the funding of the project. And honestly, I cannot remember voting for a Public Works garage in recent memory.
There's no vote for the Public Works garage, but the other thing that would be interesting, I think should be requested, is for a 10-year history of, the various planning functions that occurred, the engineering, space analysis, all the different things that were done. And I was here, so I think it's going to be a short list over 10 years.
Okay.
So, but I think that we have to ask for that, because that's what was said, was that it's been planned for 8 to 10 years. And so I don't know what planning means exactly, but if you ask for the details of the planning, then we'll know.
Yes, okay.
Our vice chair had her hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Deanna, hi.
Hi guys, sorry, I've been writing as we go, so this is great. I have a couple of things. I looked up the Citizens Guide in Maine regarding warrants, because I was like, we've been talking about this, and it says that we can definitely come up with the ideas and give them to the select board so that they can decide if they're going to put it on a warrant. So I think what we're doing right now is great, because we're preparing it so that we can give to the select board so that they can decide about the warrant. If it says, according to state law, we can always do a petition if they don't want to put it on the warrant, but it needs to be signed by the number of registered town voters equal to at least 10% of the number of votes cast for governor in the last election. I mean, I'm sure that our town would know more about that, but I'm just reading it from a citizen's guide, almost like a cheat sheet on how to do that. Going to talking about the town meetings, I think it's a great idea if we had one, and I think that what would be important, because before I ever was on this committee, I didn't really know too much about the town meetings, but now we have that marquee. I mean, I know we've been utilizing it. I think if we placed it on there and also stated that it would be recorded and available for people to view at raymond.org, I think that would be huge, or the address that we have, because people might not be able to attend. But if we say we're going to be discussing warrants and what people will be voting on, I think more people might be involved. That's sort of what I had.
Yeah.
Peter wants something.
Okay, Peter, I have a couple things I want to say.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. What I'm hearing, though, and what I understand is, I'll just give you a brief example, and correct me if I'm wrong. Any citizen can propose to the select board a warrant article, right? So, I mean, that includes everyone on this committee right now. In February, I went to a planning board meeting as a private citizen. Code enforcement officer was there. The code enforcement officer's task annually is to bring before the planning board his proposals, or proposals he's received from the citizens of the town, as to what ordinances they would like to have, and to ask the select board through the planning board to place it on the warrant. One of the points that I brought up was the fact that the accessory dwelling units and the policy for them. What had the planning board had done was basically assigned arbitrarily 700 square feet. And I just thought that was a little impractical. I looked at some model ordinances from other municipalities, and I proposed to the, at that time, code enforcement officer, chief code enforcement officer, I really think this should be increased to like 1250. That makes it more practical for a starter home or for an elderly couple to move in and free up their 3-bedroom, 2-bath colonial. So the bottom line is, I proposed that to the code enforcement officer that brought it up at the February meeting to the planning board, and the planning board then formulated an ordinance and sent it to the select board, and the select board approved it to be put on the warrant, and at the election, it got voted in as an ordinance change. So I guess what I'm just saying is that a lot of the stuff you're talking about is absolutely great as far as participative. We need more of the public. We need more of someone who's going to be riled up enough to circulate a petition to say, we don't believe you're hearing us. So we have a route to change that. We have a mechanism. In the legalese, it's always, well, what's the remedy? Well, there's a remedy for a lot of what's happening with our warrant, and I couldn't agree more. One of them is to get back to an in-person town meeting. And I'm a firm believer in that, and I was able to experience it, as some of you have, when I first came in the community in '85. There were certainly the resident curmudgeons from the town that would get up to that mic. But boy, they proposed things that got people buzzing and talking and asking more questions, and it was a little bit clearer. And as far as the language of warrants goes, I think that there's been a history in this town government whereby what happens is that phraseology or loopholes, are used rather than, what's the intent of the particular discussion. So what I heard at that select board meeting last was that, well, actually, what the town voted down was the bonding, the funding. They didn't really vote down the building, and you're all absolutely right. That's because nobody has asked them if they want a building. And what we've been told is that, they've wanted a building for a decade or more. That may be true, but wanting and what the community wants are two different things. So the employees may want the building. The truck drivers may want the building. Some of the people in town may want the building. We don't know that. We haven't asked them. So I applaud you what you're trying to do here, as far as, and I think you already started it. Personally, I think that just by your actions, that what I considered before the noise started about the Public Works garage was that this will be like a lot of the other things. It's just going to go on a referendum and it's going to be voted in, and that's that. And I believe that it changed. It changed with, I believe, this board setting a precedent of saying we do not recommend. And when your discussion before and in the ordinance about recommendation, and then of course it goes to the select board for a decision as to whether it makes it on the warrant or not, there is a function here that you were involved with, which is the select board recommends, and the Budget Finance Committee does not recommend. So there is actually a mechanism now that exists. I'm not saying that it shouldn't be that but this body can't put together a recommendation for a warrant article and submit it to the select board. But I think we can do that as private citizens as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm not familiar with, has the town of Raymond held public hearings in the past on certain topics? I don't know what
Well, that's another good question. I mean, if you're going to do something by secret ballot, and I think normally you would hold a public hearing, which would be an opportunity to have a back and forth with the community over the details. You'd have a public presentation, something of this magnitude, an $8.1 million facility. You would hold a public hearing and have the engineers and other consultants, the town staff, members of the governing body, if they had information that they thought was helpful and wanted to share. You'd have that presentation, and then the public would have an opportunity to ask questions, and then you'd go to a secret ballot.
And you could do that as a hybrid. You could have a afternoon meeting in which all of the articles were discussed, everybody had a chance to have their say. At the end of the meeting, they opened the polls, and they would run the polls from the end of that meeting until 8 o'clock at night. And then they'd open them again the next morning and run them all day the next day, so that they could get a lot of people out to vote, but they'd be much more informed about what they were voting on, because those people who wouldn't come or couldn't come to the meeting could watch it.
It would have to be a special town meeting, though, rather than an annual town meeting.
Right, it would have to be, but it could be a whole new process that we could set up to do this.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be a whole new process, but it could be done. People could be informed. The people who were there get a chance to vote before they went home. The people who were watching the meeting from home would have a chance to come the next day and vote also, with a lot more information.
Yes. Do you recall if Raymond has ever had a public hearing before?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, they have?
Yeah,
Like,
we've had
what were
public
the
hearings.
topics about?
Public safety, too.
Okay, he says public safety too. That was 20 odd years ago. We don't, interestingly, spoiler alert here, we don't have a lot of major capital projects at this magnitude. In fact, nothing close to this magnitude for the town. And so the last big projects we had were in the early 2000s. And so he's saying, and I believe him because it's standard operating procedure, there were 2 public hearings for that, and that was a 1.2 million. And of course, adjusted for inflation, that's a big project even today. But that's how you do it. That's how you get the information out. And that, for whatever reason, wasn't done. And that may be something we need to look at the law and see. I almost think that that's a requirement. Would you think, Peter?
Yeah, we've had many public.
Right, for land use, for other.
Sure, whether it's cell towers or pipelines, and things that the community was galvanized about, and then there were proposals made, but there had to be a public hearing.
And that's the opportunity. If you're not going to have an open oral town meeting, that's the opportunity for the public to be heard and to have that back and forth discourse over a particular initiative. And there's no vote, but there's a lot of information, and a lot of people can share their opinions about something.
Sure. Yeah, I've heard there's a lot of argument the last year or so about the fact that, well, this information is out there, nobody comes to the public hearings, as an explanation as to why there isn't a lot of credence and that a small group, an organized group, can hijack.
I was watching that last meeting, and there was an example of that with the TIF. You were talking about the change in the TIF, which I guess had a lot of documentation around it. I have to admit I didn't go read it, but basically, and there probably was nobody here. I guess there was nobody here who wanted to have an opinion one way or the other, but that was a substantial change, and it was just, the documentation was so long that the moderator, felt they didn't need to read it, and that anybody who would have been interested would have already read it, which may be a logical thing to say, but I think that if you had an opportunity to provide just a brief synopsis, and I think the chair did try to do that, of the Board of Selectmen, so that people could understand it as to what was actually happening.
Are you talking about broadband? When it was
the broadband thing.
It was commented that this is too long, I'm not going to read it?
Right. Right, but I think Rolf did try to explain it, though, somewhat.
Little synopsis. I think everybody that was there already knew what it was about. Going back to transparency stuff, everybody that was there was going to vote yes on it. So if you, again, didn't understand it or didn't want it, didn't seem like there was, of course there was opportunity for you to come out and say something. But the people who believe in it are going to come out, And the people who aren't sure are not going to come out. They're not going to ask questions. So, I mean, and then just the throwaway statement, basically, of this is too long. Everybody that was there was going to vote yes on it.
We'd already had one meeting.
Yeah.
The one didn't count.
Well, I think the way, by the way, to get, this is interesting, it's kind of a chicken egg thing, but I think the way to get public participation and involvement and, debate and discussion about these major communications initiatives is to promote communications and to give people an opportunity. And when you have more communications about things, evidence enough is this last run for, the Board of Selectmen. I think there was a lot of information out there for people on both sides to be able to look at and make an evaluation as to how they felt about some of the issues. And so that's the purpose of having these meetings.
Exactly.
And having these discussions and explanations. I think you're absolutely right. If in the absence of any information, you're going to see the proponents, and people aren't going to understand it, and it's probably going to pass.
Yeah, I guess just Peter Lever, Two Lever Road. What I'd tell you is that as far as the TIF issue is concerned, just as an explanation underlying this, is that it was voted on twice. It had to be voted a second time because it didn't meet the 10-day rule for notice. For any public meeting. It has to be in a periodical, radio, and all that good stuff. That's the main open meeting laws. So you've got to post notice, and it wasn't done in time for whatever reason. Either the newspaper didn't get it, or they made the error, we made the error. Whatever happened is it wasn't posted. So they had to go back and dot their I and cross their T. I was at the first meeting. I voted for it. Basically, what it was saying is that the TIF district. The language when we first got that TIF district established said you could use TIF money within the TIF in order to develop broadband. What the select board hit upon was, can we use TIF money for broadband throughout the municipality? And what the lawyers said, I believe, was, well, you're going to have a hearing and a special town meeting where you vote in order for the voters to approve the change in that language to include the TIF money can be used for broadband throughout Raymond. So that's what it basically was. So, but the explanation was basically that there's reams and reams and explanations about TIFs in the state of Maine. And I think unless you really are an attorney, it'd be hard to understand all of it. But that's what it kind of boiled down to me. But so it was like, well, sure, why don't we do that? Because I'm a proponent of the broadband, I wanted to see an improvement. What isn't made clear, despite the best efforts, I think, of some of the people in town, is the fact that it kept getting. I talked to people at the polls this month that were absolutely saying, so we're going to get this broadband, and then I'm going to be able to change my Time Warner contract. Well, no, because really this was proposed just for the municipality. There's a potential of expanding it down the road. But once again, how much of that information gets out there? How informed is the voter? And so I agree wholeheartedly. More public hearings, even not more public hearings, but better attended public hearings or better attended meetings. And the way to start, and I think has been discussed, at least in some quarters, is that if you want people to come to town meeting again, provide daycare. Have people bring some snacks. Make it at a time that is friendly for all demographics. Don't have your select board meetings at 5:30. Don't have public hearings at 8:30.
Yeah. Another thing that occurs to me is we've got the Roadrunner, the insert once a month, and I'm not downing the idea of reminding people of the dog licenses or swim lessons. That's all good stuff. But maybe around election time there could be a block that says here, like the broadband initiative or the public works garage, a synopsis of what we're doing. and use that avenue. Use every communication avenue the town has. We have social media, we have the signboards, we have the website, we have the Roadrunner. So all those vehicles could be used as communication and transparency methods.
The Roadrunner in the paper is nice because you find out a few things. You're absolutely right, Don. But we could have the old Roadrunner again, and it could be an email. I mean, what a better way if you put out a 6 or 8 or 10-page Roadrunner once a month, and it went to everybody who would sign up to get it by email. And then we could have an ongoing discussion throughout the entire community about a lot of the issues that we're looking at through the whole process. People are informed if they get something that they can understand, can read, and can discuss with their neighbors. And it would not cost that much to do an emailed Roadrunner.
That's an excellent idea. The reason the multi-page Roadrunner, and sometimes it ran to 18, 20 pages, you know, the reason that went away was the cost of the publication, but with electronic communications, it's just the staff time.
People don't realize the Roadrunner was put out by the school. The school did the Roadrunner.
Well, in the very beginning, right?
Well, it did it for many years. That was a.
Well, when I came here, it was a collaboration between the town and school.
Yeah, we collaborated, but the school did most of the work for it.
Right.
And it could be done again. I mean, you might have to have somebody at town hall whose job was to put it together.
You have that now. You have a person who puts it together, and the problem that they tell me is that they don't have space enough for everything they want to do. So if it was electronic, space wouldn't be an issue. You got the person, the communications person, Melissa, who can put it together. You have the department heads and other town employees who can write the articles. It could be as brief or as lengthy as you like it to be, and as you say, an email listserv, and off it goes.
And every nonprofit organization in town could be putting information in there for the people. Communication's the name of the game. It has always been. And the thing is, we've lost the ability to communicate with each other. Not all technology is bad.
Back to your point, though. I think it was your point about the recommendation. That was communication. I mean, I agree with you. If that had been a positive recommendation, I thought it was going to pass. I thought it might pass even the way it was because of warrant fatigue. It was just so long, you know.
Okay, Deanna, go with Deanna.
Thank you. And I'm so glad that you mentioned the warrant fatigue, Dawn, because you had mentioned about having some of that information being brief or more extensive if we did the Roadrunner. I think that for some of these articles, if we did brief synopses and do it like throughout a few months, people are going to be more receptive to that than seeing 15 pages of warrant article versus if we broke it down to a couple each time, because then that gets them more information, they can absorb it and then move on to the next ones or ask questions.
Absolutely.
I got something to say. So there's one committee in this town that's better at polling people, better at getting emails and engaging the townspeople, and that's a comprehensive plan. Since that committee has only got a few more months, essentially, if that could morph into what we're talking about as far as keeping people engaged, that's the way to do it, because we've already collected. Peter, how many emails do we have? Do you know?
I think we got over a couple hundred.
Couple hundred emails is what we have. So there's not a cheaper way, and there's not a more efficient way than emailing the people that we have. And I know we could get more too, but if the comprehensive plan has shown us anything, is that the people are eager to get engaged, to engage with us, to come to our meetings, to give their opinions.
I don't think we missed more than 5% of the people that voted, Peter, when we did the last poll.
This election, yeah. I'm not sure what the official numbers were, but I've heard that there were 800 and we or so, and we collected something in the vicinity of 450 voters' opinions on what to do with Jordan Small.
There were 450 in just that one. Yeah, I think not many people walked by.
No, Frank got every one. Dan, did you have your hand raised one more time? Did you have one more question?
No, I was saying, nice job. I think that's a great plan. So I was doing a thumbs up. No, I think it's an awesome way to do it because, like you said, the comprehensive plan has done such an amazing job in being so involved with the public and getting the public involved as well. It made it, like I said, during the election time, you guys made it fun. So many people wanted to be part of that, and it was a great way to get their input. So I definitely think being able to pair up with you folks would be something that would be great for us.
Awesome. These committees should be working hand in hand. I mean, I started realizing this more from the past year and having the benefit of being on a comprehensive plan as well, is that our committee should be working together. And I definitely felt, and I know a lot of people feel, that there was a committee that was doing their own thing. And maybe in the past, previous budget finance committees didn't want the responsibility, but we've got a big enough group here that wants the responsibility. And, I mean, and my wife is 20 weeks pregnant now, so I could be doing other things. But this is what I want to, this is what I want to be doing for the town. I owe it to the town that I live in to make sure that the town for my child is up to date with the town I'm living in now. I know Maine's an aging population, but still, we want to attract families, and this is another thing we talk about in comprehensive plans. How do we attract younger families? And housing is always going to be housing. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do with the current cost of everything, but how are we attracting more people, more families into this town instead of just having an aging population?
I can tell you one of the big messages that came out of this last poll, and I would have no doubt in saying this, the number one word that I'm hearing from the community about what they want in Raymond is that word. They want community.
I think we have a great opportunity now that people seem to want to get involved again, to get together another organization that can do another celebration in town. We need to bring back the Founders Day type program, all of those, something that once a year gets everybody involved in doing something in town. There's nothing like working together to get to know people.
That's true. That is true.
Lots of opportunity.
Absolutely.
Lots of opportunity. Okay. This has been some really good discussion. Some really good stuff.
Cliff, anything to say? Welcome aboard.
Thank you. The only thing is, I think it's important that we get back to the town meetings because the electronics help get the word out, but there's nothing like face-to-face.
That's true.
I guess we'll leave it at that.
Absolutely true, Cliff.
Okay. Are we ready to move on from the ordinance for the Budget Finance Committee? Okay, the other piece that I had brought is the Town of Raymond Code of Ethics for appointed and elected municipal officials, because these go hand in hand, and it's what we have all signed up to do. I don't think I want to read through the policy, but I just wanted to bring it as a handout for everyone to.
I wouldn't mind reading through it.
Oh, you'd like?
Just because if this is recorded, I want the town people to know our code of ethics for who they.
Would you like to read it?
Yeah, I did my best. Town of Raymond Code of Ethics for appointed and elected municipal officials. As a member of my board, committee, or commission, hereinafter referred to as board, I will strive to be an advocate for the overall well-being of the town of Raymond, and to that end, I will have integrity in all matters. I will attend scheduled board meetings or notify the staff of my inability to attend. I will come to board meetings informed concerning the issues under consideration. I will make policy decisions based on the available facts and appropriate public input. I will make formal decisions based on any and all applicable local, state, and federal regulations and ordinances. I will encourage individual board member expression of opinion and establish an open two-way communication process with all segments of the community. I will communicate in accordance with board policies, public reaction, and opinion regarding board policies, actions, and programs to the full board administration. I will bring out desired changes through legal and ethical procedures, upholding and enforcing all law, state regulations, and court orders pertaining to the board. I will refrain from using the board position for my personal and partisan gain and avoid any conflict of interest or the appearance. I will respect the confidentiality of privileged information learned by any executive session. I will make no decision on behalf of the board unless expressly authorized by the board. I will not attend any board meetings pertaining to business of the board without express permission of the board. I will be informed about current issues through individual study and participation in appropriate programs, such as those sponsored by my state association. I will always remember that the foremost concern of the board is to improve and enhance the quality of life for the residents and visitors of the town of Raymond. I will abide by 38 MRSA subsection 2605, conflicts of interest law. Therefore, I always strive to demonstrate appropriate behavior, conduct as a board member.
Thank you, Sean, for reading that. Okay. So, are we ready to move on to public comment? Or do you?
I'm ready.
Okay. Is there any public comment?
Peter, you must have some more comment.
I can fill you in a little bit on the poll.
Ooh, we're getting this information first before anybody else?
Well, I was asked by a select board member in an email, why I guess I didn't share some of the comprehensive plan data with the select board. And I did share it with the Budget Finance Committee, so they were a little jealous that you had gotten something that they didn't get to see. My simple answer to the select person was that you know why the Budget Finance Committee got that data? They asked for it. So that's why they got it. And nobody has reached out to ask our committee, the Comprehensive Plan Committee, about any of this stuff. And I did express my frustration in the fact that at the last select board meeting in that I've been asking since February of this year to have a combined meeting. It doesn't have to be with all the members. It could maybe just be the chairs and whatever. The code enforcement officer, the planning board, the select board, and the comprehensive plan, so that we could all sit down and at least see what's the preliminary data that we've collected and where is it showing it's going, because it's that data that's going to end up formulating the plan that we're going to submit in January of next year. So it's not that far away. I started asking for that meeting in February. It got put off and put off and put off. The last I was told was that it would take place in June. And it's June 25th. And I have not heard anything from the selectmen about scheduling that type of a meeting. When we're talking about, and I think it was Sean that mentioned, all these committees got to start talking to each other. Well, since we're sharing, and Frank as well, the experience of a comprehensive plan, and certainly Don knows this because of his years in managing a municipality, you have to be in the know everywhere. And people have to be talking. And that's what makes a comprehensive plan a comprehensive plan. So I realized early on in this process, well, I gotta be talking to the Budget Finance Committee. Capital improvement plan. Well, that's about the only function I hear in the budget for this town that has the word plan in it and is more than just the end of the fiscal year. So that's kind of more comprehensive. That's an opportunity. So that was a reason to get involved with this committee. planning board ordinances, absolutely. If we're talking about housing and we're talking about accessory dwelling units, and especially if we're talking about LD 2003, which I guess I beat my gums to death on about that, but July 1st is just around the corner. We'll see. It behooved me to do that. As part of the comprehensive plan, what we did is not allow the consultants to do the department head interviews like they had done in 2004. What we did is we interviewed those department heads ourselves. Amazing amount of information that came out of that. So I guess really the only major group that the comprehensive plan has not been involved with is the selectmen. And I hate to be sounding like I'm anti-select board, because I'm not. But what I need to see is more of an involvement at that level, and for them to take the leadership responsibility of coordinating all these other committees, so that we're all on the same page and we're all working towards the same ends. Anyway, I said the rough blush was about 800. That's based on the only knowledge I have is because I haven't seen any hard data. It may be out there, but I haven't seen it. That my wife ran for a position and she got 600 votes. So there were at least 600 people that went through there. And I believe she was told she got 600 of the 800 that were cast. So as that is a rough guesstimate, you know, I figured I was there for most of the day. I know Frank and Sean were there at the elections as well. But I think I put in about 7 hours there. So I got a pretty good sense of what was, well, you know, how many people were coming through there. And although Kayla hasn't quite finished doing her count, and I certainly understand that, that's a lot of little puffy balls to count. The top three, what we did is we had 5 choices to what would be your 3 most high priority uses for Jordan Small when it comes back to the town. And we gave them 5 to choose 3. And then we also had a 6th category, which was other, where it wasn't a puffball, but you could just fill out a slip and drop it in a jar. The top 2 were, number 1, community senior citizen centers. That got the most votes for what to do with Jordan Small. The second one was town offices. So that just gives a first blush. I would think that that's important information for you guys looking at capital improvement down the road in the planning, a 5-year plan, because that facility coming back to the town will happen within the 5-year CIP. The others were library, recreation, and daycare. And I would tell you a very frequent comment I got from the voters that were taking the poll was, well, this is a big building. There's room to do all of that. And, you know, I would insert my caveat every once in a while and say, well, yes, but there's a price tag associated with all of these. There's going to be renovations. You know, school classrooms don't necessarily convert into office space very easily. And some of the things are kind of a given. What I would tell individuals is say, well, what do you mean by recreation? Well, I said, well, we're standing in a beautiful gym. You know, it would be hard to believe that we would take that space and reconfigure it into something other than recreation. It wouldn't make much sense. Similarly, there's already a library that exists there. So some of those things are almost a given. But my bottom line, my answer to those individuals is yes. There is enough room to do all of those things. And maybe even more in this facility. You know, once you have architectural drawings and a plan and a committee and all that other good stuff to figure it out. But the issue is that it's really the appetite of the taxpayer. And it was suggested at one of our meetings when we were discussing this at the Comprehensive Plan Committee that the town manager basically said the same thing. It's really going to be the appetite of the taxpayer as to how much we do. And she suggested that it would quite possibly go forward in stages. In other words, rather than trying to do everything all at once, that we would do, the highest priority of the easiest conversion first, that sort of a thing. But once again, that's all involved with the planning and what the appetite of the taxpayer is. It will not surprise you that under the highest write-in for the use of Jordan Small School was school. And given the vote in the town regarding keeping Jordan Small active as a school was significant, that really didn't surprise us. What I will tell you is that I don't know exactly how that would happen, but I'm not saying it wouldn't happen. So it is interesting that if nothing else, it validates the poll. People had an opportunity to say things, even if it might not be one of the most common things that's on people's lips. If they just feel like we really should have kept Jordan Small as a school, they had the ability to do it.
I know this wasn't what they meant. They were talking about keeping the kids here, but was there a question, and I probably should know this, but I don't remember it, about adult education, adult enrichment, adult education?
Yeah, I think, Don, we've talked about all those things in committee, and it's interesting that it really comes down to these being very broad categories, but certainly there'd be time to drill down to that. But yeah, when they say town offices and recreation, does it also mean that the recreation director gets office space there? Well, it would seem to make sense that would happen. But once again, it all depends on what the taxpayers get an appetite for. I would tell you that from my perspective, this is an incredibly rare opportunity the new municipality gets, and that the Budget Finance Committee and the Select Board are going to be instrumental in seeing this through. And the last thing I'll say, because I've said this before, is the work of the Comprehensive Plan Committee is done in January, and then in June it goes to the voters. Given the fact that we've got top-notch consultants, I'm sure we're going to get a plan that's going to be acceptable to the state. And I believe we've done our job as far as polling the community, so that the community is going to vote this thing in because it's going to reflect what the majority of voters want. So I'm confident with that. My concern is that the real work of the comprehensive plan begins when the Comprehensive Plan Committee ends, because then the implementation committee comes into play. And the implementation committee is really key to this stuff getting done. And if it doesn't matter, my understanding, it doesn't matter how strong your comprehensive plan committee is, if you do not have an energized, interested, and empowered implementation committee, then it's all for naught, because it won't be implemented. And so I'm hopeful that this committee and all the committees in the town will work closely with the implementation committee for the comprehensive plan once it's voted in. And I think that the best that we can do as a committee is to set up the policies and clearly define what our data gathering has shown to the implementation plan committee, because it'll make their job less onerous, because they'll be armed with that information.
Peter, you and Kayla are planning on having a public hearing, correct?
Yeah, exactly. I'm hopeful that we get together before January with the Select Board and the Planning Board and Code Enforcement. I'm hopeful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We really need to get out of this space to have appropriate meetings and stuff. And the town is saying that, looking for a bigger town office. We could have something special there to bring people in, have a bigger broadcast studio, and just engage the public better than we can in this small building.
That's a great idea, to have all of these committees together in one room and talk with a comprehensive plan committee. Get all that input at the same time. That's a great idea.
Great meeting. I think.
Yes, I think so too.
Yeah.
We covered a lot of ground. Any Budget Finance Committee comments? From our Zoom customers to people in the room?
Good
Everybody's
meeting.
all set?
I said what I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. Thank you all for being here tonight, and we are adjourned.
Welcome to the June 28th emergency meeting of the Select Board.
I make a motion to go into executive session regarding consultation between the Select Board and their attorney pertaining to legal rights and duties of the Select Board pursuant to MRSA 1, Section 405, 6E.
Second. Moved and seconded. All in favor? Opposed? We're in executive session.
A motion to come out of executive session?
So made. So moved.
Second. All those in favor? Opposed?
Motion to adjourn?
Second. All those in favor?
He never seconds.
We are adjourned. Welcome to the July 9th Select Board meeting. All members are present, so we have a quorum. First order of business is approval of the minutes, May 6th minutes.
Motion to approve?
A second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Motion to approve June 20th meetings, minutes?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor?
Motion to approve June 28th minutes.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried. Next item of business is consideration of renewing liquor license for the Fisherman's Catch.
And I sent out a copy of the fire inspection. It was completely passed today. And this is simply a renewal.
Okay, so I have a question. When I was printing the paperwork out for this, one of the things for the outside, this is a diagram for extension of privileges area. And this is the following restrictions apply to outdoor extensions of privileges. And there's 3 different things that would have to go with the tent outside. I didn't know what this word was, so I looked it up. There must be a stanchion?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and I looked up what that rope thing was. Or a fence completely enclosing the area. Signs must be posted stating no alcohol beyond this point, and there must be sufficient employees at the extension area of premises who would be able to control and monitor the area. So, is he doing that? I don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. Because I think that's one of the conditions. That's why I was going to ask Chris. I don't know, Wayne, do you know anything about that?
Well,
You're
we can't
muted,
hear you,
Wayne.
Can't hear you.
Wayne, you're muted.
Sorry about that. The volume's really low. I'm having a hard time hearing your questions.
Okay. So for the extension on their tenant area where they're sitting, as part of the application on here, it just says that there's 3 restrictions that apply to outdoor extension of privileges. Pretty much where they have to have a stanchion, that fencing, or a fence completely enclosing the area. Signs must be posted stating no alcohol beyond this point, and there must be sufficient employees at the extension area of premises who would be able to control and monitor the area. I don't know if that's yours or if that's code.
That would be code for those 3.
That's actually state. That's for the liquor license.
Okay.
Themselves, they deal with that piece.
So this is part of state?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
part of state.
All right.
That's part of the state license.
Thank you. All right, so I don't have any more, and you said that, yeah, that the thing passed.
Can I Can I just make a point? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. And now that I'm looking more closely, because you just said that, just did make that point about the page with the diagram.
Yep.
It looks to me like that page with the diagram, including the tent and the outdoor space, is from a previous application. That's not the typical page that goes with a renewal application. So this tent area has been approved in the past.
Yes.
with those restrictions. And then it looks like they just used this page from a previous diagram when that happened for this renewal application.
Showing pretty much everything that's used and where it's at.
Correct. So that page that this diagram is drawn on doesn't usually go with a renewal application.
Okay, so this one actually just goes with the liquor one.
So this page would normally go with a separate first time when they literally applied the first time for the extension of the tent area. I know a lot of restaurants did that through COVID. So that's a separate application, but it looks like they've just used the old diagram because it still applies on that page and put it in with this current application for a renewal.
So who then checks then, I guess, on the no alcohol beyond this point and stuff like that? And those 3 restrictions?
My understanding is the state.
Like she just said too,
Yeah,
okay.
the state really follows through on
So we
that.
can't, yeah, it's not us, okay. All right, so since it's not us on that one, if nobody else has anything, I make a motion to accept the renewing of the liquor license for Fisherman's Catch.
Second that.
Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried.
Thanks, guys.
Okay. Next item is consideration of the August 13 public hearing, special town meeting warrant. Before we do that, wanted to bring up one thing. We're having issues, not issues, but we're having problems with getting videographers here at the 5:30 time. So what I want to discuss is changing the meeting times to 6 o'clock instead of 5:30, because that'll allow the videographers to get here. Anyone have a issue with that?
Nope.
Okay, so the warrant that was in your e-packet says 5:30, but the one that we'll sign will say 6 o'clock instead.
Would it be that out of line to go back to what it used to be at 6:30? Or is this?
Actually, it was 7 before.
No, it was 6:30.
It was 6:30.
Yeah, it was
Oh, we
6:30.
used to do 7.
Yeah.
And then we backed it down.
I mean, it's, you know, the reason that we kind of pulled it back a little was to try and get people home earlier from the meeting. I mean, you know, sometimes what it would mean, you know, especially when, you know, when we're looking at like this next meeting, where we're going to have the public hearing plus that, you know, things like that, those can tend to go a little bit longer. You know, I mean, it's always something we can discuss and see, but, you know, but
We're moving in the right direction. I like 6.
my stomach starts grumbling though. Yeah. Yeah. Peter.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, could it just be possible in a consideration down the road that all standing committees and boards in the town have the same start time and maybe the same limitation on how long the meetings go? I do know that each committee and board has different requirements, and certainly the town wants to try and accommodate the volunteers. However, for the sake of the public and consistency, you might want to consider down the road having one consistent time. Thanks.
I don't know if we can do that because other board members are different for their boards. And so what happens is we are 5 that do for us, and the planning board
We
does
are
their
5.
own thing, so yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure what time the planning board starts theirs.
7.
Do you remember? 7? Yeah. You know, and sometimes there was reasoning behind that that sometimes dealt with one of the members of the committee who couldn't get there till a certain time, so that kind of drove what time they started things. But as I say, with I know this next meeting we've got there's going to be a lot of things on there, so if we go with that 6 o'clock, that allows the videographer to get here, plus some more time for people to get here. So can we have a motion to approve the warrant for the special town meeting?
Motion to, go ahead. Oh, motion to approve the warrant for the special town meeting for the land use ordinance change for commercial solar and residential districts petition.
Second. Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried. Next item on there is the recommendation for that article. So the planning board, as far as I understand, is not going to have a recommendation on it. So select board, we either move to recommend or not recommend.
I guess just a little bit of clarification too. The reason why we did not put this on the agenda before and do a moratorium is because we were advised against it. And I just wanted to put that out there as to, it's not that the select board did not want to put it on there. It's just a matter of we were advised against it.
This isn't a moratorium.
No. But no, we're considering that. Do you know what I mean? That was different from before is what it is, putting the moratorium on the that warrant before. So that's why you guys had to step up and do this step, is what it is. So, all right, so if there's no, so you want a motion on that?
Yep.
A motion to recommend, that the select board recommends the special town meeting warrant article?
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? No. Motion is carried. Next item is consideration of building on a public works garage. We had a meeting the other day with the public works town manager and myself. The decision has been made to withdraw the request for the public works garage at this time.
Do you need a motion on that at all?
No.
Okay. All right.
Next item is set a date for a joint meeting with Planning Board and Comprehensive Plan Committee.
Excuse me, last time.
Planning Board, Comprehensive Plan Committee, and Select Board. So, the next meeting, what we would do would be to schedule that at one of the Select Board meetings. We would have the regular Select Board meeting and then conclude that, go into a workshop for those discussions. So it would be at one of the regular Select Board meetings. And whether we do it at the August meeting or the September meeting, I think is going to be a little bit conditioned on how big that August meeting is going to be. We've got the special town meeting at that. And what other things do we have coming up in August?
Right now, all we have in August is consideration of accepting a gift for the Raymond Village Library.
Oh, okay.
That's good then.
So we could schedule for that night. Would that, do you know if that would work for comp plan committee? That would be. Let me look at the.
August.
That would be
13th.
August 13th.
Mm-hmm.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I'm the co-chair of the Comprehensive Plan Committee. What I would say is a couple of things. First off would be that it may behoove the groups number one, to allow sufficient time for this workshop. I foresee that it would be probably a fairly lengthy one. I did not envision that every member of the Comprehensive Plan Committee would attend, although it wouldn't surprise me if they did. Likewise, I would not expect every member of the Planning Board to attend. Certainly, code enforcement needs to be represented, in my opinion. So it would be Select Board, Comprehensive Plan, Code Enforcement, and Planning Board members that would be involved in the workshop. So that could be a large group. It could be a smaller group, but I believe it would probably be a fairly extensive discussion, because from at least the Comprehensive Plan's perspective, there are a lot of things to update the committees with. And the boards with, and also the fact that these, I would expect that it would be appropriate for a representative from North Star, who are our consultants, be involved. Although they aren't citizens, I believe that they could be allowed to speak in a workshop format. And I have been contacted about other boards or committees also being invited to be in attendance. So my recommendation would be, in order to bring all committees, standing committees and boards on the same page with something as involved as a 5 to 10 year plan for where this town is going, that the Select Board could extend an invitation to all of those standing committees as well. My experience has been, and now I'm not speaking as the co-chair of the comprehensive plan, but just my experience in committee work in general, is that as it's sometimes that someone who works diligently on a committee tends to develop the sense that their committee is the most important one. That's committees and boards alike. My experience has been that if you want a cohesive effort in a municipality, that you try and not encourage that sort of a train of thought. Every committee is important, and therefore every committee deserves to be at least invited to be represented in something as involved as planning for the future of the municipality. So I would ask the board to consider that in extending their invitations. Thank you.
Well, so what you're really saying ultimately is it doesn't make sense to try and tack that on to the Select Board meeting, but to come up with an alternate date and have that as a standalone.
I would think that might be a better approach, to have a workshop in which all of the committees are represented in the town, all of the boards are represented in the town. And I'll give you an example. I was contacted by a member of the Budget Finance Committee who asked about whether they were going to be invited. Now, the simple answer is to say anyone who's a citizen of the town or an interested public member can attend any of these meetings. So whether a formal invitation has to be extended or not, I don't know if that's requisite. But what I would say is that just to pick one issue, if the Budget Finance Committee is talking about developing a capital improvement plan, and the word plan is in there, similar to a comprehensive plan, and if they're talking about decisions of putting aside money for the next 5 years for the town, for improvements in the town, it would seem to me it would make sense that at least their input be asked for. If no one has an interest in doing that, then no one has an interest doing that. However, the beautification committee, in my opinion, is as important as the comprehensive plan. It has something to do with the town, and it says something about us as a town. How we take care of our cemeteries says something about our town. So once again, I just ask that the board would consider that there be adequate time put towards this workshop if, in fact, there's going to be discussions about the future of the town. I can tell you that on the timeline right now, the Comprehensive Plan Committee has received the first draft from North Star of the comprehensive plan. So it's not that we couldn't be sharing information with all of those committees and boards as far as where things are going, as far as the comprehensive plan. In December of this year, what will happen is that the comprehensive plan will start being rolled out to the community, and there will be public hearings and discussions on it. That'll probably take place between December of this year and March of next year, with the idea being that during that period of time, the finalized draft of the comprehensive plan will go to the state for approval. So that just gives you a little idea of the timing. I can tell you from my own perspective, there's a wealth of information to share, and we've accumulated a wealth of information survey-wise by the committee, and it's been well formatted in a presentation type of a format for all of the boards and the committees to look at. So it will be very informative and educational for all involved. So that would be my recommendation, that it be a separate workshop, and that all of the standing committees and boards be invited, along with the public. Thanks.
Rolf, I would not have it in this room either, because you want to make sure that it's big enough for everybody and everybody is not crowded in here. So, and if it's a workshop, we definitely want it filmed, because it is going to be good input and information. Especially since the school is out, we could always use the gym or the cafeteria or something over there. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to turn my back on you on that.
No, you're fine.
And what you want is enough spaces for everybody to be able to sit and get Kevin signed up for it, but be able to also get it filmed.
Yeah, I mean, we have to get that approved by the school, even though it's,
Whether they're doing floors.
whether they're open or not, because, you know.
The only one issue is that it's going to be in August, so probably want to find some place.
Well, it doesn't necessarily have to be, doesn't have to be.
No, I'm
August.
just saying.
Well, I'm just saying we're trying to get it into a school thing, then it kind of does, because if you roll it to September, then they're going to be in school. And I mean, I guess you can do it at night.
Because you do it at night.
Yeah.
Well, except that the last town meeting that Kevin set up, it took 6 hours to set up all the equipment.
And I guess that, you know, it depends on which room you do it in. If you do it in the gym, that takes longer than if you do it in the cafeteria.
We can bring in chairs, we can bring in whatever, but at least it's kind of big enough for everybody, which would be nice.
Let's do this. Sue, can you check and see with the school potential availability dates on there?
Yes.
Then we can, then from there, we can query the people to see, you know, let's get a couple of dates, and then we'll see. Because I can tell you, no matter what we come up with, not everyone's going to be able to make it. So,
and I think it's also
it just never works.
It's also a no-brainer too.
So it's more, which one can you get more of a critical mass at?
But I think I think it's like I said, a no-brainer on having every committee invited, like he said. But yeah, and then this way everybody feels like they have a say at the table.
All right, so
I would just expect that it would be a situation where, at a minimum, we would encourage all of the chairs and co-chairs of the committees to attend, and then basically information can be disseminated to the boards and the committees through the chairs.
Speaking of information, are you thinking that you'll have a rough draft to send out to everyone before the meeting so that it might not be a 3 or 4 hour meeting? I mean, at what stage do you think that?
Sure. I would tell you that with the timeline that I just explained, we just received the first draft from North Star, the Comprehensive Plan Committee, in the last week. It's a rather extensive document. We have no meeting this month, and the idea was that we would get the draft this month to digest it, to be ready to discuss it in August. That being said, I've already scanned through the document, and not to beat a word to death, but it's pretty comprehensive. The only changes I see to it will be changes that come from the public's input and committee input. So I would tell you that North Star has been pretty clear about disseminating a lot of information in draft form, especially when the public has not yet voted on it, for fear that may be in some way trying to bias the community into coming to a conclusion or supporting a certain portion of the final plan. So what I would tell you is that the idea of this workshop is that certainly we're able to share ideas and thoughts about the general aspects and of the draft plan, and also information that we've already collected.
So like an outline would go to us before the meeting?
I would think that there could be an outline. I would say even more, Dennis, that a lot of the survey information and the like has been published on the website.
Okay, I've seen it.
And that also reviewing the meetings that are all well documented through the DVD process and on our website also provide a majority of that information.
Okay.
So it's just a matter of, how much work do you want to expend into looking at it. But I will tell you that we have been cautioned about taking draft material and sharing it with the public before the vote.
Well, yeah, I mean, draft material is, it's dangerous because the draft all of a sudden disappears from the heading, and then people take that as the final document, that's dangerous because you get competing documents out there. So I don't disagree with what you're saying there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next item, consideration of select board representatives on boards and committees.
And what I've given you is what was decided last year.
I'm fine staying on the beautification if nobody else wants it.
Samuel said on the
I want to stay
veterans.
on the vets, yes.
And recycling, not much we're doing on that right now, so I can stay there.
Wait, do you need a motion
Yeah.
on that? Motion to keep the names the same on the select board representation on boards and committees.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? No? Motion is carried. Public comment.
Hi, Jennifer Danzig, 38 Pulpit Rock Road. So just a quick question, because Rolf, you opened the meeting talking about 5:30 versus 6. So on August 13th, is the
6.
special town meeting at 5:30 or at 6?
6.
Okay, and from what I understand from the last special town meeting where we voted on the TIF or whatever, we have to be here right at 6 to get our pink cards to be able to vote. Is that correct?
We'll be up
The
here
meeting-
about half an hour early.
Yeah, the meeting will start at 6, so you need to be here before 6 to
Right, okay.
get your pink cards.
Okay, so get here at 5:30 for the 6 o'clock meeting, so
No,
even though it
use a
starts
red
at 6,
card.
yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. And then I just had a question for Peter about the workshop, about the comprehensive plan. I know throughout this process, when we've been talking about the ordinances and we've been before the planning board with respect to our issue, we were told it always comes down to the ordinances. It doesn't matter what the comprehensive plan says. But at one point, I thought I remember hearing that like the ordinances that we write in Raymond are supposed to be in alignment and based upon the comprehensive plan. Is that accurate?
That's one of the, it's one of the topics that will be discussed in that meeting is how that would, how they, the planning board would integrate items and things like that. So-
Okay.
But
I just wanted to make sure that I
the rules,
understood
the final rules are the ordinances.
Right, that's correct. Okay. All right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I understood. Thank you.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. Yeah, in response to that question, I think the way I understand it the best is the ordinances that are approved by the town. So it's the town people's ordinances what generally directs the town. That being said, the description I've read on the state website is that an approved comprehensive plan by the state of Maine serves as the underpinnings in law for those ordinances. So in other words, if just a hypothetical, if a comprehensive plan that's in force says that there should be no further commercial development on the 302 corridor that abuts residential areas, and the town then votes to pass an ordinance that allows that's where you run into trouble with the courts, because the court's going to say there's no consistency here. You're not following the comprehensive plan that was also voted in by the citizens of the town. So that's my understanding of it. No legal force other than the fact that it puts the municipality in a precarious legal situation.
That leads to another question. I can't remember if the 05 or 04 plan was voted through, or this will be voted through by the town people. In other words, it usually gets, my impression was it's submitted, amended a few times to work through the process, and then it goes to the town people for a vote. So that becomes accepted by the town and the state.
To the state first. They
Yeah.
approve it or not.
And then back.
If they don't, if the state doesn't approve it, they send it back to the town.
Right.
But once the state has said, yes, you meet all the requirements according to the land use.
I'm sorry.
Peter, we can't hear you.
If the state uses the basically land management guidelines or ordinance, the state law, to determine whether or not all of the requirements for state approval of a comprehensive plan by a municipality are met. So it's the town that the state that's going to first say, yes, we give you the blessing. This is an approved state comprehensive plan. And then it's voted in by the town people. So that's generally the process. In 2004, that's what happened. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, and I think, Dennis, you were on that plan committee, the town actually sent the first version back to the town, and that's because one of the requirements in the land management Maine state land management requirement is that all new construction in municipalities include at least 10% in what meets the affordable housing definition. And as I've been schooled, and I've mentioned once or twice before at other committees and the like, I was schooled in that there's, as far as affordable goes, there's big A and there's little a. So when the planning board says, well, you know, it's kind of an oxymoron. Right now in 2024, there is no such thing as affordable housing. Well, that's probably very true for most people. They can't afford a house. That's small a. Big A is affordable housing that is basically a federal definition that is based on income and what low-interest mortgages and other federal and state assistance can be given to get someone into a home. So not to confuse those two, but anyway, that was an example of the 2004. It got sent back and to the town. It was reworked, and in the 2004 comprehensive plan, there was a commitment that 10% of all new housing in the town of Raymond be affordable, big A, according to federal standards.
That's when the ordinance came out for the apartment.
That's when the planning board basically submitted to the board, the select board, that was put on a warrant. What at that time was called, I guess, in-law apartments,
right,
which is discouraged now. It's not in-law apartments; they're accessory dwelling units.
Accessory dwellings.
Yeah, as of July 1st.
That came down as a state requirement.
Absolutely. Yes. So, but what I will tell you is that I have it on good information that that portion of the 2004 comprehensive plan, we never even came close to it, as far as the 10% of all new construction be big A affordable. So once again, that's a situation where it was in the plan, but we didn't really achieve it. And so, once again, I will absolutely guarantee you that in order for the state to approve this plan, because that requirement in land management by the state has not changed. As a matter of fact, it's even more important now. But what I will tell you is that the object lesson for me in that was this. When I got on this committee, I was bound and determined we're going to get some sort of affordable housing policy, a committee or something in this town to try and at least make an effort to attain that. And over the course of the last 18 or 19 months involved with the plan, you know what? The governor and the Senate basically said, no, we're gonna pass a state law that says accessory dwellings are going to be in every municipality. So you can drag your feet and you can say no, no, no. But when the circumstances are right, what's going to happen is no matter how much you want to make an argument that we're a home rule state and the municipalities have the final say, we don't have the final say. Unless we want to go to Superior Court and spend a lot of money and try and say that we have the final say. So, any other questions on that? No? Thank you.
Other public comment? Don't see anybody raising their hand online. Okay, selectman comment.
Okay, I have some things. Does anybody else have any selectman comment? Because mine, I'm going to ask you to indulge me here on this one. I think that I'd like to have some things, I guess, clarified and just straightened out, I guess. And I also would like to go over the budget finance meeting that was on June 25th. A comment was made about, can the budget finance recommend items to the warrant? And someone else said that he has always heard that the budget items can be decreased but not increased. He feels it is anti-democratic. Town meeting is the governing body, and that is like telling them that they can only reduce, not increase. Rolf, do you want to answer to that? Well, before you answer that, there's also other comments that were made that they would like to draft up warrant language to give up to the to the select board, which they can. And the comment was also made, can't find anything that says that the select board will do the warrants. Why does the select board put recommends when they are the ones doing the warrants? In the past 3 years, they have yet to receive anyone in the public works with a CIP plan. I don't know how that got thrown on there with it, but you want to say something on the warrants, Rolf?
The warrants, the warrants are, the authorization to create the warrants comes under Section 30A from this, under state law. The select board is the governing body to create those. The town meeting is the governing body of the town, so they vote on those warrants. But the warrant articles just don't come down from like Mount Sinai on tablets. They have to be created by somebody, and that somebody is the select board. And that's rights and responsibilities delegated under Section 30A.
Okay. The other comments that were made too is I believe that the budget finance and the select board would like to get together to work on clarifying the ordinances and to see if any changes need to be made. I think it was this is 23, I can't remember when the last one was. Sean, I think you would know. I think you're the one that said the date of the last changes to the budget finance meeting.
Last changes to the budget finance committee was when it lowered it from 9 to 7 members. And that was Marshall was the chair then, so that would have been 8 years ago.
Yeah. Okay, so that is something that they were talking back and forth about as far as sending possibly an email over, or I think Karen was going to send over some information. Karen would like to draft up warrant language to give up to the select board. So I don't know if that changes the warrants language. I don't know if it's,
The Budget Committee does not have the authorization to create warrants. The Select Board does.
Right.
And
Well-
it's just that simple. They make they make a recommendation if there's, if there's a financial issue in there, but they do not create the warrant.
okay, well, and Dennis, you had mentioned, when you're saying right, you're agreeing with Rolf now, because you had mentioned at that meeting, it says you can't find anything that says the select board will do the warrants.
No,
So-
they could do the warrants. What I said is, nothing gets on a warrant without their say-so. They don't have to vote on it, they could just put it on there. That's what I said. And yet they vote on it anyway. But truly, it comes from you. But we recommended, or I tried to recommend a sprinkler system, for example. I said, can we put a warrant on there so that the townspeople could decide on the sprinkler? And it wasn't possible. It couldn't be added. And then went back and it was amended after that. So there was a lot of changes that went on the second year I was on the Budget and Finance Committee.
I don't remember, all right.
So the point is, when we asked for a couple things to happen, it didn't happen. No warrant gets on without the Select Board's approval. That's all I said.
Well, and I think the
Doesn't
sprinkler
take a
system
vote.
that you were talking about too had to go with the Public Works building at the same time is what it is. So I don't know, but I'm not going to talk anymore about the Public Works building because that is now off the table. The other thing too is I'm just bringing stuff over. That was
Wait, I
over.
have a question about the last one.
Mm-hmm.
So are they, on that particular part, since this is here anyway, are you saying, say there is, it's hard because it's pretty hypothetical, I guess, but, or Public Works, whatever. So if you guys, I know it was your idea, but I think how ultimately it would go around would be Budget Finance would come up with an idea, and if they like it good enough to either vote, I don't know really how they're, it's different than this board, but if you voted on it, agreed on something, say you wanted sprinklers in the thing, and everybody up
We all
there,
did.
and then you came up with a motion and voted on it, whatever, would that then get sent? That's kind of like a recommendation you wanted added to the warrant for the select board to look at and then vote on to see if it was added to that? Is that what you guys are
Yeah,
saying?
we pretty much were unanimous that we wanted to sprinkle the building. We all talked about it, and we expressed it, and yet it couldn't get on there. So at the very end, when the warrant was being written, I said, can we just add a warrant saying that the public will decide whether they want to sprinkle the $6 million building or the $8 million building, whatever way you want to say it, the narrative. And it didn't happen because the select board didn't want it on there. And it won't happen without the select board wanting it on there.
Right.
No matter what we recommend.
Right.
Could be unanimous, and we could be say we wanted to put anything on.
What I'm saying is that, well, if we can come up with maybe a more formal thing, because I didn't get like as a select board member during this whole process, I didn't get asked to vote on that particular part to add that to a warrant or something like that. It's more like you guys discussed it and it was all unanimous, but for us, it's easier if there's like, I would say, a formal vote or something that is getting then passed on to us, and then we could say whether we want it on or not.
I like that.
Because it's a little bit harder, because if
That's
not,
a good start.
if not, I don't know what you guys are talking, who agrees to what and whatnot, and then it gets sent.
Well, Sean, please
'Cause
wait.
it sounds like we are.
Probably go up there.
Oh, sorry. Okay. No, because I got, sorry. All right, is that on that same issue? Because there was a bunch of stuff that was
That
said,
one
so-
sounds like we just fell off into thin air, but I think it's because it needs to be something more formal than, there's a lot of things flying around, and we can't, I don't know which ones we're grabbing at unless that's why it's set up in a more formal format. I don't know the actual process on that if we can or not, but I don't see why we wouldn't be able to if they had a recommendation of something that needed to be
Right.
changed or reworded or redone. Vote on it, see if it's legal or not anyway, and then it gets to us, and then we would either vote on it and see if we were going to add it to the warrant, because in the end it's our warrant. So
Yeah. As I say, they cannot create a warrant.
right,
That's just right out.
right.
The whole purpose of having the joint meetings that we had was to get inputs so that when the final when the final warrants were written, it had inputs from both boards. There were changes that were made to some of the amounts and things like that. Some of the that came out as an outgrowth of those joint meetings.
Meetings, yep.
So to say that there was nothing they weren't listened to is absolutely totally ludicrous and false, and couldn't be any more false unless you stood on your head and spit in a
Could you point them
thing.
out so that the public knows what you're talking about? Which ones you took for our suggestions?
Oh, That's on here. So I want to bring that up because you did mention at your meeting. No, you brought it up at a meeting, and you brought it up in a newspaper article. You also brought it up at a meeting that we did not listen to anything that you had said as far as recommendations go. And the only recommendations that you guys made was regarding the public garage. And one of the things about the public garage is we told you that this was being done, and it was definitely not on the timing aspect of it. But as far as everything else, one of the things that you guys were doing, as far as any other warrant article, you didn't have any changes. In fact, you guys were going through your meeting and looking for changes and cuts, so where you could possibly think that we might make a cut on something. And I remember watching the meeting, and we didn't make any changes. So the only changes that you guys say that we did not listen to was regarding the garage. That is it. So to say that we did not listen to any of your recommendations is also false.
Well, I just asked for a couple suggestions you took.
We took all the other warrants.
Yeah, there was changes in amounts, there was changes, if you go back and review the tapes, you'll see that there were.
I have.
I'm gonna give you that.
We discussed monetary items, and there were some things we raised, some things we lowered. We moved some things around. Some of the, if you look at the original budget package versus the final budget package, there were a lot of changes in things in there, and those were an outgrowth of those joint meetings. So just, as I say, to say that they weren't listened to, somebody either had their fingers in their ears or I don't know what, but it's absolutely false.
I just asked for a couple of details.
I don't have those off the top
I
of my
guess
head
I would ask you that. What did we listen to?
I have to go back and look through the books and see where we changed amounts.
When the warrants came back, and both bonds for the pickleball courts and Tasseltop were combined with public safety, public works building. We asked to separate them, and then we were told that you can't separate them because they've already been written up. That's 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yeah, I'm just giving you an example.
That was 2 years ago.
I'm going to give you an example. It went back, and then, again, there was not even a vote for that particular 3.5, but when it came back out, it was changed to $150,000. The select board did that from the 3.5 million.
But that's what we did as a final select board.
Again, we didn't have input except for the final vote. So I'm giving you an example of where we wanted to split it out and never got split out. And it was just a simple request. So if you need a formal vote each time, at least that's a start. I think that's a good way to do it.
If you had split it out, you would have had 2 bonds.
You can combine them after the vote.
No, not unless you have the wording in there to allow you to combine.
Right.
So, and just because we don't listen to it, we are listening to it. Just because we don't take it doesn't mean we're not listening.
I just gave you an example.
Well, no, I'm just saying. So, all right, and I guess I'd like to go on with all this too.
Well,
go ahead.
Oh, are you going on that one?
Well, I'm staying on all the selectmen comment. If you got something you want to put in as public.
Oh, wait.
This is, to me, important. It really is. Because when I'm sitting and watching this stuff at home and this stuff is not accurate, I do think that this is an idea that Dennis brought up. He says a policy or ordinance needs to be made that anything over $1 million needs to be publicly discussed. Do you remember talking at that? Yep. Says our meeting, well, you do say our meetings are not transparent. And you also said special town meetings early in the morning about money where people can't be there. We don't have those about money early in the morning. Special town meetings. You mentioned on here, you mentioned at that meeting on June 25th that we have special town meetings early in the morning about money where people can't be there.
Well, it's of the annual warrants, the bond, the band, broadband that we were doing for Kevin and the town was at 8:30, 9:30 in the morning, wasn't it? There was one thing early in the morning that we did a quick meeting.
You have to separate two separate items there. We didn't have a special town meeting. We had an emergency meeting to approve the wording so it could go to a special town meeting. A special town meeting was held in the evening. So there's an action that we had to take in order to put out the notice so that you could have the special town meeting. That was done in an emergency session. That was, there was no money discussed there or anything like that. That was just strictly to be able to get the warrant out there so that then it could come into a special town meeting, which was held at night. So there was no money discussed there. We've never had a special town meeting in the morning. The only time we'll have, if we have to have an emergency meeting for one thing or another to get something so that it then can come to.
So that morning it had to be done instead at night because of timetable, I guess?
Yeah, because it was a formality to get the warrant
It was already supposed to be in the paper.
It was
Wasn't that the one
to
that
get the
was supposed to be in
warrant
the paper?
issued to be able to call for that town meeting. So that was the only purpose of that meeting, was to approve that warrant, which then called the special town meeting.
And it was a money issue, though, really?
No.
So it's a
The
statement.
only thing that was
Okay,
discussed
okay.
there was to
All right.
approve the warrant itself. The warrant says, okay, now you're going to call the people to a town meeting. Two separate things. You're confusing that with warrant articles that go in for the budget. We just approved a warrant for the solar thing town meeting. Same thing, but you get into notice times and things like that, and in order to meet some of those, we had to, in cases, do that in order to get the notice out there in time so you could have the special town meeting on the schedule that you wanted it.
All right, so that one had to be done 12 hours earlier, so at 8:30 instead of 6:30 or 5:30 that night. There was a reason for that? I'm just asking. It seemed like a weird time for something that was dealing with something that's going to be on the budget.
No, that wasn't something that was dealing with something on the budget. It was dealing with calling a special town meeting.
To deal with something
So
that's
all
on
it
the
was
budget.
doing was approving the warrant that called the special town meeting. There was no recommendation on there. All it said was, we're going to have a special town meeting. That's all it was. So there was no money, there was no money issues or anything, money that was approved or disapproved or anything like that. All it was saying, yes, we selectmen approve calling this special town meeting. That's all it was. So if people are trying to make it out into something that it's not, well, then that's their misunderstanding.
Well, it's also the public misunderstanding because that all went public.
Yeah.
It did, and that's the reason why I think it's important that we bring these out, is what it is. It's more of an educational type thing, too. So we get...
Can you just explain again what I asked? It couldn't have been done at 6:30 that night. It had to be done at 8:30 that morning?
It was a matter of, in order to get to press and things like that, it had to be done at a certain time. And it met the schedules of the select board to be able to do that as an emergency meeting to get that approved.
Because you have to have it in by a certain time.
Yeah, it was, that
1:30.
particular step is an administrative step in the process. It isn't setting what anything is or making any decisions other than to approve the warrant so it can be posted online, it can be posted in the paper, it's ready to meet the deadlines. With emergency meetings, we try and do it as early as we possibly can so that it gives the public more time to know it's out there and to know that it's coming up and to advertise it. It's for transparency that we do it as quickly as we can for that administrative step.
And the paper that comes out Friday or the Portland Press Herald? Which one, when you talk about the public?
It goes in the Wyndham Eagle.
So, yeah, that's Friday.
And it also gets posted on our website. It goes up on our electronic sign. It goes
For my
on our
education,
Facebook
though, I'm
page.
asking for my education, so I know, is it the New England, is it the Wyndham paper that we're trying to get it in time on that Tuesday
We're
morning?
trying to get it as early to the public as we can, which is
Okay.
putting it on our stuff, is the earliest.
But our official
It's
paper
part of
that we put all our
transparency.
legal things is the Wyndham Eagle.
Right, and so that's what you had to have, the paper had to have that ad in it for Friday. Okay.
On another issue, I know the garage is now off the table, but this needs to be clarified also. Rolf did not say we were going to find another way to do this garage. Rolf is a very ABC type person when something, he says, read what it says, don't read into it, don't add anything, because it changes the meaning to it. So with that being said, there was conversation at your meeting the other night that just talks about the select board kind of going around and doing it a different way to get the garage done. One of the things Dennis did say is that the Budget Finance has the right to put together a committee to put up the garage. Frank said put it on the next meeting as far as the Budget Finance to put together a committee. So I don't know where this board stands with that. As far as budget finance, doing a committee to put the garage together?
Budget committee does not have the authority to do anything other than a subcommittee of itself for an action. They cannot create a committee that has town backing. The only ones that can create and appoint a committee is the select board.
Okay, so
You know, they could,
Just
if they wanted,
clarify
if they
that, so-
wanted to have a subcommittee to study some portion of budget, they could do that, but they cannot create a committee out of whole cloth to do something entirely different, because that's not in their charter.
okay, and
Because, and
You
the
wrote the
reason
charter.
being is, when you appoint when a committee gets appointed, there are legal, you know, there's legal implications that flow back, and if it's not appointed by the select board, then there's no protection.
So how do you interpret that ordinance then, when it says that they will develop and present to the town meeting a CIP plan, 5-year plan that they will research, investigate, and
They will
interview?
develop and present. That presenting is to the,
And
that goes into
investigate.
the budget. So that comes to the select, it comes back to the select board.
Well, I know it won't go onto a warrant until you guys approve it, I understand that, but it says research, investigate, and to...
You do that. You're doing the research from the standpoint of looking at what are the what's in there. 'Cause I can
Any
tell you, the
bond?
original CIP, I helped develop that way back when that first went in. So I know, and you were looking at all, you're looking at all the assets, you were looking at all that, you're looking at retirement schedules on things like that, and then, you're
Grants
throwing
and
things on there. But a CIP is a planning document. It's not a finalized, it's not a purchasing plan.
No, I know
It is,
that.
because it's malleable. You can, things move in, things move out, all of a sudden you don't need this, something that you thought you were going to need, you don't need because something's changed. I mean, you take, if you take to further, suppose the state ever got into, consolidating on public safety, which they keep talking about ad infinitum, but never getting anywhere. Then all of a sudden you take, things that you thought you were going to need in the town, now you may not. It's going to be covered some other way. So it comes, so it moves out of the plan and something else comes in. But I mean, and things happen. Something breaks, so you have to, you move it from here to there because you need it. But I mean, the plan looks at it and says, okay, you've got something that has a 10-year useful life. So your plan says, okay, at year 8. You're still going to start doing something for that, but something can happen and it can slide back. But that is a committee that that is something that the budget committee itself does, as far as pulling that together. And you're taking the old CIPs and you're updating those.
Yeah, I think that's all we're saying. I think that really, if they decided to put a building committee with using the resources that are available, be it a code officer.
But they don't have the authority to create that type of committee.
But they can interview the person. They can ask them questions about the process. We're not talking about going out and hiring people. It says research, interview, and interview. That's what the law says.
But if you're not doing it and you haven't been directed by the select board to do it,
The town voted in that ordinance.
The town's, you can, you can, if you're investigating a budget item, you can ask questions of people like that, but now you're creating a new committee, and that is not allowed. That's entirely different.
I'm glad we're going to have that meeting with a lawyer, because I really believe when I read that ordinance, and it seemed like there was a separation on at least the capital improvement plan, where they would have the authority to interview the people, the department heads.
Absolutely, the department heads.
And Chris is a department head, so you could talk to him about possibilities. You could talk to Nathan about the size of the bays.
Right.
You could have.
my apologies. I
bays
thought
is a
you were
building,
talking about
that's,
outside people coming in to do a committee. That's
No,
what it
you'd have to
sounded
get
like.
approval from the select board or the town
Yeah,
manager.
no, so my apologies on that one. So yeah, so that's what I thought, yeah, department, yeah. Right, and I don't know how you want to do this one, because I know this is mentioned a couple of times. Sean had mentioned at the meeting that getting budget finance input as far as the BUTO money that comes back in, because they have mentioned a couple of times as far as what they would want to do. So maybe the budget finance puts together, I guess, some ideas and sends it over as to what the money could be used for and that type of thing. So I just wanted to make sure that that was just relayed again, that you guys had talked about that again. Another thing that was said, and this is just so not true, before any meeting, before any vote that we have always had a public hearing, a public meeting to ask questions, always. And Karen had said that she's not familiar with the town meetings. Well, to the budget finance, to us, to all the people out there in the land of this TV, if you guys, it's the official document, the videos. So if you go on to raymondmaine.org and you go under Raymond IPTV, and you can pull up every meeting, every agenda back to 2001. And it shows special town meetings that were on there. And it shows what the agendas were. It shows what the minutes were, all of that. So, and one of the comments was made by the ex-town manager that just said that he doesn't remember having a lot of them. And I think it was either Peter or Dennis that both said, yeah, there has been some, there's been several of them. So, and I think, and so to say that we have not is definitely not it. And just another, I guess, heads up as far as when people were putting things out there, information that's out there that's not accurate. One of the comments was as far as that there was a gag order put on all the employees in the town. That did not happen. The ex-town manager was out on FMLA, and a letter went out that said, do not contact him with any kind of business because it is against the law.
And don't accept a call from him?
Exactly.
And
because if it's business, we can't talk to him about it.
And don't call him for anything?
Exactly.
Well, the town employees that I was talking to at the time felt like it was a gag order. They couldn't even check in on the guy.
Then maybe they should have talked to the town manager instead of talking to you about it. And instead of putting
It didn't come to the town manager. It came from Joe Bruno. It came directly from Joe Bruno. I read it. I got a copy of it.
You told Joe Bruno, when you guys were standing outside,
did.
that we put a gag order on it, and he had to explain to you what FMLA was.
I agree.
And what happens is you cannot call an employee because whatever the reason, if it's pregnancy, it's anxiety, it's mental, it's broken leg, whatever, they're out on a leave. So to give them a call from us and then put them under stress or whatever to work, we can be sued. So to not say anything, and it was Joe's job as the chair, working with the interim town manager, because Dawn was still the town manager at the time, and we hadn't even put her in yet. So it was not a gag order, and Joe did not ever tell you it was a gag order.
No, I told him exactly what he probably told you half of it. I said I was in there on a regular basis. I was working with a couple of the people on different things, and everyone there felt like it was a gag order, that they couldn't even check in to see how Don was doing. And when you say and it wasn't the first time. I mean, I'll bring it and read it next meeting and let the people decide. It's a straightforward.
It's not the people's business.
Well,
it's a confidential issue.
It's a confidential document. It's an FMLA protected item. So, so to say that you're going to bring it in an open thing, it means you're not understanding the law either, and you're subjecting yourself to litigation, which I don't think you want to do.
No, I don't.
Okay.
But I'm trying to explain why it was taken that way. That's all I was saying.
That's why they would go and talk to the interim town manager or whatever, say what is that? Instead, I mean, that goes beyond.
It does.
Ludicrous.
I didn't bring it up. Teresa did.
I did, because this is stuff that was put out in the public.
And I was trying to explain to you.
I know, but when you're putting stuff out that's not accurate, that's not okay. It really is not. You didn't even realize the whole FMLA thing. And one more thing I do want to put out, and then I'm going to be done. Peter, I sent you a letter, and you've told a couple committees this. And this is, I guess, my day to call everybody out. I'm just there. I was really nice when I sent you that text message, and your comments are really rude. And I'm going to say it. I wrote, "Good morning, Peter. Happy Father's Day," and this was on June 15th. "You handed out a comp plan report to the Budget Finance Committee. Could the Select Board get a copy of that report too? It sounds like there's a lot of good information in it that would be important to read. You came to, and I said, thank you, Teresa Sadak. You came to our meeting and you said to us, you didn't get it because you didn't ask for it. We're the ones that had put the comp committee together. But to come here and say we didn't ask for it, there is a question mark on here, and I was very nice. And then you went to the Budget Finance meeting on June 25th and said, oh, I think they're a little jealous that Budget Finance got a copy and you didn't. So anybody out in TV land, it is on the internet as far as under the departments. But again, I think you were very rude in that. And I'm just calling people out because I was nice and I asked for a copy because it looked like it was very informative. So I am done.
Hey.
Get your allowance.
Sean McKelvey, we're Maine, Budget Finance and Comprehensive Plan. I'm going to keep this short because this is getting it's a little much. Our committees need to get together. Budget Finance and this committee need to get together, I think, and we need to discuss some things. That's my recommendation, to sit here every night after Budget Finance Committee or Comprehensive or Select Board and have a 30-minute conversation about each other is it's getting a little old, guys. I would like to suggest as not on behalf of Budget Finance Committee, but as a citizen, these two committees need to get together and we need to kind of work through a couple of things. I do feel like year one for me last year was a rubber stamp on Budget Finance Committee. Year two, definitely started getting some more input. But even year two, a lot of my suggestions, when I would bring up a couple of suggestions, it was shot down by a particular member. And the comments were always made, we've already discussed this and we've decided that this is how we're going to handle this. And I think a lot of my frustration on Budget Finance Committee comes from those comments where this has already been decided. So when we're talking about doing things to help the warrants out, I understand there are some things that we just, we can't do, but we can definitely make suggestions. But unfortunately, by the time that the warrants are out, we're voting on them. And we're not allowed to make any recommendation. We're only about to, from June 20th, I remember, Rolf, you said this, petitions cannot be changed. They cannot be recommended or not recommended. So I understand that. We're not changing the language, but if we had some input on some of these things ahead of time, I think that would help out, our overall thoughts on the warrants. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna really say. Just as far as one comment I do want to say, Rolf, you did say, your words were that specifically about it, the garage getting, the garage was that we didn't say no to doing it, we said no to funding it. We're gonna find, and I don't remember exactly where we were, so I'm not gonna re-quote you. That was the words. The intention was different, I feel. The words were the words, but I think the intention wasn't that, hey, we're gonna find a different way to do this. Hearing that from you, I think was important, but I think that the words were, we're going to do it this way. Yeah. But the intention, I think that
the words were, if it was to be done, we would have to fund it some other way because the bonding was turned down. Yeah. That was. I think if you check the tapes, you'll find that's exactly what I said. I didn't say we were going to go around and do it some other way. I said if somehow we were to do that, and the bonding was not issued, it would have to be funded in some other manner. And that's because once you said no to the bond, you said you're not going to bond it. So if for some reason it went forward, then you had to fund it by some other mechanism.
Fair. I think that's what I'm saying is that the way you said it, specifically the words. I'm not going to beat you up over the words. I'm just letting you know that I'm saying I understand what your intention is now, but the way the words were made it sound a certain way. Mm-hmm. As far as getting this garage built, I think we need a subcommittee. I think that when you guys said that, we're taking the building off the table right now, I didn't jump for joy over that. That's not what I want. I don't want to see the building not take place.
Oh, I didn't see you jump for joy. Oh, sorry.
No,
okay.
You didn't say that at all. I'm saying when you said that, I didn't feel good about it. I do want to see a building for Public Works, but I think that the process, we need to start over in the process. If there's a subcommittee that needs to take place, put me on it. But I think that I want to see the building, I want to see it bonded, but I need to tell the public what it's going to cost.
Got it. Welcome to the September 10th Select Board meeting. We'll call the meeting to order. First order of business is approve the minutes of July 9th meeting. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor? Motion is carried. Minutes of the July 23rd meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor? Motion is carried. August 13th meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? No opposed. Motion is carried. August 28th meeting.
Motion to approve.
You want to second it?
Seconded.
Any discussion?
You guys are on a roll.
Yeah.
All those in favor? Motion is carried. Next item is support for the Thomas Pond Improvement Association Dam Repair Project.
Hi, I'm Frank Jaffe, 33 Pulpit Rock Road. I appreciate the time today. We're asking the town of Raymond to support a repair project on the Thomas Pond Dam. Next slide, please. Essentially, the dam is in need of about somewhere between $25,000 and $35,000 worth of repairs. We'll know when we get a final estimate. It hasn't been repaired or worked on for quite a while, and we went out to our membership to raise funds and raised about $14,000 so far, specifically for dam repairs. So we weren't able to raise all of the money that we need. So we're coming to Raymond and to Casco because the dam is on both sides of the town lines, and the pond obviously is in both towns, and asking for $7,500 from each town so that we'll have the money to get the dam repaired this fall. Next slide, please. TPIA was formed specifically to take ownership and control of the dam. The dam itself and its current form was built around 1935. In 1985, the dam was determined by DEP to be abandoned. It took them about 5 years from the time they determined it was abandoned until they actually were successful in taking ownership of the dam and transferring that ownership to TPIA. And as part of that process, we ended up with ownership only of the concrete structure of the dam. So we can't really build a new one, because we got what we got, and that's the only thing we have. In 1992, both Casco and Raymond contributed money for a project to repair the dam. Part of the reason why it was taken by the state was because it was in a bad state of repair. And each of those towns gave about $7,500. Next slide, please. In order for the dam to be repaired. At that time, the total cost of the repair from the contractor was about $19,000. So the towns basically picked up almost the entire tab. We're not asking the towns to do that this time. Next slide, please. After all is said and done, the dam is right now about 90 years old. We've been told that the life expectancy for dams like this should be about 100 years. We need this dam to last a lot longer than that. So we need to take care of it. Last substantial repairs were about 33 years ago, and unsurprisingly, the dam is showing its age and wear and tear. Next slide, please. So what we have here are a couple of example photographs. This is not an attempt to document every possible flaw in the dam. I don't think you guys are that interested in the specifics, but we have several weeping cracks where water is entering the dam, getting behind the concrete, and then coming out further downstream. And that creates a void potential behind the surface of the concrete that can be very difficult to repair. And we discovered on a work party this Saturday that we in fact have a large void on one side of the dam that is going to cost more to repair than we originally thought. Next slide, please. We also have a substantial erosion of one corner of the dam where it's basically about falling off. And as you can see, plenty of rough surfaces where the surface has eroded away. If it's just cosmetic, we don't really care, but we want to make sure that the dam gets repaired so that it lasts a lot more than the 10 years that its life expectancy says. Next slide, please. So basically, just to recap, we're asking the town for $7,500 for repairs. Either now if you happen to have some loose change in your couch, or more likely as an item on next year's warrants. And that would let us, along with additional fundraising that we'll do, have the money to do the repairs no later than next fall, which, the sooner we can get it done, the better. Next slide, please. We think this is a no-brainer for the town to support. It's a capital repair item that's beyond our ability to fundraise on our own. There doesn't seem to be any easy money that we can get anywhere else to pay for this because we're not a high-risk dam. So what we're looking at is getting a professional repair done so that it's done right and done soundly. That'll last us another 30 years. Both towns, Raymond and Casco, rank the quality of water and the lakes as an important part of the reason that people live here. And the water quality directly affects the tax values. We have 192 properties that we believe are in Raymond that have access rights to the pond, and they contribute about $615,000 in taxes last year. So that's what I came to ask for.
So what's the total, I'm sorry, I missed that in the beginning part of it. What's the total that's looking to fix this about?
So we got an estimate for $19,000 for just surface repairs, but in a work party this past weekend, we discovered that there's damage behind the concrete that's going to also have to be repaired. So we think a realistic budget is in the $30,000 to $35,000 range, and we've already raised 14. Any other questions?
Questions?
This was just to do repairs?
Sorry?
Just to do repairs, it won't be, you've had two gates on it, is that correct? Two openings for the flow?
So we have two weeping cracks that are visible and easy to see, one on each side. We don't know how much damage is behind those. There are a number of other cracks as well, but those would probably just be sealed with some kind of caulking.
Yes. Is your question, is it just the cement work?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, is what the extent of the repair is. Are we talking about replacing, there's some sort of gate that regulates the pond, correct?
No, we're not talking about replacing the stop log system at all, just repairs to the concrete.
And will you do it with low water? Will you have to drop it down? Is there a timetable that you're seeing it as?
So we will probably have to interrupt the flow of water over the dam, and we can potentially use a pump and pump water around the dam for that period of time if DEP requires us to maintain a flow. But realistically, we're thinking July, August, September of next year is the kind of ideal window because the flow is already minimal then, and DEP will let us just block the flow entirely for a couple of days. But we have to get permission from DEP, so.
And your estimate is that this will last 30 years or thereabout?
We're hoping it will last longer. But we see what has caused the erosion now and where the erosion is, so we want to make sure, we're doing an RFP to solicit bids, just like anybody would. And in the RFP, we'll look for specific proposed solutions that we believe will provide long-term repair and remediation, such as putting some metal sheeting on spots where the water is hitting the most, easy to replace, keeps it from getting into the dam and penetrating.
So you're, you're targeting the work for actually in mid-year 2025?
Yes. We don't have the money to do it now, and realistically, we don't think we will have the money to do it then if the towns don't step up. But if the towns do step up, then we would get money approved in the town warrants in the June timeframe.
Mr. Chair, correct me if I'm wrong, but if it's for next year's warrants, wouldn't this be, I mean, I appreciate you coming in a year early. That makes it a little bit easier for us, but wouldn't we deal with it during the Budget and Finance Select Board meetings? Or can we actually vote on something like this far in advance?
No, I think what we would do is we would
Vote to keep it.
essentially, I think what he's looking for is are we on board with doing this and then funding it in that next budget?
Yeah.
So, because even if we were to come up with the money now, it's not going to it's not going to move that along to get done until
Well,
next year.
if Casco came up with the money, it might, but realistically, I don't see how that happens. It's not like you guys have a lot of, $7,500
I mean,
change.
I mean, the worst, because we're just into the new budget cycle.
Right.
So, and so, but I guess, the real question would be, conceptually, are we on board with this is something that should be done? Then we get in, the financing of it or the funding of it, then we would pick that up in the subsequent budget cycle.
But
The residents, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The residents in that area, you said that you listed them. Does that mean that they're in danger of damage to their properties?
No. So the dam maintains a water level that's well below the flood level. It's considered a low-risk dam. If the whole dam failed completely and Thomas Pond drained downstream, it's really doubtful that it would even cause any flooding down there because the properties are all about 8 feet above the level of the creek. It would definitely cause erosion problems if that happened, but it's not an imminent danger of any failure, and we want to make sure that it stays that way for the next 30 or more years. Because
I mean, it's a non-generating dam, so you can't. There's
no power generation.
So there's no grants or whatever that you do look at from the energy sector to help.
We've looked around. MEMA has allegedly a grant program, but they restrict it to what they classify as high-risk dams that have approved plans, management and emergency response plans. We're considered a low-risk dam because there's really no risk to downstream properties.
If he's looking to do it, they're looking to do it June, July, August. Our budget season doesn't start until July 1st. I mean, so I can see putting it in, but if they need it in June, then we're gonna.
Well, if they had, it depends on how they contract with the contractors. But I mean, they've got Sorry. Meeting's over. No. So I mean, if I guess it depends on. I mean, essentially, you're gonna see where the recommendations are anyway going into there, and then the final votes wouldn't be until the town meeting, which would be June. The actual fiscal year wouldn't start till July, so the money wouldn't be available till.
Yeah, but I don't see that as a problem. We have, if a contractor requires 50% down payment, we've already got pretty close to that, and we're going to continue to try to raise funds from our membership. And so the fact that cash might not be available until July 1st shouldn't be a problem. And it's just a little less disruptive to do it when water flow is naturally lower. But being very concerned about the environment being less disruptive seems like a good thing.
Yeah.
And plus it makes it easier.
I'm all for it.
Is it mine?
Keep our waterways and everything else, don't let them get worse, yeah.
Actually, I like the idea of government working with a local community in a partnership when it comes to something like this financially.
I mean, we did it when the repairs were done back years ago, so. I mean,
Yes. And in fact, we're asking for the same amount of money you gave then. No inflation.
Wow, it's the only thing. Yeah.
It's the only thing,
Yeah.
right? 33 years.
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh. Do
You
we?
say this is non-recurring, though.
Well,
but I mean, the only thing.
It's not an annual recurring expense. We have plenty of those too in maintaining the dam and the amount of effort that takes, but that's all done on a largely a volunteer basis.
What I would say is, you've got the time now to get, reasonable quotes and things like that. So when you'll end up doing, kind of a similar presentation when we go through the, when we set the budget and whatnot. But, at that point, then you'll have a hard, fast number too. So we, because what you don't want to do is say, okay, it's going to be, 7,500, and then I'll find out it should have been 8,500. Because trying to change after the fact is a little bit harder than if we know where, if you've got hard figures there, where you're on the fundraising. So,
yeah,
that way we can work with a strong number.
So if you guys are supportive, and it seems that you are, and we thank you very much for that, then it seems to me like the logical next step would be for there to be a point person that we can work with to draft whatever language is needed, and then to get the final numbers too when we have them.
On that, work with the town manager.
Mm-hmm.
Because we can get it in.
Sounds good to me.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the budget, we'd need the numbers January, February timeframe.
Okay.
To have something a little more fleshed out now that you've found other pockets.
Yeah, and the one thing we all know about these kinds of repairs, right, is that when you discover a problem, it's never smaller than you think.
No. Before, any comments from anyone else in regards to this? Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, just to be supportive of this whole collaborative effort. I think recently, this summer, the Presumpscot was affected by a dam failure. I think it had more to do with a gate, but it literally drained a recreation area in the town, put the whole summer out of reach. So just to consider that.
Yeah.
So work with Sue on that, and we'll see you at budget time.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, appointment of new treasurer. Sue.
Well, if Brenda wouldn't mind going to the podium, I didn't tell her she'd have to do this. It is my very great pleasure to introduce Brenda Fox Howard to you. This is our new finance director. She comes from a variety of positions being finance director in different states as well as in Maine. She's already jumped right in both feet and been through a lot of the stuff with us, and we've worked through a number of things, and I think she's going to be wonderful to work with. So,
hello.
Hi. Welcome.
Thank you. It's very nice to be here. I'm happy to be your new director, and I've jumped right into the June reconciliation process. We also managed to get a hold of the accounting firm that's going to be conducting your audit, and they're actually being kind enough to move it out so that I'm here when they come. So I had a pre-scheduled vacation prior to my arrival. My husband and I are celebrating 30 years, so we're going to the Grand Canyon.
Congratulations.
So it was a little impromptu for starting a new position, but I already had everything all planned out. But it worked out with the auditors. So.
Good, good. See, they're kind people. They're not
Yes.
always mean. No, it's great. Welcome to Raymond.
Thank you very much.
Questions from the board?
I'm just curious of your background. I wasn't on the interview committee, and I know that the chairman was, but just a little bit of your background.
Certainly. I've worked in various locations doing finance work. Pfizer, I was a clinical trial budget analyst. I also worked for Millstone Nuclear Power Station. I worked for Dow Chemical as a chemical operator / technician and rail fleet manager, which is also an analytical position. I migrated back into government. I've worked for the town of Ledyard in Connecticut. I was a finance director for the town of Winchester in Connecticut. I was the director of finance for the town of Putnam in Connecticut. I was the director of finance for the town of Peterborough in New Hampshire. I was a town manager here in New Gloucester. I worked at the shipyard in Bath as a project manager. I just have like a kind of a plethora of different types of experiences, both from the private and public sector, which kind of helps. It helps with every area of finance to understand where, what brings the funds together, what brings the projects together, what it costs, costing when you're undertaking big projects.
Wow. Coming home to Maine?
Yes, we were going to retire to South Carolina. We moved down, bought a house. Wasn't happy with it, the location. I was actually working for the state as a finance and procurement manager for one of the colleges. But we decided Maine is home. So here we are. We lived here in Kennebunk probably about 4 years ago. We had a home in Kennebunk, but we sold it to move out and about. So now we're looking again. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, big history. Good for you. Having that wide.
I was trying to condense it all and.
No, it's your background is great. Yeah, with all the different stuff that you've had your hands in.
I've worked in some very difficult situations as well. Working in the town of Winchester, I actually was hired after they had terminated their finance director for theft of $2.2 million, embezzlement. He was incarcerated, and so when I came in there, I was on the throes of rebuilding the finance department. That was probably one of the most difficult positions I ever held. But it was also very enlightening. I learned a lot, and a lot of different techniques I learned from different auditors when you go through those things. So it's kind of helped me better myself in my position in my career.
Wow, that's great though. I mean, you could build that back up and have that kind of not fall back on by no means, but I mean as far as having those little skills, that help.
Yeah, because I mean, then when you see something,
yeah,
it makes you. I'm kind of like I go down the rabbit hole, so to speak. So if I see something that I don't think looks correct, sometimes it is, and it was just a thing, but it has taught me a lot too. When you get that feeling like you need to look further, do it. It's just the right thing to do. But it's very nice to be here in Raymond. I'm looking forward to a career here.
We're happy to have you too.
Thank you.
So, motion?
Motion.
I make a motion to appoint Brenda Fox Howard as our new treasurer.
I second that.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried. Welcome aboard. Thank you. Next item is consideration of any fund balance transfers or use of undesignated balance to close out fiscal year 23-24.
Oh, and that's Brenda.
That's me?
Yes.
Back up.
Do we have the form to sign?
Who's got my notebook?
Do we have
Your notebook?
Yeah, it has the form. The red. You didn't bring the red notebook.
Oh. Mel, do you have the red folder? Teresa's missing her folder.
Thank you.
Well, I guess we know there's a red button. Couple areas that went over budget, but we also had areas that were under budget. So in whole, closing out the year, are we still within the confines of what the budget was?
Yes, you are. You are supposed to maintain, and just forgive me if I'm bouncing around a bit. You're supposed to maintain the 2556701 as your minimum for coverage, and you are at 3655739. So you're well over what the minimum is. That's your fund balance.
The fund balance, but my question, we had a budget that was X dollars.
Right.
We have to, that has to be squared around at the end of the year to close the books, and we didn't exceed what the total budget projection was.
No. You ended with 1,024,039.
Okay, so
and last year you were at like $500,000. So
I mean, essentially, you're going to have to do some journal entries to square around, because there was some overages both on public works and on public safety.
Yes.
And no, not public works. I think admin.
Right.
Yeah.
Public works. Okay. So,
Yeah.
So,
I
okay.
think public safety and admin.
Yeah. Public works wasn't over.
Because they had the issue with the pump, and there was a couple other things that came up there that caused that. And actually, they went over on the salary side too, if I remember correctly.
I caught some of the history in my couple of weeks. I'm trying to take it all in. One other thing, while we were discussing this, something occurred to me regarding your recreation department that you have as an enterprise fund currently. At some point, maybe in the future, maybe we could talk about a different reorganization of the enterprise fund to include expenses and revenues to get a more rounded picture of how that department works. I have some ideas, so maybe in the future, not tonight, but just planting a seed.
And
She's jumping right in.
And worked with Joe Carker on that, because
I did chat with him, and he was kind of positive about it.
Yeah, I mean, because because I know that when we talked to you, you'd worked with some enterprise zones and things like that. So, we just have to make sure that we stay within the confines of what the state.
I was thinking more along the lines of trying to make it less dependent on any general government expenses, more independent, therefore funding itself year over year. So that's kind of the way I was headed.
Kind of like an enterprise account.
Like a true enterprise account.
Excellent.
So at the end of the day, we don't need to, because we have some funds that were underspent, some that were overspent, so we don't have to dip into undesignated to close the books. So
No, you do not.
And so you're just going to do some journal entries to square those right.
I will, and I'm sure I'll do additional when the auditors come.
Yeah.
There's several things that probably need to be completed.
So you can close out 23, 24 without any issue then?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
So we don't need a motion on that one because we're still within.
So the next item would be consideration of setting the milled rate and tax commitment. Bert?
I'm good, I think. I'll call on you if you need the exact numbers. Kurt LaBelle, Assessor's Agent. So this year, there was some pretty substantial challenges, as you well know, on the budget side for school, municipal, and county. Currently, the town is looking at a minimum of a $1.3 million tax increase with a maximum of about a $2 million tax increase, depending on how much fund balance the select board elects to use to reduce taxes. And in your memo, you'll see that I've outlined 3 choices for tax rate with different amounts of fund balance that could be used. The voters at town meeting have approved the select board to use up to $700,000 in fund balance this year. As Brenda has just indicated, our current estimates are that the board has about $1 million in excess of its 15% policy amount available in fund balance. You're capped at 700 as far as what the town meeting has approved for usage. When you look at the sheet, you'll see that essentially for every $100,000 difference in fund balance usage, it's going to move the tax rate about 10 cents. So I've given you 3 choices, but we can go in between those. And essentially any questions that you may have, I'm happy to answer them, and I'll open it up to the board for discussion.
I think one thing that's important for people to know too is if you look at the budget that went through, the county tax figure was incorrect. The number that went into that was on the estimate that came from the state. When their final number came through, that correct number never got entered into the budget. So there's about a $70,000 difference between what was in the budget presentations to what is actual. Going forward, what we should do is not make it a votable warrant article for the county tax. Reference it, make sure people understand what that figure is. But by the fact of saying that, do you approve or disapprove, it gives people the idea that if they say no, we're not going to pay the county tax, which cannot be done. So what that would do is it's still going to be, they're still going to know what it is, but it's not going to be voted, do you approve spending, that or not. Right. But because that, we just don't want to give people the false idea that they can say no and you don't pay it.
Yeah, well, that's exactly correct. The county and the SAD taxes are what I would call a pass-through. It goes directly from those entities which do their own vote mechanisms to the Board of Assessors directly. So the Board of Assessors are bound by the warrant regardless of what the town meeting article said. It's best, like you said, just to leave it, not put an amount in there. It's a pass-through item anyway.
Yeah.
So Kurt, are your numbers accurate then? Is it, or is that missing that 70,000?
No,
that's in there.
I have the accurate numbers. I have the warrant for this fiscal year from the county, and then I've added the $80,000, which is payment number 2 of that 6-month transitional. So we've got the correct numbers in there.
The number that was in the warrant was $937,187. And it actually ended up, what was it, 974?
Well, the total between the two is $1,040,000.
Yeah, the total was different, but that's
total
what
is $1,044,820. Because that picks up, that includes the 80,000.
Right. Okay. All right. So
in my opinion, I don't think we want to go the whole 700.
All right. Can I put my 2 cents in?
Sure.
Only because I literally just had a conversation with somebody, and people are getting hit hard right now. I know the power bills have all gone up, CMP, everything's going up, groceries are going up. And I know just my taxes over in Poland right now just went up $800. Wyndham, I believe, just went up $900. So people are getting hit hard. Am I saying use the whole 700 or whatever? No, but I think that we should be using at least half, 350 to 400, because people need to get some kind of help with everything that's going on, and I'm just afraid that it's really going to be hurting a lot of people if our taxes go way up too.
If I can. From what I can tell with your chart, thank you. You made it simple. I really like simple when it comes to numbers. If we had not increased anything in the town of Raymond, it would still go up just under $1. It'd be that 1680, because that 700,000 is pretty much just over what we voted through for our increase. So
yeah,
realistically,
yeah,
it's almost $1 just for the school and county.
Right, yeah, you would have to use all 700 to wipe out, to make the municipal
subsidize the other
tax
two.
net zero. Yeah, you've got 1.4 million school and county.
Right. So in my opinion, I'm not opposed to going above the 200 either. But I think that basically the more we go up, the more we subsidize the school and the county by lowering the tax rate, because they're already at $1. So personally, if we go from 200 to 300, that's still 50% more than we've done over the last few years. Personally, I'd like to see 200, but at the same time, it doesn't hurt to use a little of this money to offset it.
Sam? Your thoughts on how much to use?
Well, I'm with Dennis on that. I would prefer 200. But if 300 is what works.
Derek?
He's got you coming from both sides, behind you and in front of you.
I think we're all going to speak.
Derek.
I'm leaning towards 300. We don't. I mean, I don't know. It's not a huge difference either way. It's, I mean, it depends, I guess. If you have a $70 million house on Sevago versus what us normal people have, but yeah, I'm leaning towards. I would say 300 would be my vote.
Well, I wish for 200, but 300 is probably realistic.
I mean, my original thinking was 300. I mean, I would have gone to the 350 of me, but the difference between 300 and 350 would make them, on a $300,000 house, would amount to about $25. If my mind is calculating roughly correctly.
But who has a 300?
Well, they used to say $100,000 house, but that's, I don't think those exist much anymore.
So either do $300,000 houses.
If there's not a motion, can I make comment?
You can make a comment.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I think, splitting the difference and coming down the middle seems to make the most sense. If I understand the whole idea of this fund balance thing, part of it is strategic in that I believe your Moody's rating and bonds are all tied to what you have in reserve. By the same token, what we're seeing in the environment is the fact that there's going to be more events on the way, and therefore having more of a cushion in the dollars also is part of the charge of this whole issue. So I'd say it's kind of like insurance, and what you'd probably do is split the difference at this point, a little bit more on the taxpayer. But at the same time, having money in reserve for that rainy day slush fund, whatever you want to call it. It's money that when you need the money, you need the money. And but quite honestly, I've been hearing in this community probably for the last 15 years, maybe longer, that that Moody's and the bond raters, we're AA, AAA, whatever the tops are with there. And I don't think that that's a bad thing overall. I do think that we should be saying at this point to Moody's that we've kind of established a track record here. We're not a losing business. And so, maybe we don't have to prove as hard as some other communities to get that bonding. But that's a whole nother thing on bonding. Thank you.
Well, it's important that we maintain that, that 15% cushion, because that does tie directly to how the rating agencies look at it. When we went and bonded the last time, if you look at what we did, because we self-bonded, because we had the AAA rating, we got the bonds at about 1.9 or 1.9%, where the bond bank was giving almost 5%. So by being fiscally responsible there, it saved us a ton of money. And we know that we've got some projects coming down the road that we're going to want to self-bond on. So we need to maintain those levels so that we can keep that rating and get preferential rates when we go out on those, because we know there's going to be some projects coming down the road. Just look a little bit to my right here. There's going to be money that's going to have to go into that and things like that, and so the better we prepare ourselves for things like that, as far as staying ahead of the curve on that, the better off for us all.
Well, I make a motion that we allow $300,000 from the surplus to be moved over for this use.
Second.
Yeah, so essentially what that, and Kurt will have to run that through to see what, how that factors down, but essentially what we're saying is.
It'll be 1720.
It would be use 300 for the fund balance.
I think you can safely add.
Second grade math there.
300,000 in setting a mill rate of 1720. That's what's going to come calculate to.
Okay.
If you want to amend your motion.
Well,
change.
Well, then I'll change it to. Do I actually say the tax rate 1720?
Oh, the motion is to use 300,000 in fund balance and set the tax rate at 1720.
To set the tax rate at 1720, as amended.
That's what I heard you say, right?
I was thinking it.
And that was seconded by Teresa.
Yep.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? And so you'll get those you need wet signature on, so when will you have those out there?
So I will finish this tomorrow morning, and then we'll send an email out when the papers are ready, and folks can circulate through and sign the warrants. Tomorrow afternoon.
So Dennis, you'll have to, on those, you have to go up to the town hall and sign that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah, it'll take me most of the morning to get the stuff into the billing system and get the warrants prepared. There'll be some fractional rounding, so I can't really predict the exact dollar amount. It'll be within, the overlay will be within a few cents or $1, but by tomorrow afternoon, I'll let Sue know.
Yeah.
She can send an email out letting you know everything's ready to go. Yep.
Or tax.
Or tax.
Hey, you're still up there. Next item is consideration of signing the original assessed value certificate for the change in the TIF proposed changes. So this, if I understand, this just, this is that whole change that we're doing to allow the, additional things in the TIF. So this just resets or recertifies the original rates on those, correct?
That's correct. A couple months ago, the town approved an amendment to the pipeline TIF corridor, and Bernstein Shore submitted the documents to DECD. And what's common is, depending on who's staffing that department at any given time, they often ask for some technical revisions. And what they've asked for is, we have the original OAV certificate from 1999. They like to see currently an itemized list of all the properties shown. So the total amount, the OAV does not change. We're simply showing the individual assessments from 1997 on the certificate, because DECD likes to see that now. So it's basically a re-ratification of the earlier OAV. No change to the dollar.
Questions on that? Is there a motion?
A motion to accept the assessor's certificate for the town of Raymond, Maine.
Second?
Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you. Next item, consideration of financing new dump truck and excavator.
Bless you.
How's it going tonight? So, we're up to purchasing a new dump truck and an excavator. Unfortunately, the only way I can do this is to finance it. The dump truck is coming in at around $300,000. The excavator, we haven't got a solid number on that yet, but it's scarily approaching $300,000. I'd estimated $200 on the dump truck and $150 on the excavator. The only way I can do it to stabilize my CIP budget is to finance.
How much for the
I'm looking
excavator?
to do 4 years on the financing on the dump truck and probably the same on the excavator.
So excavator's 3.2?
The two we're looking at are 280 and one's 310.
Okay.
And where are we looking at financing that?
I haven't got that far
Brenda-
yet.
Has Brenda looked at that at all?
I wanted to see if that's what you were interested in doing. If we don't finance, I can't purchase either one of them this year. We'll have to wait till spring.
Do we need them?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, something like that, it makes sense to on those dollar values anyway, but, what I'd want to see is what we can find for where we can go, because that's approaching the figure where we, whether we want to self-bond that or whether we go, we can talk to some of the banks and see what they do on there too. Because if we go to the bond bank, then we're tied to their lending times, which are twice a year. They've already done the first lending, so it wouldn't be until,
Is it February?
yeah.
I think.
It's when they're.
If we're gonna wait that long, there's a window I've gotta hit to order the dump truck to try to get it on the road for next winter. We order it, we wait too long, we're gonna be another whole
Well,
fiscal year.
I mean, the question, the question would be, what you'd need to do, they'd need a contract and some sort of a binder or whatever, but our actual financing of it depends on when delivery is gonna be, when we need that.
Correct.
So this is for next year's? Next winter?
There's one truck that's in the pipeline that we could essentially see by December. If I order right now, we won't see the cab and chassis until April, May, somewhere in there. And then it'll have to go up to get upfitted, and that'll be.
This is for a plow truck? I mean, a dump truck.
Really dump truck, yeah.
And the excavator, what size is that?
We're looking at something similar to the same size we have. We got a 308, it's a 19,000 pound machine. I don't want to get anything too much bigger than that if we can.
I'm confused, though. We just went through a budget process, and I didn't hear one mention of either one of these things, and now it's an emergency?
No, it's not an emergency.
Oh, so we can, well, this is just to ask for it to be in the budget process?
No, we had it in the budget process when we were doing the budget process.
You did?
Yeah, it was
It's in the CIP
it was in the
budget.
CIP, it was in the spreadsheet that we presented to you guys a couple.
I was on the budget committee until June.
Yeah.
We asked for it 3 times. We didn't get anything besides a inventory of what you had. And now,
We
I mean,
gave the spreadsheet.
I'll go back through, I'll go back through the meetings. I mean, somehow,
Yes.
It's it's been on the schedule. The excavator's actually been
It was, yeah.
talked about for 3 years now. We, probably even 4, we were gonna do it back during COVID, but supply and demand was too much and couldn't get one, so we just patched that one back together.
and you had bids so that we had something to read? Not numbers. I know there was numbers that were handed to
Yeah.
us that were just hundreds of thousands of dollars. But you had 225 in the CIP plan,
Correct.
and we asked for your plan. At least 3 times.
You got it. When did we do that, Sue?
Can I get a copy of it?
Yes, of course you can get a copy of it.
Okay.
Budget Finance
Yeah,
just
but-
had it.
But Nathan isn't asking, can I spend the money? It's already in his CIP budget. It is, he wants to see if the selectmen are amiable to going out and financing it rather than buying them outright because the costs are coming in bigger.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the money's there, but the discussion about both a dump truck and an excavator, because one was bought in January, correct? Was a new truck bought in January?
Yeah, we purchased it actually in October of last year. We just got it.
That was the only one I heard about the whole time. And I thought I paid pretty good
It was in
attention.
my presentation to replace another dump truck this coming year and replace the excavator. Like I said, the excavator we've been talking about for, back into COVID, the first part of COVID.
Well, again, I'm a little confused because, again, I took notes, I asked for the plan. We met several times to go over it. We got numbers, we never got names. We may have verbalized it, but unless I'm
We don't
living.
take the bids to the Budget
Yeah, we
Finance
haven't-
Committee or anything like that.
We haven't done that.
So you haven't got any bids?
No, I got quotes, Dennis. I don't put it out to bid. I got quotes. I got one from International, one from Peterbilt, one from Western Star, and one from HP Fairfield, which is a complete unit.
Could you could you send those to me in an email?
Of course I could. I've
Okay.
already told you I would.
I appreciate that.
I can
And
give
I
the
I'm
numbers
gonna
right
look
now.
for, I'd also like to know when it was brought up in a meeting, because quite frankly, this is what we wanted. We wanted a plan to see what we're gonna replace, because there's many needs that are, an ambulance that's underfunded. And I see in your capital improvement that there's Snap-on tools being bought, a $15,000 truck being bought.
Well, the truck that we purchased was in the plan too, Dennis. It was in the CIP schedule. We've never had to put the stuff out to bid. The last truck I put out to bid and went through the process was 2003.
Again.
We found it to be very cumbersome, and the money is there. You spend the money, and there was a trust with the Board of Selectmen. They said, purchase what you need to purchase, and that's what we do. And I price check them. I don't put them out to bid. The bidding process is kind of a farce. So you get quotes on your trucks and go from there.
Bids are important.
No, they're not. Not on a dump truck. When you're buying a dump truck that every other town's buying, they're the same. They're all the same. When you get into the plow trucks, all you're doing is hoping that you don't miss something on the truck, and they're going to be a couple $100 difference. So you're down to buying what you think you need.
I'm not comfortable moving on this tonight. I think we can table until the next meeting. I'd like to see what's in writing, what bids he has, and we can discuss
I
going
don't have any
forward.
bids, Dennis. I got quotes, and I can give them to you right now. if you want.
What we're saying here is, are we amenable to financing those? Those were, these are items that have been discussed in the past and were in the plans. So now we're at the phase where we say, okay, do we want to finance it, or do we want to just take it straight out of the budget?
I say we finance it.
Finance it. Need a motion.
Do you want a motion on it?
Yeah, I'll entertain a motion to investigate the financing
All right, motion to consider investigating the financing on a new dump truck and an excavator. Go ahead, a second, sorry.
Second.
discussion.
So on the discussion part of it, because it might be on a deadline type thing, when do we want the final?
The
Oh.
only deadline you're gonna have
Oh.
if we choose not to purchase the one that's in the pipeline, it'll be spring before we see the truck. If I don't order it here pretty soon, we'll be another fiscal year. The order banks are opening up, I think he said, in a couple of weeks. And if you don't get into the order bank, you won't see it until you won't be able to order it until the fourth quarter, which will put the truck getting here December or January of next year, which puts you into the whole cycle. At that point, you don't really need to finance it. You can wait till next year.
I do have a question along that line, because it was brought up and discussed. What was the price you had back when you discussed it?
Well, we were looking at 190,000.
For which, the truck?
On the truck.
On the
yeah.
truck?
190,000 for the complete units with the number I was working off of.
Things are jumping quick.
Yep, and they've gone up since '21. That same truck is 269,000 for the exact same thing we got right now.
On that motion, I'm not putting any conditions on it. I say approve it. It's just my motion.
Other discussion? Been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Would you reread it
Wait.
so I can understand what we're voting on?
Are we finding, on the financing part, we're just sending it out to get finance, to find out what the financing terms are?
We're investigating
Right.
the financing.
Okay.
Ultimately, we would then have to approve the
So then we're gonna
Then
get,
we-
we're gonna get a number
get it
back,
again,
and then,
Yeah, if we get stupid rates, I wouldn't recommend financing it. I
Okay.
don't know what the rates are. I just was coming here before I went any further.
If I could, please.
You have to go to the mic, otherwise they can't hear you on Zoom and it won't be
On
on the
TV.
tape. Yes.
So, it just so happens, I have a meeting with a gentleman from Androscoggin Bank on Thursday to look into something else. And I'd be happy to discuss this with him as well, just to see what I can get from that avenue. I'm also planning a meeting with maybe another bank as well, to discuss financial terms for a few things. So I'd be happy to, if you'd like, to pull this into my conversation.
Well, I mean, that's what this
Yeah.
does. It says,
Yeah.
you know,
Push it over to you.
investigate the financing options on there, so we
Okay.
can then
Oh,
mix.
do we have a deadline on this? On your motion?
Well, I would say that, you know, the financing options would be able to be presented.
Not necessarily deadline, but do we have an estimate, like guideline, I guess, on when we're trying to get it done by?
When will it come back to us for a final vote?
I guess that's gonna depend on how quickly
Right.
Brenda can get things done there.
So are we gonna put a deadline on it, or are we just gonna let her fly?
I wouldn't put
Oh,
a
we'll ask her
deadline.
to report her progress at the next meeting.
Well, our meeting's not for a month, so that should be fine. Okay, cool,
That-
that's all I was wondering, if you
Is
could get
that
it done in
gonna
that time frame.
kick things out too far? A
It
month?
is what it is. I mean, try it.
Mm-hmm.
I think you won't, if we go out 2 weeks, we won't be purchasing that truck for December, which is fine. We'll be back to the original plan, is ordering it now and getting in place for next year.
Before we always
I mean,
just,
your other, you know,
we always went with, when,
your other option is separate the two.
Well, they're both going to be separated, if I'm not mistaken, if you can't finance two pieces of equipment with one loan, you'd have two loans, one for the excavator and one for the truck.
All right.
Depending on how you do that. If we were to self-bond, you can do that as long as the documents are correct.
Correct.
If you're doing a loan on it, yeah, they're gonna do that individually, but it depends on the packaging. You know, if you went to the bond bank, it's a capital equipment purchase of two pieces of equipment, and that you could put into a single bond. So it depends, that's why I say it comes down to what you find out when you look at the options.
I was I was trying to steer away from the bond, just because of the length of the loan. I was kind of hoping to get this over and done within 3 to 4 years. We've got 200,000 in the CIP account right now on just the truck. I was gonna put 100 down on it. I was thinking to do that, and you're only financing 199, and I used the figures on the most expensive one. So that was the only reason I was kind of looking towards a loan instead of a bond. Just
Well, I mean, you call it a bond, call it a loan, whichever, but I mean, it still comes down.
Still financed.
Comes down to the financing options.
so can I ask something? I mean, and this is just me being, I don't know, maybe losing my memory. I don't remember ever having to do this. Usually what we
No,
did is,
typically, we would have asked for the money to town meeting, and where we weren't financing it, we'd purchased the truck and moved on.
Well, right, because that's what the ex-town manager would do too, because you would talk to him and you would pull the select board and stuff like that. Can we give Sue on a good deal as far as like what they come back with? Can she approve it?
$600,000?
Again, the ex-town manager used to do this all the time.
He's not here.
I
You
know
guys
that.
didn't want him here.
What was that?
You didn't want him here.
No, you take the statement back. That's not accurate.
Well, the reality is that
No,
if
no.
he did that, I think it was inappropriate. Put it that way.
Well, okay, but in this case, that's all I'm asking Rolf is what, is that a possibility?
Well, I think you're talking two different, if he was, if something were to happen and the truck became that's a manageable, the excavator is a bigger thing, and I think that's gotta be looked at separately.
Okay.
So I mean, it depends, if all of a sudden one was found, you found one that was available that you could get the next day or whatever, then we would, you'd look at that a little bit different, because in that case, it's probably a better deal, but.
Well, I think.
But I mean, if the reality is, it's one that's gonna have to be built anyway, then, let's look at where all our options are.
I think the truck that's already in the pipeline's almost $40,000 more money. And we don't need the truck right now. We're all set for this winter.
Yeah.
The original, what I started with this was to get the truck in the pipeline, get it rolling, get everything going. And that's an option too we could do. We could purchase the truck. I've got the money to purchase the truck, and then July 1st, we purchase the equipment. That's what we did with the Western Star that we have right now, the one we just purchased. We ordered the truck, purchased it, it showed up, we paid for the truck out of last year, and we just a couple weeks ago paid the bill and the equipment on it.
Peter?
Nathan, I'll tell you, I've had some amount of experience with keeping old engines and equipment running, so I appreciate that you put on the spot whenever you asked, well, are we talking about this season? Are we talking about 2 years? So worst case scenario, how would the snow removal, let's say, this winter with a moderate snow be impacted if you were down a dump?
Well, you always go into it hoping that the equipment you have is in good enough shape to run it through the winter. And that was our plan. We don't have, we've got one spare truck. And so if you had a broke down truck right now, it would impact it a little bit, but nothing, I don't think the people would see it. We have breakdowns all winter long.
But if that was the case, then you'd run a season of moderate snow with no backup.
Correct.
Good point. The original motion.
The original motion was to investigate the
You can still do that.
the financing options. You can still do that, but I mean, if something changes, that can come back to us at any time anyway. So the motion on the table is to investigate the financing options for the truck and for the excavator. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed?
I'm abstaining.
One abstention. Motion is carried. Next item.
So get back to, get on the agenda.
Consideration of issuing quitclaim deed for lien payments.
All right, I make a motion to approve a Main short form quitclaim deed without covenant for Carl Bartolomeo. And it's, I'm trying to think if there's an amount. No, it's book 31729, page 018, book 32517, page 61. I'm not seeing an amount.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion's carried.
Okay, the second one is a motion to approve a Maine short form quick claim deed without covenant for Veronica Danie, D-A-N-I-E. Sorry if I said that wrong. Do I have to read all the books and pages?
Yep.
All right. Book 33,358, page 278. Book 35,913, page 71. Book 39,673, page 117. Book 34,140, page 345. Book 37,080, page 21. Book 40,312, page 221. Book 35,064, page 336. Book 38,553, page 8.
Second.
Moved and seconded, discussion? All those in favor? Opposed, none, motion is carried. Public comment. Any public comment? No public comment? Selectman comment?
I do, I'm sorry. I had let, as you guys are aware, Bob, Jones passed away, and they are having his funeral this way, the 12th, yes, at 1, I believe, and it's at the Refuge Church in Wyndham, back tucked in there, if anybody is interested in going.
That's Bob Jones?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bob was, he served on many different committees in the town, including budget finance, including some subcommittees and things like that, so.
I mentioned it to the budget finance, but yeah, he was a good guy. He was a good soul. He really was. So I just wanted to put that out there.
He was a gentleman in the true sense of the word.
Yeah, he was.
Other comments? Okay. Town manager's report.
I actually have a few things to report. One is I'd like to thank very much Victor Otley. He's the president of the Panther Pond Lake Association. He took myself and Chris and Jason and Janet out on a tour of Panther Pond. And he showed us the equipment that he uses for testing the water, testing the clarity, explained all the processes, showed us the various points of, not just points of interest, but from a town point of view and a potential, not potential hazard, I don't want to say that, because that lake is so clean, it is amazing, quite literally. But they've worked hard to get it that way. They have really, and not that others haven't, I just haven't seen Thomas Pond. But it was really interesting to see, and I had been to their annual meeting, to hear the care in the people's voices and how much they really love the area, love the people around the lake, love keeping it as pristine as they can with the water quality. And he explained the whole flipping of the lake and what the phosphorus does, and it was incredibly interesting. I was very thankful, and it was very informative as well, because Chris used to live on the pond, so he helped to talk about some of the various things that were around it. And we had quite a discussion as well about a popular subject of late, which is the short-term rentals, because they really have, the same as all the lakes do, I think. There are there's a set of folks that have bought properties in order to have a business and rent short-term rentals. There's another population who have owned property on the lakes for years and rent them out for a part of the year to be able to make their tax dollars. So somewhere in between there is, I think, where we need to be aiming at for any ordinances or anything that we're looking at, because I don't want to hurt one group by helping another on either side, regardless of which side of the coin you're on with that. So I think it's going to be quite an interesting activity to go through looking at those kind of ordinance changes when we get there. But I really appreciated going out. That was very eye-opening. And Joe.
Planning board subcommittee.
Yeah.
They're a very good.
Mm-hmm.
They're an excellent group.
They are.
yeah.
They work on the river too,
Mhm.
by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, they had about 100 go to their annual meeting. It was quite well attended. That was nice. Joe Crocker couldn't be here tonight, but I asked him for a update of Parks and Rec, and he did create a document, and I'll send it out to the board. But they had quite a year this year. I can't even talk, I'm sorry. He says this season has been comparable to '22 in terms of activity and revenue generation. Our projected seasonal revenue ranges between 120 and 160, depending on weather conditions such as temperature and rainfall. And with three consecutive seasons free from COVID restrictions, we're now better positioned to predict our future revenue streams. In, let's see, for gate attendance, for instance, at Tasseltop, in '21, they had 14,788 for gate attendance. This year, 18,005. So in 3 years, they've gone up significantly. The summer camps have just exploded.
Yeah.
Very literally. They have waiting lists on everything that they do.
Yep.
They're now exploring having before and after school care with the school. He's in talks with Chris Howell and the school.
They did it.
They did it?
They
That's
did
done?
it.
Oh, I
So-
haven't heard that.
Yep, and they just opened up applications. They can only do 25 kids, and they have to do it at RES because Jordan Small, their Wednesday early release, will goof these guys up over here. So what they're going to do is use, I think, the gym, the stage, and probably out back too. But nope, they've already. Riley, I believe it is, their, yes, the assistant, they put out a survey and they said parents were coming back left and right. It's $90 a week, and they're only doing it after school
Oh, it is
right
just
now.
after.
Yep, but it's, I think it's 3:30 to 5:30, I think it is. But nope, it's open, so it's a huge new thing for Raymond, yes.
Wednesdays it's noon to.
Yeah, Wednesdays noon to 5, I think, 5:30, yeah.
Shapes of things to come.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
So good for
How are
them.
they doing the Wednesday then?
Over
They're
there,
gonna-
they get out
No.
early Wednesday.
It would be on this side. They're taking those kids that are out early, but these kids aren't out early. So what do? They just.
Well, it all depends on if they get in, because what happens is they had to apply online for applications. I think it opened up.
Yeah, but either way,
September
you'll
5th.
probably get a mixture of each. So.
Well, once if when they
So on Wednesday, the gym and I don't know what you call it,
The stage.
area, they would have to close that part down from
No,
on noon.
it's all going to be at RES. It's not up here.
Yeah, no, it's across the street. They can't use.
Oh,
Yes.
I thought you said
Oh,
the other
sorry.
way around. Okay, I
No,
gotcha.
no,
That makes way more
because
sense.
I didn't understand what you were saying. No, because it would goof them up
Gotcha.
here with having
Yeah.
kids in the.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, wait, that doesn't work.
No.
Yeah, and their programs are doing incredible. In the lowest year, or the earliest year he has is the first year he was here, 2019. There were 107 kids. This year, 173 for the summer
Wow.
programs.
And the ski
I believe.
program's back.
The ski program's back. They've got soccer going.
Tomorrow,
Mhm.
the bingo for the seniors.
Oh, yes.
Wait a minute, but it's, I read it was all ages.
It was, no, that's Sue Tara's thing. I thought that was just the seniors.
Okay, so there is a seniors, but
I
there's
saw all
also-
ages too.
It's all ages.
Yeah.
It might be, yeah, it might be Deb Tar for that, but
Yeah, I don't. Better be. I'm ready. For
all ages,
Bingo.
Raymond Rec bingo.
Killing it.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Yeah, I'll knit you a shawl.
September 11th,
Yeah.
which is Thursday, I think, tomorrow, yeah.
Pom poms on. Yeah. I get all the
6 to
different
7:30
colors.
at the Raymond Village Church. No, I mean, this,
Hey.
don't start with the pom-poms things again. Yeah. That's funny on those.
Yeah. But what's to me cool about all of this stuff, beyond the numbers and all of that, is it's bringing people together and doing more community type things. And I think that's what our society's missing more than anything else.
You know, I could just say, everything you mentioned up there is a non-real estate, tax-driven revenue. Boy, those are nice words.
Yeah, they are.
So other than that, I have confirming dates, October 8th and November 12th for your next 2 meetings.
I might not be able to do the 8th. Yeah, I'm on vacation that week, and I'm either going to Pennsylvania or having family come up, but that's right. I won't be here.
Is that a problem?
I don't know if I'm going down to Pennsylvania or having family come up. I mean,
Which one? The next one or the one after?
October 8th. So, I mean, even if can we go possibly the next week? I don't know.
The 15th?
Yeah.
I believe that's, oh no, that would be Wednesday, never mind.
Something else here that night?
I don't believe so, but let me
I don't mind
make
either way.
sure before I assume.
October 15th or 8th. Doesn't matter.
Anybody else have a problem with the 15th?
Nope.
Looking at my calendar now. I don't think so.
September, October. No, the 16th is budget finance, but there's nothing on the 15th.
Okay, so we'll have it the 15th instead.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Mhm.
Okay.
Could I just add a comment real quick? This is about the collaboration, Laurie Wallace, 36 Pulpit Rock Road. This is about the collaboration between the town and the citizens. Just wanted to add to the Parks and Rec update that the Raymond Lions Club donated money for 4 benches
nice.
for Sherry Gagnon Park. We want to do as much as we can for the community with our backs and our funds, so.
What was that?
4 benches for the park.
No, from who?
Raymond Lions Club.
Okay,
That was really nice, thank you.
That is very
And
nice.
Nathan is putting them together or putting them together?
And you're the president.
I'm the president and secretary.
You are.
So Nathan, how are you gonna tether
Spokesperson.
those down so they don't flip over in that next Wednesday?
Not going anywhere.
Oh, too soon. Too soon. Huh? November is.
Nathan, that's when you pick the chair up and show them how the wind blows it.
All right.
12th.
That's great.
Nothing else?
Yep.
A motion to adjourn?
Second?
All those in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
To us to vote on whether or not we approve it or whether or not we're just sending it back to the selectmen without comment. In other words, we're sending it back recommending that it be approved, or we're sending it back to the selectmen without comment. So before I go any further, that's the decision.
Can we recommend not to approve?
We could recommend not to approve, yes.
Recommend, not recommend, or.
Yeah, but even if whatever we do, it still is going to a public, it still goes to a special town hearing in August.
Which they scheduled last night.
It was scheduled last night, yeah.
August 13th.
Oh, Jerry, you're really up on this stuff.
I didn't think on the select board or something.
I think he was like a politician. Yeah. So, that's, those are our choices as they're in every ordinance that we review.
In case you all want to have a look at the actual.
I don't like the retroactive regulations. I'm not sure that's even legal.
Yeah,
No, I don't like that at all. The retroactive.
Right.
Moving forward? The irony is it goes back to July 2023. We have no current applications.
Right. but it can't be changed. I mean, they actually, I'm sure they would probably be willing to change that to the current date,
Right.
but they're not allowed to change it
Right.
unless they go back and get all those signatures.
I think we only have right now one solar farm that's still under its warranty, or not under its timeline.
Yep, we just
extended that one, yeah.
And I don't think it would, I don't know, it would not impact that, I don't think.
I don't
would it?
think so.
No, they're not in the...
Yeah,
Basically, it'd be anything going forward from July 1st.
right.
Can the select board member speak?
Oh, should we let him speak?
I don't know. He's capable of it, I know that.
Probably, he's going to jump up there anyway, isn't he?
He may offer some insight that's helpful.
Go ahead.
I was just, so what happened was, we asked that same question, why retroactive?
Right.
And what it was they were putting this in place, got the signatures and everything going while the application that they were trying to stop was in progress. Once they got those signatures and this was already out, they withdrew their application, but like you said, they can't change it, so they just left it like this to go town vote. So that's the only, they probably would, like you said, get rid of it and the retroactive, but they can't. Now they'd have to start the whole thing all over again. Right. They just decided not to.
We lose them again? Well, the other question I had for you, Bob, not to complicate this, was I know we had talked about maybe even going back in and looking at some of those buffers.
Yeah, and I think we still should.
Yeah.
Jim, I'm pretty sure once this is voted on, at that next town meeting that they're doing, it's going to end up coming back to you guys for next year's changes to see what else it affects, if anything, and get it all straightened out then.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like the cart in front of the horse.
That's happened before.
Yeah, I think, you know, that whole project was a timing thing, you know, the applicant, for the butters. Thoughts?
Are we going to make a motion on this today?
Do we have to make a motion on this today?
Is that, even though it's not on the agenda?
Even though it's not on the agenda. Actually, it should be on the agenda.
No,
I think now that they've scheduled a public hearing and put it forward with their recommendation, I think it's kind of a moot point from you guys, but you can still do it if you want.
Well, we were asked to, so I think we probably should. Even though I agree with you, Sandy. I think probably should we say the politically correct thing to do would be just to send it without our recommendation.
I agree with that. Neutral on this.
Yeah.
Without recommendation?
Without a recommendation.
Correct. I agree.
Okay. Kevin?
I agree with that also.
All right. Jim, could you pass that back so I could just reference it again, please? I'll get it. So I move that we send the citizen petition for the land use ordinance amendment changes concerning the regulations on commercial solar energy systems to the select board without a recommendation. Is there a second?
I'll second.
A second? Is that okay? Anyone feel okay?
Yeah,
Kevin? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Kevin said yes, done.
So no meeting next month?
I guess not. No meeting next month, Sandy?
That's your call.
No applications. The only thing you'll have is we'll have, which you can come into the town, the Milers Woods, sign that plan once we get a few things on it.
Yeah, so we'll have to stop in.
You can just stop in the town, and we'll let you guys know when it's ready.
Too early to start on ordinance stuff for next year?
I would suggest that in your extra time over the month of August, that we start preparing lists of things that you foresee you'd like to see looked at or changed or modified, things that have routinely popped up. That's typically what we've done. I'm sure Chris has probably got some. I know you and I have talked about the solar. You talked about the photometrics tonight. Anything like that, any of you see that there's a issue that you'd like to bring up, let's get it out in September.
Okay.
And typically what we've done, I think, is we've had a workshop.
Right.
Just a couple half hour before the meeting, just to kind of get a list formulated. Because we really start digging into those around Christmas, December.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see and we'll also see at that point where we go with the ADU, because we didn't really, the accessory dwelling unit. Hopefully we get some more information on that too.
Oh, you lost me on that one.
Well, the state LD 2003,
right.
we kind of kicked the can down the road. I don't know if we can kick it any further. So I think that's one that we hopefully get a little bit better guidance on from our attorney.
All right. Then we're up to item 7.
Move to adjourn.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Lucky 7.
Aye.
Good evening and welcome to the Select Board. Today is July 23rd and this is a special meeting. Can I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
Motion to go into executive session.
Second.
And that's regarding consultation between the town's boards, committees, and attorney pertaining to legal rights and duties pursuant to MRSA 1, Section 405, 6E. All in favor? Okay. Can I have a motion to come out of executive session?
I move that we come out of the executive session.
Second.
All in favor? Any discussion? All right. Motion to adjourn?
Make a motion
So
to
moved.
adjourn.
Second?
Second.
All in favor? All right, we're out.
Good evening and welcome to the Raymond Budget Finance Committee meeting. The meeting is now called to order. The first item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes for June 13th. Is there a motion for approval of the minutes?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Okay, all in favor? Okay. Sean? I also need a motion to approve the minutes from June 25th, the orientation workshop. Is there a motion?
Moved by
Frank?
acceptance.
Need-
here.
Need a second.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? All right, all in favor? Okay, next up on the agenda is election of officers. Is there a nomination for chair?
I would move Karen Lockwood.
Second the nomination.
Okay. I accept the nomination. Any discussion? Okay, ready to vote? All in favor? All right, thank you. And vice chair? Is there a nomination for vice chair?
I would nominate Sean McCullough.
Second.
Sean, do you accept the nomination?
I do accept, thank you.
Okay. Any discussion? Right, all in favor? Okay. Okay, next on the agenda is the review and discussion for Public Works CIP.
The only thing that we didn't put in was the paving. We're in the middle of putting that in a program. We purchased the iWorks program. It's the same thing code enforcement has. And they came out and did an assessment of the roads last year, and we're right just tipping into putting that in. So I didn't think it was going to take quite a bit of time to try to pull something together that was going to probably change anyway. So we're going to wait till we get it all loaded into the program and see what that comes up with.
So was the paving already in the budget plan that we went over this spring?
Correct, yes. We are going to go forward with the paving that we have. Actually, this year's paving is last year's program. We were unable to get our paving done last year due to the weather, time restraints. So we are actually just doing last year's program this year.
Okay.
And that was presented in the in my presentation, for my budget presentation.
Okay, thank you. I noticed on this first sheet for the equipment, page 6, that there are, in the history, oh, never mind.
Okay.
How would you like to do it? Would you like to go line by
willing to
line?
answer.
or
I'd be
does-
better at answering questions. I don't know what you guys are looking for information out of this. So if you have questions, I'll
Okay.
do my very best to answer them for you.
Nathan, you have any special problems with the equipment now that you have? Is there anything come up that's not, or is different that you thought might be, you'd be facing?
Not really. A couple of the trucks are getting some age on them. The used plow trucks that we purchased, we sold 2 of them 2 years ago, and we kept one. That's now our spare truck. And we replaced the 2006, which would be line number 5. There are going to be problems even with a new one. You try to avoid it the best you can, but nothing catastrophic. We're out to bid on the loader for paint. I haven't got that stuff back yet. We've struggled pretty hard to get that painted. Nobody wants to do it. So other than that, no, I don't think. The Ford trucks are all still under warranty. The 550, the 600, our 2 pickups. I think the one the fire department's out. The diesel that I used to have is out of warranty.
All right, so was it the 2006 Volvo dump truck?
International.
Or the International?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, there it is, number.
Which one are you looking at? The one by year or the one by?
I'm looking at the one by year
Okay, that would be
Page 6.
on page 7.
Page 7.
Yes, and it's in descending order. 2006.
Be down towards the bottom.
Yep.
It would be number 5 again.
Okay, and so that got replaced.
That truck's been replaced. Well, we haven't replaced it. We still have the old truck here.
Oh.
We're gonna, the problem with that truck is, it's not a problem, but it's got almost no retail value. It's if you got 10 grand for it, I'd do a dance around it, and I think it's gonna be worth more to hang on to for a couple more years for a spare truck. They're priceless in the wintertime if you have something break down.
Right. Always better to have a backup plan?
Correct. So that'd give us 2 spare trucks.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
It's just a general question for Nathan. So when I'm looking at the column that says replacement plan and what year you have vehicles in the column that you expect to have to replace it by. Are you depreciating equipment over time to come up with that date or time, or how do you come up with when a vehicle needs to be replaced?
Typically, the pickup trucks, I'd like to see them go away in 7 years. They're out of warranty. I'd like to see them go away. With that said, we did one with the fire department. We did a 2014 with the fire department. We ended up selling that truck. I think we were $100, $200 shy of what we paid for it in 14. I don't think that math works anymore because the market's changed quite a bit. So we will look at the vehicle when it comes up, and if we're having trouble with it, maybe it's time for it to go. Maybe it doesn't, and we push it off another couple of years. This has been a plan that's been building over the years. We've started out with 1 or 2 pickup trucks when Don started working here, and we've worked up. We've got 40 some odd vehicles now. So I guess the short answer to your question is we'll look at them when it comes up, and if they need to go, that's when we'll make the decision.
Okay, I got a follow-up question. So you have column price paid and another column replacement cost all the way down through.
Yep.
So when I look at this, the replacement cost of all these vehicles would be $5 million, and you're carrying roughly $2 million. And I think that what I'm saying is, I understand how you've been doing this over the past years that I've been involved with it. You don't ever spend the replacement cost. You always buy something and get a deal on it, which I'm saying is a compliment. But what I'm wondering is, if you got replacement costs in here for $5 million, are you carrying that number forward, or are you actually carrying forward what you paid?
Well, the $5 million is an estimate of what the vehicle is going to cost to replace, and I think I was pretty close. The 2022, we'll go for the top there, we paid $196,000. The first estimate that came back on that truck was $302,000. So the numbers, the value or the cost of the replacement of these vehicles have gone stupid crazy. The number that I'm using to replace them is a number we've had in there for 5, 6, 7 years now, I think. I don't think I'm answering your question.
Well, my suggestion would be to actually put in a number that isn't necessarily what you paid or what you carried for 6 or 7 years, because you just said that number is up crazy. So what I'm wondering is how we get to a realistic number so that when the committee is looking at what you might spend in the future, that we have a more accurate number.
If you look along the bottom,
yep,
it's 300,000. One year 67. One's this year is 366.
Correct.
Next year's 89. So you pull these vehicles into that column that you think is going to be the year to replace, knowing that that's the number you've got to deal with at the bottom. We carry forward. This year we're carrying forward 163, and that adds to the 225 that we have. So when you go to replace a vehicle, you got to look at that. You got to look at how much money you have, what you think you're going to get for it at a sale, and can you do it this year? I don't think that personally, if you wanted to follow I don't even know what the number is, Chris. I would dare guess it's going to be $500,000 you'd have to carry every year to replace these things on a direct schedule.
My question is, with fairness to you, that if you have a catastrophic, not injury, but a piece of equipment that fails, and you've got to go over that budget, where does that money come from? If it's in a CIP program in the future, and you planned on monies that are set aside, I'm just trying to get at what money is in the carried forwards that we don't end up with a shortfall.
So for instance, the 2014 International, 2 years ago we lost the motor in it. It was $36,000 that motor. I don't carry that kind of money in my operating budget.
Right.
So we took it out of the CIP. We have, when we sell something, the money goes back into CIP. So I carry a little bit of money in there. And if you, let's say that happened again and we couldn't afford to replace a pickup truck this year, we'd move it to the next year. I'd like to try to keep that 225 where it's at to keep my budget stable and to be, if you had let's say we lost a dump truck to a fire, a $300,000 dump truck to a fire, you're gonna have insurance involved in it. If you crash it, you're gonna have insurance involved. If, for instance, the 06 that we're thinking of keeping, we put a lot of money into that this winter because we anticipated on replacing it last year and we couldn't get the truck. So if something actually did happen, we'd be in, another problem would be trying to find the truck. We were lucky enough to get the one that we replaced with something somebody had already ordered and didn't pick up. The Ford that we'd ordered to replace that one originally, Ford couldn't build. So I guess to answer your question, we would deal with what we had when we got to that point. It's a guide, and if you can't replace the truck this year, you don't, or you finance it. That's another option that we've done in the past. Do a 1 or 2 year, maybe a 3 year finance on this, and that may be something we have to do going forward anyway to keep that 225 stable.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm done.
Hello, Nathan.
Hi, Don.
So I have just a few general questions. I think I understand the history of the recreation vehicles, but my first question would be, and I know there has been some, I don't want to use the word commingling, but I guess, consolidation of vehicles into the Public Works Department, but should the recreation vehicles be considered in a separate division for recreation since it's a separate department? That's one question. And then the tassel, and these may not be questions for you, they may be questions for the town manager, but, and then the other issue is the tassel top, vehicle. Tassel top is, last I knew, was not a town department. It was still an enterprise fund, although now it appears to be being run as an amalgamation of an enterprise fund and a town department, the best of both worlds. So, so I just would like an explanation as to what that is now, because the idea originally was that it would be self-sustaining as an enterprise fund, separate and distinct in the chart of accounts from the standard town departments. So it's probably not your question, but I'm just confused about why it's here, because it's part of the enterprise fund, and I know it's a surplus truck, and it looks like from what you're projecting for a replacement that you're looking at another used truck, a surplus truck. So I just think it would be cleaner if the vehicles by department were in the departments they belong in, and if Tassel Top's still an enterprise fund, then it probably shouldn't be in a town department at all, even though it's kind of become recreation. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe now it's all, maybe Tassel Top's a part of recreation and it's a department of the town. I don't know.
We had decided a few years back that Public Works would carry Codes vehicles, Tassel Top's truck. We use Tassel Top's truck in the winter for us. And it just seemed cleaner. Maintenance is easier. It's less paperwork. And we do, again.
No, I'm just talking for budgeting. I'm not talking about taking care of them, which I know you do.
Well, yeah, and that's kind of the same thing, the budgeting part of it. I guess that would be a question. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the enterprise and how that works.
Yeah, well, that's my biggest question: is what is Tassel Top? I don't even know.
Yeah,
Before I get to why, what is Tassel Top now? Is it an enterprise fund? Is it a town department? Because it's a, I mean, and then the other thing too is that the idea of gross versus net budgeting. Best budgeting practice would be to not put the revenues into the back into the capital fund, because the rest of the town operates on a a gross basis, basically the revenues go into the general fund, and then the appropriations, come out of taxation primarily. But I mean, just cleaner to have it not be a fund where it's receiving revenues, and it's really difficult to determine what's being budgeted and spent that way, and that's why they don't recommend to do that.
That would be a Joe question.
Yeah, and I was here when we were doing it too, so I'm not criticizing you. It's not a criticism. It's just a question about proper process, and this is the first time I've seen anything like this from Public Works, which I think is really great. Yeah, but I think those are my questions, and I just think it needs to be clarified. And I do understand the history. It's, once again, not a criticism. I understand. I didn't mention the code vehicles, but I know about that too. And so, yeah, they're fleet vehicles. They're being maintained by you. My question is really, should they be shown by department? And what is Tasseltop? And should you be taking the revenues and putting them back into the capital program, or should they go into the general fund revenues?
That would be a Tasseltop question. The truck issue, we did that a long time ago when we started giving them a pickup, and we did replace that truck this year. It's in there for $55,000. We paid $14,030 for a truck. We got that last week.
Well, that was another question. I wasn't going to ask that one because somebody told me there was a truck on Facebook, and a thank you to Public Works for a new truck, and I'm like, what new truck, and how'd that get in the capital program?
2014. We were going to replace the GMC. You were here when we tried to replace it last time, and the frame broke in it, so it's off the road. So we purchased.
So that's a different GMC. I saw the.
No, it's the same. The 08. We patched it back together and put it back on the road.
Oh, okay.
When you were here.
All right.
And the mechanic wouldn't inspect it. I backed him up on it, and we purchased this one used from a used car dealer.
So this was on Facebook. Which one is this now?
The 08 GMC in line number 3. That was replaced with a 2014, I believe it is, F-250.
And that's not shown here?
That's not shown here yet. This was all done. We just did that truck last week, wasn't it?
Yes. Yeah, so where was that? You had an emergency purchase from Public Works?
It's right there in line 2024.
Okay.
FYI 24-25, it's right there. You get the 75 for the express van.
And the express van, is that the white bus that I see down at the garage?
Yeah.
What is that used for?
That's used for Parks and Rec.
Okay.
We purchased that. That's the one, you were still here when we purchased that one?
No.
Yes. Yep.
No, I don't think so. I think it was right after I was out, but yeah.
So number 3 is not there anymore then, right?
It doesn't really matter. I was just curious. I didn't know what it was, but I assumed it was public recreation, but I see it parked at the garage. Sorry, my questions are not, just really organizational questions and properly showing the revenues, if that's a thing the committee would like to suggest, and whether they should be segregated by department from a budgetary standpoint and still maintained by Public Works.
We do as I said, we do animal control, we do his vehicles. Public Works purchased all those. We purchased the fire inspector vehicle. That come up.
Yeah, it's not a criticism.
No, I know.
I'm just saying now I'm on the other side of the table, and I'm saying should we do that, or should we break them into a different array? That's all I'm saying.
Yep. Okay.
It's not a criticism. It's just a organizational thing.
Right.
And tell me. I'm thinking that they ought to go in by department.
Sure.
I agree. We did that with the insurances this year, too. We segregated out each department's insurances and the other things that went along with that. So that just seems reasonable to go ahead and do that in this situation.
Yeah. And to answer your questions about Tasseltop, the Tasseltop isn't completely self-sustaining yet. The town is still dealing with their vehicles and dealing with the salaries of the rec director and the assistant rec director. So the goal is to get everything, all expenses for Tasseltop under Tasseltop, but not have the town doing any of it. But right now, that's not what.
So it's neither a full enterprise fund or a full town department. You're running it as both. Because before, historically, it was an enterprise fund separate and distinct from the town with some small assistance from the Public Works.
It is an enterprise fund, but some of the pieces can't fit under it.
So it's being run as two different things.
To an extent, yes.
I don't think that's good. I think it should be one or the other.
And that's not the goal. The goal is to have it all be that, yes.
Do you have a timeline on when you think that might happen?
We don't, not right this minute. We don't have, we'll wait until probably the next budget season. Joe will have a better idea of that once he has more of these major projects done at Tasseltop and have more of a projection of what Tasseltop can bring in.
The reason I think this is because, I mean, there are fees for different rec programs, for, you know, obviously for people who have children, but Tasseltop is a pay-per-use, and so you're subsidizing the pay-per-use park that we are leasing from the state of Maine for 100 years on a second lease. It's a great situation, but the general taxpayer gets no benefit unless they buy a pass or day use pass, and so I think that's hence the enterprise fund. If you had a water district or a sewer district, generally the general taxpayer wouldn't be paying into that normally.
Yep.
And so, so basically, why should the people who are not benefiting from the park, because they're not using it, I mean, be paying?
Because Joe is also dealing with the programs. His salary will probably remain in both, partially in Tasseltop and partially in the town, because he does the programs and the rec, as well as Tasseltop, the enterprise fund.
So I think
all of what you're saying are suggestions that would be great to bring up in the next budget process.
Yeah, I think the suggestion I would have would be, if the state would allow it, would be to make it a town department and forget the enterprise fund, and that would be the cleanest thing. That's what I'd recommend.
That'd be a great suggestion for next budget.
Okay.
Okay, I'm all set. Thank you.
Yeah, that was just.
Okay. Okay, so back to the question that I had before and said never mind, but now I'm back to it. There are two columns that are FY '24-25.
That's me screwing up. I saw that and circled it as we were sitting here, so I'll fix that and send it back out.
She did see that. And yeah,
Okay.
it's probably moved. And it's on both pages, too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thank you.
Because if I do it wrong, I do it wrong consistently. Yeah, that was trying to do it quickly, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no worries. No.
Yep.
Okay. All right. Are there any more questions on the equipment?
No, I would just like to say, I have a comment about it though, and that is that over the years, historically, the town has done very well with the, you know, buying used equipment, buying used equipment, trying to save where they can, and so I think that's been a strategy that other towns don't employ, and it's still a viable strategy, although way back, when Nathan talked about having 2 trucks, the idea was to, because the town didn't have the resources or didn't want to commit the resources to build the fleet, we needed to have a viable public works department. We would do it using equipment and then transition, as I did in the prior town, to new equipment. But I think in the instance of some of these pieces of equipment that are, you know, more incidental use, the strategy of purchasing used or surplus is still good, and it saves the taxpayers a lot of money. So I'm happy to see that continue. And I guess they're buying used equipment where they can.
We went up to, before I bought that truck for Tasseltop, I went up to state surplus, and that market has...
It's gone, yeah.
It's gone. It really is. And we looked at a couple of trucks sitting on used car lots, and they were 25, 26,000, and they had the same mileage. That the comparison that I gave the town manager was almost an exact truck, and I think that was 27,000. It had a bit more mileage on it.
Yeah, I realize you're going to have to go probably to the used car market, but I still think it's still in here, and I think it's a good strategy.
That one actually came from Conway Public Works, is where that one came from. Traded it in at Row Ford.
Yeah.
We grabbed it.
Well, we have a history of purchasing our neighboring towns' equipment and then running it for years. So yeah.
Seems to be a good strategy.
Well, yeah. I mean, but eventually, I think the idea is on stuff you're using, and as he says, you want to probably get rid of it when it goes out of warranty for reliability. But I think for this other stuff, it's probably okay and saves money. We've always done it that way.
Yep.
We've stopped buying diesel pickups because of the cost. The maintenance cost was getting really, really crazy. So the last 2 new pickups, actually the last 3 new pickups we bought have been gas powered, and they worked out very well.
What's the price of gas for diesel?
It's a little bit less than diesel, and you get a little bit less fuel mileage with the gas. I think the last diesel pickup I had plowing was 9-10 miles to the gallon, and the one I plow with now is a gas truck, and that's doing about 8. So it's not that bad. Well, it's not that great. I wouldn't want to commute with it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
The diesel trucks also have a consumable, right? You know, that you have to...
Yeah, you've got DEF, the exhaust. You've got to change the fuel, change the oil in the F-250 that's diesel. I think is somewhere around $150, $160, and the gas pickup's $60. So,
Are you still having? I guess you've gotten rid of them, but the problem of the regeneration of the trucks, is that now resolved or not?
we got rid of the 14 was the one that the fire department was having the biggest problem with, and they've got my truck now, and they're able to regen that without coming up to bother us. But yeah, that's pretty much gone away.
The problem is that the trucks idle a lot, and so they don't get out on the highway, and so they don't get to... you can explain the process.
So the regen is they're burning off. They've got a particulate filter underneath them, and when you drive them at low speeds or leave them idling, that particulate filter builds up with soot, and it's got to go into what they call a regen, and that can take anywhere from a half an hour to 45 minutes. In the fire department, we're not as acceptable to it. The fire department is, because they're idling a lot, and that causes them a lot of problems. In the 2014, you couldn't do it off the steering wheel controls. They had to bring it up for us to force it into a regen, and that was happening twice a week.
Yeah. I think it's a wise move, and isn't the school department doing that with buses?
Yeah, their buses, a lot of their buses are all gas now. Well, they haven't done anything for the big plow trucks yet. They're looking at natural gas and hydrogen and stuff. Well, we won't see that. I don't suspect we'll see that for another 8 to 10 years. Those don't seem to bother so much. Better design, I guess.
Okay.
I've got a very minor question for Nathan.
Okay, go ahead, Sean.
So, very minor, Nathan. Is there a way to shop neighboring towns for a used vehicle as opposed to getting them after a trade-in? It's a very minor question. It's just a question
We've purchased 1 truck. Actually, we purchased 2 trucks from the town of Gray, but we had to go through quite a process to get them because they're geared, they're set up a little different. Their surplus stuff goes to, it has to go back into their surplus account. So he depends on them for a trade-in when he sells them. So we had to purchase those from the from the car dealer that they traded them in. The plow truck that we got was a deal we'd done with them on Gore Road when we took over the no man's land on Gore Road. And the basic answer to that is most of the towns, when they get rid of their stuff right around here for some reason, they are done. There's nothing I'd want. They're worse than the state stuff. Conway's got a pretty good replacement policy, so that's how we lucked out on that.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Any more questions or comments on the equipment? All right. Let's flip over to the page 8 on the facilities.
So town office renovations comes out of Public Works budget?
Facilities. The Public Works Department carries a facilities account. It's for all the facilities except for the new public safety building and the fire department end of District 2. And Tasseltop, that's correct.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you. So every facility building, so you got one on Main Street, you've got, and you said not Public Works, but, so that one, obviously the town building, What else?
So
What other buildings?
we have the sand salt building, that facility on Plains Road, the town office. We have the District 2 building, the building I'm in down the village, and we just started with the library last year when they took over that account. So any of the facility upgrades, they come through Public Works, and that's what this account's for.
And
Oh, and I'm
that's-
sorry, no, Sherry Gagnon Park comes out of TIF. We did some,
You did some out of here.
yeah, we did some out of here, that's correct. Yep.
And is that budget, I mean, that's, the money that comes out of it, that's hopefully a separate account. Like, that's not coming out of, per se, your budget, or it technically is?
The facilities line item in CIP is controlled out of Public Works. That's one of my budget items, as is paving and vehicles.
Broadcast studio part of that as well?
I'm sorry, what?
Broadcast studio, the studio
Yes.
that you're in?
Yep.
Where would a line item come from for the comp plan? Would that be under Public Works, or would that be someplace else?
Somewhere else.
Where would that be?
Probably planning and development, I would guess.
Planning and development?
Or TIF. I think that's
Yeah, some of it come out of TIF, and I thought we had a CIP line item for that. No, not for comp, it was for reval.
So the dugouts, every time they get destroyed, that comes out of your budget. So imagine this pickleball court, anytime that gets damaged, that's going to be coming out of your budget as well?
The last 2 times that those got destroyed, the insurance company paid for them.
Independent to that, though, that would come out of your budget?
What's that?
Independent of that, of an insurance claim, that would come out of your budget?
Correct, yeah, the maintenance down there comes out of that facilities account.
So then, it's safe to say that probably the pickleball court would come out of your budget as well?
That would be maintenance. There isn't a lot there that would be a capital improvement kind of thing. Most of this stuff, well, all of this is capital improvement. If something happened to Sherry Gagnon, we have a maintenance account down there for the grounds and stuff like that, but anything would be a facilities where I'd say it's a capital improvement, right? We had determined it was a capital improvement. So if we were going to go to the blockhouse and upgrade the electrical and change the doors, that would be a capital improvement. That would come out of this line item.
I think it's a huge improvement over what's historically been done.
Yes.
I like it.
Yes. Thank you for providing these spreadsheets. Very helpful.
I had a lot of help, but appreciate it. Thank you.
Your tongue.
I just had to turn it up.
Okay, yeah, I was thinking I'm probably the only one here who's deaf, but.
No,
No.
I couldn't hear him either.
Are you all guys all set?
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Nate.
Thank you.
All right, here's the agenda. Okay. Next on our agenda is to set a regular meeting date for the Budget Finance Committee. I would like to propose the third Wednesday of the month. Does that work for the committee? Or do you have another alternate day of the month that you would like to meet?
Works for me.
Works for you? Does that work for you, Sean?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, Cliff? Does that work for you, Cliff?
Yeah, that'll work. I can work around anything.
Okay. Do we need a motion for that? Okay, do we have a motion for meeting on the third Wednesday of the month?
Yeah, I'll make that motion. Make a motion that we meet at the third Wednesday of each month.
Okay, thank you.
I guess second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? All right, all in favor? Okay. And none opposed, so it's unanimous. That passes. Thank you. And, okay, so we are up to public comment. Is there any public comment?
You're fresh out of public.
Is there any Budget Finance Committee comment?
I do have 2 comments.
Okay.
I was at the last budget, I'm sorry, the last selectman meeting. And as we know, the public works garage is off the table at this time. And I didn't want to speak out of line for the whole Budget Finance Committee. So I just kind of gave my personal thoughts is that I still want to see the garage built. I just think that the process, I think everybody in the Budget Finance Committee agrees to this, the process for it was incorrect. And my suggestion was to start a committee and start doing this thing right. And I volunteered, I said, put me on the committee. So they were talking about how we as a Budget Finance Committee, we can't form our own subcommittee on that, but we can, make suggestions basically to them. So I would ask everybody else's opinion on what their thoughts are on getting a subcommittee going on. My thoughts are that, once budget season rolls around again for 2025 season, I don't want to be in the same position going to vote, not having everything. I want to have this thing done a little bit sooner. That way we're in the swing of things. We can say, okay, we already have all this information and we can present it to the people. So I just want to get the Budget Finance Committee's opinion on us asking for a subcommittee or if we just leave this thing alone.
I think
Madam Chair, I have a procedural thing I need to share with you. And that's in public comment, all you can do is accept comments. You can't bring something else up to discuss or to decide. So what you can do with something that a committee member brings up in public comment is to put that on the next agenda and have a talk about it. And that's part of transparency to the public so that they'll know ahead of time what's posted on the agenda and what's going to be spoken on. So I'm not trying to do anything but just help to keep the process going.
So that's going to be consistent for the Board of Selectmen, right? I don't know if it was public comment or selectman comment, but I saw a protracted back and forth that I've never seen before in ever, anywhere.
Yes.
So you're going to be following that there as well, correct?
I have done that already with the chair.
Okay.
So, but that's, now that we've had the meeting with Matt yesterday, he ran out of time to talk about things like that. And you've done incredible going by the agenda, doing the motions, but that's just one more piece. And it's the same with the public comment as the committee comment. It's for comment, and it can be to bring up a new subject, but it's a subject for discussion and decision at the next meeting or at a future meeting.
I have a comment then.
What I'm doing right now, just to have a general discussion about it, is that
yeah, you can bring it up and share your concerns, but because this subject wasn't posted to the public so that they could know you were going to talk about this and be able to weigh in or at least hear about it, and know that that's a subject they might be interested in and therefore they'd want to come and attend, that they don't have that option if you bring it up as a new subject in public comment. So you can bring it up, you can voice your concerns so people can be thinking about it, and you can ask the chair to put it on the agenda for next time. But it just can't be a subject of discussion now, even for a straw poll, anything like that. It's supposed to just be, here's my comments, and I think we ought to discuss this next meeting.
Okay, so I'll try this. I'll try it again. Would we be open to having that discussion at our next meeting, Chair?
I think that would be an appropriate thing to do.
Everyone on the committee agreed, we'll put it on the agenda for next time.
I would be in agreement.
Okay, all right,
Okay,
then
great.
we will do
Excellent.
that. Thank
And
you,
then-
Sean.
Yeah, then one more. Careful the way I get this. Thank you, Sue. The selectmen were open to hearing about our input on use of how the money should be spent for the violation. Would the committee be open to having that discussion as well on at our next agenda?
Yes.
I'm sorry, our next meeting.
Yes, we can put that on the agenda for the next meeting. Okay.
Thank you.
Karen, can I add something?
I think, aren't we in committee?
Well,
Comment.
I was hoping he would bring that up, and I wanted to just add on to what Sean said, is what it is.
Oh, I don't think that we can. He's just bringing it up to put it on the agenda.
Right, and that's what he came to our meeting, and I just wanted to say that we're trying to keep that communication open between the two of us. And it's not you guys answering me, it's just me giving you.
The audio is not being recorded.
I have
I have a hard time hearing.
Karen is correct, this is their committee comment. Okay, yeah, no, I know that we went back on ours at our meeting, so yeah.
Okay.
I have a comment, Don,
Okay, Don.
when we're ready. I don't know if Sean, maybe Cliff has something.
Oh, Cliff, no? Okay.
I'm all set. Thank you.
I just had one more thing. This is not a suggestion to put anything on there. That's just a comment. When I went to the last selectman meeting, I just had maybe we could discuss about putting on the next agenda about discussing with this. So my comments are, I had asked the selectmen if our committees could get together, because a lot of times I feel like there's something was said at one of our meetings, and then we bring it up, the other committee brings it up at the next meeting, and then there's a lot of kind of back and forth going. And I would like to work together with that committee better to, we have the same goals, and I would like to see if we could have a meeting together where we could just, just clear the air a little bit. And if we would like to discuss that at the next meeting, we can, about doing something like that. But that was just kind of my thoughts. I know there's a lot to unpack there. I'm not there with you, so I don't want to say a ton of stuff over Zoom. But those are my thoughts from attending the last selectman meeting.
Okay. Is the committee amenable to adding a joint meeting with the select board to the agenda for the next meeting?
Discussion.
For discussion?
Yes.
Okay. Don, are you on board with that?
Sure.
Okay. All right, so we'll add that to the agenda for the next meeting.
We're not supposed to be doing that, but, right? Taking a poll on,
No, you really should.
Oh,
yeah.
But you as chair, you're the one that sets the agenda.
okay. All right,
So,
so that's that. Are there any other Budget Finance Committee comments?
yes.
Okay, Don?
So on the topic of the garage, I think the voters have spoken very loudly on that, and this is not a comment about the merits of a garage, an addition, or whatever needs. So I'm not making any comment about any of that. But I would like to see the proper due diligence, public participation, and transparency take place, and that come up as it should from the department to the Board of Selectmen, and then to the the Budget Finance Committee for review and a recommendation. And it would include all kinds of things, like having had a committee to study this, like having done the proper engineering, like having had public hearings, like having had detailed cost estimates, and you know, its needs and space analysis and on and on and on. It's a long process, and normally when you see a failure at this level, you know, it's not something that comes back in a year. It takes, even in the best case, I mean, I was involved in a town where it took, you know, 8 or 10 years to get to the, after we'd gone through all of this process and the voters had said no, it was back to the drawing board. And so this is one where, you know, there's a lot more drawing board work to be done, in my opinion.
Okay.
No comment.
No comment. All set. Okay. All right. In that case, ready to adjourn? Need a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Favor.
Okay. Thank you. We stand adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the August 7, 2024 Comprehensive Plan Committee. My first order is to call this this meeting to order and to note that we do have a quorum. So, that being said, second agenda item is approval of minutes from previous meeting. That would be the June 5th meeting. Do I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
And a second? In a second, all in favor? All right. So, third would be public comment. Anyone from the public that would like to speak, if you just go to the podium, let us know your name and your address, and then you are allowed to speak. Do we have anyone on Zoom?
Just John.
Hi, John. And so anyone else from the public that wishes to speak? Seeing none, I will close the public comment. Old business. So I'm going to turn this over to Kayla. She's going to give us a rundown on the a survey from the Election Day pom-pom.
Yes. So on our last election day in June, we conducted another pom-pom survey. And the question was asking, what would you like to see the Jordan Small Middle School be utilized as once it's returned to the town? We had 1,000 basically responses, a little over that. So I think we said maybe pick 3 was probably the general rule. So I think it was actually a really good turnout for that. These seem to be very popular. So the highest winner, I guess you should say, was a community/senior center. That got 303 votes. After that, recreation, just as a general category, at 258. Library at 171. And then the last 3 were town offices, daycare, and then other. Those were all 139, 104, and then 42 others. For the others, it was all of the above were some of the responses received. Sell it. Hold on. Pickleball, food pantry. Go back to being a school. Got 7 answers. Swimming pool at 4. Broadcast studio. Housing for elderly. A fire station. And a sober house. So I think fairly all, we probably are not that surprised by the responses. And the winner would be a general community center.
Thank you, Kayla. Any other committee comments on those numbers? Or
What was 2 and 3 again, Kayla? Sorry.
Recreation and a library. And I wasn't there to collect the responses that day, but Peter, I think you mentioned, or someone mentioned, there was a lot of surprise that the school was closing. Is that correct?
That was correct.
Okay. Which I think is also interesting.
When Frank and I were doing it, people were like, "What are you talking about? They're like, what school? Like the one you're standing in right now." So there was definitely a lot of surprise that news was.
I was only surprised, shocked.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just as an interesting side comment.
Thank you. Well, my comments are, number one, thank you, Kayla. You are the pom-pom queen. These surveys, though, the ones that we've conducted now at the town elections, are certainly not scientific. We don't employ people to analyze the results. But the questions are pretty straightforward and I think are reflective of what's going on. Just to add on to what Kayla said, 117 pom-poms, each respondent had 3 pom-poms. That means we got 339 respondents, which I got to tell you, based on some of the survey responses we've had, that's another success for these unscientific surveys that basically are just confronting the citizens as they leave the polls and ask them some simple, direct questions. What I would say is I just did a quick rundown on the math. So community center, senior center got 30% of the total votes. Next was recreation that got 25% of the votes. After that, it was the library that got 17% of the votes. Town offices got 14% of the votes. Daycare got 10% of the votes, and all others got 4%. And along with what Kayla said, there was like one response from a citizen that said, sell it. There was one response, I believe, or there were 9 responses that basically just said all of the above. So their response was, we want all of these things. And I guess, so lastly, my sense is that one of the things that stimulated us going forward in doing this was the fact that North Star mentioned, we'd like to have some sense of where the community is as far as what to do with Jordan Small when it comes back to the town in 2027. And so we just decided as a committee, well, here's an opportunity at the election to get a large number of individuals surveyed. And I agree with Kayla. I don't think there's any real surprises here. I would just say that this is unscientific in regard to the fact that, among other things, 2 of the choices already exist in that building. So recreation, we've got a kind of a state class gym for a middle school when we built it. And so I guess the question would be, why would you not say we're going to use this for recreation? We're going to take this gym and turn it into office space?
A swimming pool.
There was a swimming pool.
Yeah.
There was one vote for a swimming pool. I heard that. And then the other one is that we already have a library. It already exists. And it's down in the village center. I'm getting the sense from what we've looked at on the committee is that we want to promote the village. So the idea of removing the library from the village might be counterproductive. I don't know. We'd have to see what the citizens say on that. But certainly there already is the library that exists there. So as far as converting that space, once again, it would seem crazy to take a space that's been already built for a library and turn it into something else.
Further comment on the library, however, though, is that they do have a very small space, and when they try to hold events there, it's very difficult for them, and they have to move a lot of the book stacks themselves. So it creates a lot of extra labor. So I know we already have one and want to direct traffic there, but we could use a library twice the size of the one that we have.
Sure.
That was the response I was getting from people when they talked about the library. They wanted a bigger library. They didn't feel the library in the village was anywhere near adequate to do the programs they're trying to do now and in the future.
Yep.
If you go in there on Tuesday morning when they have their bridge group, it's packed. I mean, literally, you can't walk around and there are so many tables of people sitting around playing cards. And they don't have enough room to do the cribbage one they wanted to do with it. So it was a matter of, we need much more space than we have now.
Well taken. Okay, so I'll go over kind of this idea. We had some back and forth, Kayla, myself, and Kate from North Star, as far as where this meeting should be going. And I think we arrived at the conclusion that we needed to spend the bulk of the time reviewing the draft comprehensive plan, the first draft of it. I think that the sense was that This would be a committee-directed discussion with North Star here to assist us and support us as we need it. But my plan going forward would be this one, that we post the draft plan so that people can see it, the committee can see it, and that we basically go, as Kate mentioned, had there been enough feedback from this committee on that draft plan, what she would have done at this meeting would have been to basically group things by theme according to what the committee felt needed to be edited, changed, or whatever. And that then, I believe my sense was that North Star would then have led this meeting. But there was a sense that we have not received, or North Star hasn't received enough feedback from this committee as far as the edits or changes to the current draft. Therefore, what we're going to do is take this opportunity, committee willing, to basically go through those different themes on the draft with North Star here to be able to make those edits as we do them, so efficient use of time, so that we're ready for September, when what we do is, or excuse me, is it? Yeah, September, we do a review of the second draft. I believe that's kind of how Kate plotted out how we were going to proceed. So without objection, I would go forward with that. Any comments or objections to that process?
No.
No. Okay. So what I've done is just put together two things. And not knowing what we would have, my expertise with computers would be, I did it the old-fashioned way. But sometimes it's a little easier if you basically have the paper in front of you to do it, because I'm kind of old school there. So this first thing I'm passing around is the timeline, because one of the first edits was in the introduction, and it was that, well, the timelines aren't exactly right. I think there's been some confusion as to whether this committee started when we had our first meeting in August of 22, or if we started when North Star basically was contracted the following spring to be our consultants. So I'll throw that out as kind of the first edit. The second thing I'm passing around are basically the edits from, as of this morning anyway, everything that's been edited to the plan by the committee, sans the punctuation and/or remove this word because it's an extra word. So any of the simple edits are not included in this, okay? So I guess I would start with, if we could get that plan up on the screen, that would be terrific. But I would say just to get going and to not delay things at all. The reason I handed out the timeline was both to check it against the information in the draft, and also just to give you some pause, and you don't have to go through it all right now. Everything we've done since August of 2022, okay? So as far as the first edit under acknowledgements, I would ask, and once again, this is just an ask, I just need a consensus from the committee. Do we want to acknowledge, thank Brad McCurtain and/or Don Willard for their participation in this committee? Thoughts?
Nothing wrong with doing that.
I'd agree.
Doesn't seem to be a problem. So that'd be the first edit. Just include in the acknowledgements somewhere that just says, thanks to Brad McCurtain and Don Willard. Okay, good. Do we want to describe ourselves as a steering committee? I don't have any opinion on this, so, but there was an edit, so.
Yeah, is that just common language? I've just never heard of us referred to that.
That was actually a typo on our end, so
Okay.
I think you've been calling yourselves the Comprehensive Plan Committee, and I think we'll stick with that.
And that's what they were appointed
Yeah,
as by the
yeah.
select board.
Nothing ground shaking so far. All right. Our first meeting, I'll just reiterate this, of this committee was in August of 2022, and if you look at the timeline, actually in June was when the select boards appointed us in this role. Okay, that being said, page 3, introduction. What I have as an edit is the community engagement should include department head interviews and polling at local, state, and national elections. Because personally, I was at all 3 of the pollings. I think that the amount of information I gathered from actually talking to the people was extremely valuable. And so I think that the state should know that we did that. Thoughts?
That would be in the intro, Pete? Yeah.
So yeah, in the introduction, basically, it's stating, you know, the different community engagements we were in, but it didn't mention the department head interviews and the polling at local, state, and national elections.
Yeah.
I think also, you know, from what I've been able to research, it's about 50-50 as to whether the committee or the consultants or a combination of both actually conduct the department head interviews in the town. And I'm extremely proud of this committee having gone out and said, no, the committee will do that.
Yeah.
We learned a lot more, I believe, doing it that way than if we had done it in combination or if we had left it to the consultants.
I think that's a good add.
Yeah. Okay, so without objection, we'll add department head interviews and polling at state, local, and national elections. Moving on. Raymond Today, page 5. And I think this is just a little confusion. Inventory chapters based on data collection over the past 10 to 20 years. So the edit was to say, don't say 10 years, say 10 to 20 years. My understanding in looking at this is that this is just kind of a form of confusion. I believe that the term 10 to 20 years has been used to describe how long a comprehensive plan should be effective, how it's going to affect it. So as far as us looking down into the future, it's pretty common for comprehensive plans to say, we're looking at the next 10 to 20. Some I've read say 10 to 15. But the inventory chapters based on data collection was really just over the last 10 years. I mean, we didn't go back to 2010 to look at population necessarily. We looked at the last 10 years, or, I mean, I'm just guessing. I didn't really see the data completely. I'd ask North Star about this. I think it's accurate to say that the data collection was over the last 10 years.
I mean, it's the decennial census is updated every 10 years, and a lot of times we use comparisons from 10 years ago with the data.
John?
Yeah, the thought on that comment, I think that might have been mine, was that the last formal plan was 04, and we're 20 years out on that. And there was a kind of an interim update in 2014 or something. There was comprehensive plan activity, if I have that right. And so the 10-year reference is certainly appropriate. I was just thinking it would be nice to acknowledge that the comprehensive look, the last comprehensive look was 2004 in terms of a formal plan. But don't need to get hung up too much on that point.
What's the committee think? 10 years, is that reasonable? Or do we want to include 10
I kind of like the 20, because it is acknowledging that it's been 20 years. I don't know. I mean, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it's kind of to me, it's like consider it, because it has been 20 years since we've updated it. So we're basically we're taking 20 years of what's happened with the town and we're reformulating a plan. But I won't lose sleep over 10
Yeah, how
years
about a
being
quick
in
show
the
of hands?
comprehensive plan.
10 years? 20 years?
Showing my hand with the 20.
There you go. 20 years it is, 10 to 20.
Right, yeah.
10 to
All
20
right.
years.
Moving on. Also on page 5, Raymond Today, population. I can tell you, this one gave me a little heartburn, but maybe we can clarify it. The statement is basically that there's an increasing number of young families in town. And I know that there's a graph on that basically shows or suggests on the data as I looked at it, that there's a point where it intersects, where what we're seeing is in a certain age group, I don't know if it was 25 to 34 or whatever, that there had been a population increase in that, and that potentially that could suggest that there's younger families moving in. My sense is that in the population's demographics chapter, it really doesn't say that the population of young families is increasing. It says that it may. And I just wonder if that might be a little misleading as far as looking at the population demographics in there, as far as suggesting that, yeah, there's actually an uptick in the number of young families moving in. I tried to get some school data. That was harder than getting a change to the Constitution of the United States. So I don't know what that's all about. I even looked at their budget stuff, because I would think somewhere in the RSU budget there'd be something about projections for population increase. But I'd ask North Star, what your sense is on this statement. Do you think it's strong enough to hold water to the general public?
If you're referring to that second bullet there, the second sentence where it's talks about the percentage of residents over 65 has increased, I think that can be refined a bit more, just wording wise. So I think the trend is that we're seeing generally a higher percentage of people in Raymond that are over 65 that are staying there, aging in place, and then at the same time looking at that age graph in the population chapter, more younger families, like people in their 30s, mid-30s that are moving to town. So that definitely can get reworded.
Okay. As far as, is that page 5?
Yeah.
It is. Is there any more on that?
I had a.
If you scroll down, yeah.
I had a comment on that same bullet. I don't think my comments made it in. That's probably my fault. So I agree with you, Peter. I don't think that second part of that second sentence matches what we've talked about, and I think we could find a different way to extrapolate the data consistently between the first part of the sentence and the second part of the sentence to make it more clear as to what at the point we're trying to get across.
Is the discrepancy between what the second bullet says and what the first sentence of that paragraph below says? Aging population and increasing number of young families?
Yes.
Or do we?
I think it's just kind of the wording. When we're saying the population is aging, we've seen an increase in the older people, but there's also been an increase in young people. I think it's just the way it's worded.
Okay.
That's all. Because when I had to read it a couple times to be like, wait, what? What are they?
I
think
what you're saying.
that's what it is. It's just a little misleading, right? Am I?
Yes.
I agree.
Yeah, like it's just, yes, you can still see an increase in people in their 20s and 30s, yes, but it's a much smaller increase. And I think we all understand that. It's just the way that it reads kind of throws you off a little bit.
We in agreement with that?
Yeah, just one more point would be, and this maybe is getting too into the statistics, but is it possible that there were a lot of people aged 50 to 64 that over the last 10 years have turned 65 in town?
I think that's a possibility, absolutely.
I'd just be, like you were saying, I'd just be curious on the actual increase in young, quote-unquote, families coming in when we're losing a school. Like, I know that's future, but it's just like, well, we're losing the school for various different reasons we don't have to get into, but it's just like, to me, the statement that we have a lot more young people moving into the town doesn't reflect what is actually going on in the town. So just like you, I'd be curious about the stat, if that's actually accurate before putting that in there. I don't know how you would find that stat. Is that that school stat you were talking about? Is that a stat we could potentially get from Wyndham to see what their
I looked, I'm sure that it's got to be there somewhere, I just didn't find it. I don't know if that would be helpful or not. I mean, there's other factors that are involved as well, even in looking at the budget. I mean, I do know that the RSU is decreasing 2 teachers' positions, but once again, that can just mean larger class sizes. It doesn't necessarily mean that the population of the school's gone down. So
I think it would stand to reason that Wyndham is seeing a population increase in general. Therefore, I'm sure that their population of school-age children would increase. I don't think Raymond's, however, is. I think ours is either stagnant or slowly going down. I think
Going down.
I think that's my sense of it.
Of school-age kids.
Of school-age children,
Yeah.
yes. So school-age children are going down. The number of school-age children in Raymond are either stagnant or down. But Wyndham, it would stand to reason that they are going to see an increase because they do have a lot of developments. They have more development action than we have here.
Sure.
And one would just assume, I guess, that would mean that there are maybe more children that will be there as well.
So I'm hearing a consensus that as far as the second part of that statement, that be deleted, or that we find another way to say that that there is an increase in this age group. And I know that all of that breakdown is in your analysis.
Yeah, later on.
So you could just pull the numbers from that and just, say, the age group 25 to 34 or whatever.
It was 10% or whatever
yeah.
the number is.
Yeah.
If you throw the same statistic at it, or if it's available,
yeah.
then you're making 2 quantitative statements based on the data.
Okay, so we agreed on that.
Mm-hmm.
Looks good. Moving on. All right, so I'm going to draw a lot on, and John, listen up here. I'm going to draw a lot on the individuals that have real estate experience, but I'm going to tell you that on page 5, under housing, at least 6% of homes in Raymond are used for short-term rentals. Okay, I believe that's a guesstimate. I don't know that we track them. But at the very least, would it hurt to say at least 6% of homes in Raymond are used for short-term rentals, which remain unregulated?
I think an appropriate word could be currently, which are currently unregulated, because
Which remain currently unregulated. What do we think about that?
Rumor has it someone wants to regulate it.
How are we defining short-term rentals? Is that year-round basis, or is
No, I think that
like
most of what
campers
towns that I've seen or have investigated basically look at, I think in Portland it's 30 days. So if you're going to rent it for under 30 days, it's in Portland. I believe it's considered to be a short-term rental.
Short-term
Some
rental.
condo complexes will call it like a 90-day or 3 months or less, or sometimes even 6 months or less can be kind of considered a short, if it's not a year-long lease agreement sort of
I guess
deal.
my question is, how many summer camps do we have that people rent out for a number of weeks during the summer? How do you tally that into it?
Tell you that it's a lot more than 6%.
I would think so.
You own the home and you go to it you spend a month there over the summer, but the rest of the time you rent it out. Is that what
To
you're
remain focused, what I'm really asking in this edit is that we just make some statement of the fact as we know it. And the fact that we know is that as of now in the town of Raymond, short-term rentals, however you want to define them, are not regulated. That could be simply what some communities have done, which is they license them. Therefore, you have information, and if a neighbor or butter has a problem, they know who the owner is. They have the contact information, to something as restrictive as licensing fees and revenue streams and all that sort of stuff. I don't think we're at a point here where we're going to be discussing that, but simply to make the statement at the point in time when the comprehensive plan is finally voted in by the town, that we're telling everything that we know, which is they're not regulated now, and that is an issue in many communities. I know it's been an issue in this community.
Do we want to specify even more that they're not regulated by the town or by the municipality, just to clarify?
Yeah, I struggle with that a little bit. I think that it's not true that the house that is being used for short-term rental hasn't seen a lot of regulation and inspection and approvals. So I would just worry that, you know, if we don't word it correctly as far as it's just not regulated, then possibly people would say, what, it didn't have to have the building code to be pass the building code in order to be a short-term rental? So I agree, though, that, you know, the wording needs to be correct.
Yeah.
Would something like a reference to the fact that to date there is no ordinance to manage short-term rentals?
Right. So if this helps at all, a state like New Jersey will regulate them. So you have to have a CO, just like you would have a CO for like a permanent residence. You have to have the CO for the short-term rental. A short-term rental could be anything from a day to could be a week. You know, I think the short-term rental, when people think of it now, they think of like Airbnb and that kind of thing. So you're absolutely right. It's not regulated by, I don't think it's regulated by, I mean, it's not by the state. It's obviously not by our municipality, but where do you want to put that? It's like, it's not regulated by our municipality, or do you want to go up higher? It's not regulated by Cumberland County.
No.
Or do you want to go up, next level would be state. So
I think something that might make sense is it currently doesn't require regulation isn't required for the town or for the state.
How
And maybe
about
that's
regulation
the
is
distinction we make.
How about regulation is not currently required?
Sure.
Factual.
Or which are currently unregulated by town ordinance.
Whoa, there we go.
I like that by town ordinances. I mean, that's basically saying that we
Raymond.
as a town of
Yeah.
Raymond, are not, we don't have an ordinance controlling the number of them. And since we're kind of picking this to death, I kind of would like to say estimated 6%, because we literally have no clue.
We really
And
don't.
even if you look on an Airbnb listing and you search Raymond, you're going to come up with Airbnbs in Casco, in Naples. I mean, it's the whole surrounding area. So if we're going to pick at
Kayla,
this.
I agree. How many? How would
I
we
don't know.
know if it's not regulated, licensed, or another
Yeah,
racetrack?
this is
How
a-
would we know how many homes? Are,
What percent?
It's a complete estimate, that's 6%.
Right, we should take out the estimate. Is the unknown amount of homes in Raymond are being used for short-term, or undocumented, or however it wants to say, but I don't think that, it's true, it's at least 6%, but I know it's way more than 6%. I think that number should be taken out, because it's, the way I'm reading it now, it's a little misleading. It's like, oh man, that's not a whole lot.
That's not a lot, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that's 180 homes.
That was taken from AirDNA, which it is an estimate. So it's
But they get their data based on licensing databases, right? And from municipalities. So if you don't license, if you don't regulate, how do you know? I guess that's the question we're asking.
Right, they might know if there was a year-long lease, but they wouldn't know if there was somebody renting their home out for 3 days.
I don't want to put words in Sam's mouth, but I think that they also will monitor active listings at short-term rental sites. It's not just relying on municipal licensing, because as you know, many towns do not require municipal licensing. So it is an estimate. I think that if you feel in your gut that 6% is just grossly too low, I think the way I look at that is at least 6% of homes in Raymond are estimated, to Kayla's point. And so if we leave it at that, that would, I think make clear, we don't know the exact number, but if you feel somehow that is really, 2 or 3 times too low, then maybe we shouldn't put the number in. But I think based on the best available data that we had, we would say at least 6%.
So there, how many homes did we say in Raymond? There was 3,500? Is that what we were saying? I have a stat on that.
It says approximately 3,000 housing units
So,
in the line above that.
John, you said there were how many?
Just 3,000 times 6% is
180.
180. So
Oh,
that was my
I
quick
I
math.
thought you were on a.
I mean, if you think about looking at a map of the town, if you pull up Airbnb and look for something in Raymond, like 180 dots of properties is a pretty significant number. Like, I think it probably is, I mean, if we say it's at least that much, I think that's probably realistic. And maybe in our minds, we are thinking that doesn't sound like enough, but I think it's a good number. Like, I think it's a lot of homes. If you count the number of homes on the waterfront in town, you know, I mean.
Can you say
Can't be much
according
more
to
than that.
this? Put it in there, according to this,
Sure.
6%.
It's
No,
not a
we put-
made-up number. I mean,
Right,
you
we-
guys found it in the database.
We put the blame on somebody else.
Best-
Okay, is there a consensus on that?
Yeah, I think just adding the estimated.
Yeah. And as far as the statement about unlicensed, unregulated, currently unregulated, what do we think about that?
Currently on, how'd you say it,
I'd
Jackie? That was nice.
Which are currently unregulated by town ordinances.
Yeah, I like that. That's,
Yeah.
Is that good?
Yeah.
Appropriate.
All right, moving on. Okay, under housing, Raymond's home median price has increased by 75% between 2010 and 2022. I guess I don't have a problem with that. I'm not sure exactly where that's directed, but it's historical data, and so I don't have a problem with it. I would delete what follows that, which is considerably lower than some surrounding towns that have seen increases over 130%. So my sense is that this suggests that Raymond's housing affordability in today's market is somehow better than surrounding communities. That's the sense I get in reading that. My idea, and once again I'll lean heavily on the realtors in the room, is there a significant difference in the cost of a house, the median cost of a house in Raymond as compared to Gray? I'm sure it's different in Portland, but is it that much of a significant difference? That would be my first question. And then the second one would be, even if that's true, we're talking about we talk about the percentages, and 75% of what? 75% of a community that has a median expense for a house of $200,000 versus their neighboring community whose median housing price is $400,000. These, what is the percentage telling us? Yeah, to me, it's more as far as affordability goes. Not. Thank you, John, for educating me on this. I believe it's not the affordability capital A, or maybe it's the other way around. It's the affordability small a, which means is it expensive to buy a house today to the point where you'd say it's not affordable? Yeah, I would agree with that statement. But affordable housing, the definition really is the HUD or State Housing Commission state statute that describes who qualifies for a low-income house loan, who can get some sort of subsidy because of their income. So there's two different affordabilities there. So anyway, I know that's a lot to digest, but basically, is it misleading at all to be kind of putting this in here and saying that some communities have experienced an increase of 130%, in Raymond for the last decade was 75%, and somehow that's better now, today.
I don't feel that statement is, because I like how it ends, current data suggests that it's not. So saying, hey, listen, this is a stat, it's showing that it's lower than the other areas around it. However, current data is suggesting that Raymond's housing affordability is not better. That, I would say that without that very last sentence, I would agree with you. But tacking that on there, I think it's a very fair statement all the way through.
Other thoughts? State Housing publishes, Maine State Housing, a very nice, basically, chart that rates and gives you in years comparisons as far as what median houses have cost, the median cost in Cumberland County and throughout the state with individual towns. And so that's very helpful data. But the one thing I find most helpful in looking at it is their index. And their index is basically just a fraction that indicates, you're a 9 or a 0.9 or you're 1.1. And it's basically a formula, as I understand it, that's describing the affordability in a community from year to year. And I got to tell you, looking at Raymond and Cumberland County in general, but in Raymond over the last 5 years anyway, I think last year we were at anything below 1 is considered not affordable. And I think not affordable. And we went from 5 years ago, we were a 0.9, and now we're somewhere around a 6.5. So I think that's pretty telling.
Our affordability is increased.
Our affordability has decreased. And in comparison to area towns, I didn't see that they had an index that was any different from ours. So I'm just throwing that out there.
You got North Star. I mean, you guys pulled that statistic from data somewhere, right?
Yeah, from Maine State Housing.
Maine State Housing. Yeah. I mean, so that's a factual statement. The first part of the whole statement probably is factual.
Oh yeah, and I'm not doubting the factual. I'm just saying that the first part of that, Raymond's home median price has increased by 75% between 2010 and 2022. But then it goes on to say, which is considerably lower, meaning at the time, that time frame, it was considerably lower than some surrounding towns that have seen increases up to 130%, which I don't doubt that there's data to support that as well. I guess what I'm asking, is that germane to what we're trying to say here, which is how affordable is housing in Raymond?
I think taking out
today
that second part of the sentence makes it more clear. I think what we were trying to demonstrate with this bullet was that housing affordability is still very much an issue in Raymond, but there also are other housing issues like the lack of diversity, the fact that there's 97% of the housing stock is single-family homes. So I think with this, we're trying to hit at the variety of housing issues, but I can see how it would be misleading to read that and think, well, Raymond is pretty affordable compared to other towns that, like the median home in Raymond was, I think, around 400,000, and the median home in other towns is like over 800,000, which is a huge difference.
Absolutely. No, I agree with that.
But it's still not affordable.
I think if we're putting ourselves in chairs of the comp plan 10 years ago, or 10 years from now, we're trying to convey what type of information is important that led our goals to where they are now. And this bullet, I see it, I agree with you, Sam, and I think if we were to add something that indicates that this increase continues to remain, or this increase is still, we see this as still an affordability issue within the town, to qualify that even though, we can remove the 130%, but as long as we're qualifying that this is an issue that's leading to the affordability problem, then we should be conveying the information that we want to sustain that idea.
Other thoughts? Sounded good to me.
So we're trying. What you're after is making the point that it's increased a lot.
I guess what I was just seeing was the fact that there's nothing special in the real estate market about Raymond compared to the area or communities.
Could we just put what the median home price actually is, and then just say, it's increased from 400,000 to 700,000 between 2010 and 22, which we think is roughly 75%, and then I think people could just judge from those statistics that it seems like a big change.
I think that's a good add.
I guess it doesn't really matter if we're comparing ourselves to other towns close by. I mean, the fact of the matter is that the prices went up 75%.
That's the main message.
Yeah.
The only thing that, you know, the second part of the sentence, the only thing that I was sticking out to me with that was I see it as we have the potential to increase in our percentage over the next 10 years, meaning we may start to mirror those other towns as far as affordability goes.
Yeah, and just due to the fact that Raymond's home price is lower than surrounding towns, it seems like it would be more desirable for younger families to want to move here. But then with the increase and the pressure on the housing market, it's going to get, you know, even more and more expensive.
Right.
I don't know. There's a little box down here that's beeping.
Electronic birdie over there.
Oh, you know what this
It's like
is?
a battery
It's a backup battery pack that's angry.
Is there something I could get in for?
Let me check.
Ask Kevin that question.
So how would the committee like to go with this one?
Like what John Clark had mentioned.
Yeah, we just define it a little bit more and take out the considerably lower.
Ooh, nice
thing.
job.
I didn't do that.
John, would you be willing to reprise one more time what you thought, how this could be worded?
Yeah, I think we should just say, you know, Raymond's median home price in 2010 was X, you know, and in 2022 it's Y, and it's increased to 75%. And then we could probably just leave it at that. Because we calculated the 75%, so we should know what the two median prices are.
We can add that.
And is there consensus for the committee?
Yes.
With accepting John's edit?
Yep,
Is that good?
I think that's good.
All right, we will do that. All right, moving on. Page 7, natural and water resources. So it states there are also several lake associations and volunteer organizations working to protect water quality. And there was an edit that just said, can we add after working in concert with municipal government?
Yeah, it's a fair statement.
Good add.
It's true.
It's true.
And it's true.
Consensus is yes, we can add that. So we just add to it, in concert with municipal government.
Good.
To protect water quality. Page 7, public facilities, excuse me, and town capacity. It reads, as a small town where most town revenue is generated through property taxes, Raymond should work strategically to support residents while maintaining fiscal priorities. I guess the edit would be, after should, we add seek additional sources of revenue and work strategically. So this is under public facilities and town capacity.
Yep.
Thoughts on that, on that addition?
The language here says Raymond must work.
Yes,
And
I guess that was part of the edit as well.
yeah, absolutely seeking alternative sources. I mean, grant funding and so forth is a key point, I think, of the plan.
Yeah, other than property taxes.
Other
In other
than
words,
alternative,
I don't believe anytime soon that's going to change as the major source of funding this town. It's going to be property taxes.
Yeah.
However, I believe when I listened to the former finance director speak at a select board meeting, that was one of the things she was asking for, to see if there are some ways that Raymond can do to explore other revenues other than property taxes. And I personally think it wouldn't hurt for us to say should seek additional revenues.
Absolutely.
Sources of revenue.
We were having that discussion about Tassel Top, because right now Tassel Top money is not going back into the town. We're funding it, but that revenue is not being seen by the town. That may change. I don't know where we left off with that, but that would be an example of an additional revenue.
Yeah.
So it plays into the impact fees conversations we've been having too.
Absolutely. Fees in general, impact fees directed specifically at growth areas, those sort of things.
Grant resources.
Grant
for
resources,
huge
absolutely.
Flow of money from
Sure.
the feds and the state.
Sure.
On fixing up roads and watersheds and drainages and so forth.
We're talking government grants.
Government grants.
Government grants.
Yeah, so we need a government chaser.
Yeah, no, we don't.
Maybe instead of just saying revenue, we should say revenue and funding.
So seek additional sources of revenue and funding.
Yeah. Because grant money wouldn't necessarily be considered revenue. We
Right.
don't know.
The one comment I would have to that is I wouldn't want this to sound like we don't currently do any of that.
Yeah.
Because we certainly do.
To
Look for grant opportunities, look for other revenue opportunities.
to increase our capacity.
Expand.
Sure.
To pursue those
Expand
opportunities
sources.
is the language we want.
Okay.
So is it softer to say, should continue to seek additional sources of revenue?
But we really want to step that up a bit from our level of pursuit and success that we have now, would be my feeling. That, I mean, the
And I've just hired a finance director who has a background in grant writing.
So is your mic muted?
So that's, oh, I'm sorry, I muted it when I called Kevin, I'm sorry. I just hired a finance director, she begins on August 26th, that has a background in grant writing.
excellent.
And had I not found someone like that, I would have been looking for a grant writer, because while it does say on here that the small but adequate staff, adequate's getting very stretched.
Well taken. All right, so consensus of the committee, how do you want to word this?
Okay, so I think it should say Raymond should expand efforts to seek additional sources of revenue and funding and work strategically to support residents.
I think what we're saying is exactly that they're doing it now, but they really need to give them the resources so they can step it up. I think the middle school coming back to the town is a perfect example of where we need someone looking for grants in order to
Make that happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just gonna happen when somebody has 4 or 5 different jobs to do, and
Right.
one of them is part of that. I think there has to be some concentration, especially on that one.
Yeah.
Because there's got to be a lot of money out there that we could tap into in order to do what we wanna do in that school, and it might allow us to do even more than we think we can do.
We're adding,
I.e. swimming pool.
we're adding $1 trillion in debt every 6 months to this nation, and we're advocating to try to get more? How patriotic is that?
If it's available, it's already available,
Yeah.
and we're throwing our hat in the ring.
Yeah, I think Greg, that'll be there, that'll continue, well, presumably continue to be there in some form or other, but it's really about increasing our capacity to be competitive, to chase and win some of those, because all of our neighboring towns, or not all, but a number of the neighboring towns do that and have a success rate that's, maybe it's 50%, maybe it's 30%, but it brings in money to help with public works and various funding categories that would be attractive to us. I don't think we'd be, if every town in the nation certainly pursued that path, it would drive up perhaps the federal deficit.
Oh, it's already driving up inflation, which is one of the problems we have in affordable housing and other things. I don't know. I think if the town can't afford to do it on our own, we don't
do it.
We don't beg for someone else to give us money. Sorry, that's what I think.
No, don't be sorry, Greg.
Yeah.
That's an opinion. What I'd say is just to redirect on this, just to focus on it for everyone, because I know everyone spent hours and hours pouring through not just this document, but also the action matrix. And I can tell you a lot of things, as you already know, that are addressed in that we're talking about as far as the wording in the plan. the draft plan, they're really addressed in the action policies and action matrix. So such things as hiring a grant writer as one of the suggestions, that's in there. That's going to be part of the plan. That's what the implementation committee's the job is to look at all of those things. Adequacy of staffing and everything. All of those things are addressed basically in the action policies matrix, which maybe if we get through this, we'll get time to look at as well, because that also needs editing. But we'll see how far we get. My goal is to be out of here in an hour and 5 minutes. Okay. So have I lost my way? Oh yeah, page 7, natural and water resources. This should be a quick one. Oh no, wait a minute. What did I do?
We're on page 8, Raymond.
I'm looking at the wrong document. Yeah, Raymond tomorrow, page 8. Growing traffic congestion along 302. On that line, a recommended edit would be to say growing traffic congestion and safety issues along 302 and rural roadways. To me, it just seems that encompasses more of what we're hearing from the town, which is 302, yeah, it's a problem. But you know, North Raymond Road's a problem, and Raymond Hill Road's a problem, and Route 121's a problem. So the connecting roads as well, I just believe that wording would insert that in there. And also to say it's not just traffic congestion issues, but it's also safety issues, which ties into the sidewalks and all of the other things we've been talking about.
Yeah.
So, comments?
I feel safer walking up 302 than I would any of these roads, that's for sure.
While we're on that sentence, I know this is more of just an editing thing.
Yes.
That the faces challenges including increased lakefront property development, but then we also in the same sentence say development pressure on natural resources, lakes and ponds. We've just said the same thing twice. So just make note to scrap one of those parts.
Which one would you suggest, Kayla?
Doesn't matter to me. I read it and I said, didn't I just read that?
Any preference from the committee as to which one of those we strike so that we don't appear redundant?
How about the first part?
Good for you,
The
Kayla.
second one's a little bit more descriptive.
All right.
Developmental pressure on natural resources, lakes and ponds. How about that?
I'm good with it.
All right.
Okay. All right, page 8. This is one that we should get real quick, right? I think we spent an inordinate amount of time discussing this at one of our committee meetings. So in the vision statement, that one line about the, should it be all of the water bodies, which would include Nubble Pond and Notched Pond, or should we simply say all water bodies? Because I know we had that discussion, and yet it popped up here again in the vision statement. I believe part of the comment that drove us to change this was we actually heard from a resident from Nubble Pond. So what about Nubble Pond?
All two of them.
I think North Star might have had to comment on this too, that it's good to name we wanted to name and be descriptive of our
And I think
favorite natural
I thought
resources.
they had decided that. So we'll just name all of the water bodies. I think that the wording was something, if you can find a draft of it, was all of the ponds, lakes were named individually, and then we said something like all other water bodies or connecting water bodies or something to that. But we could let North Star word craft that so it's correct. But we just want to name all the ponds that in lakes. Okay.
Is Pismire Mountain in Raymond?
Some of it is.
Pismire,
Pismire, is it all Raymond? Can we name that one as well? Because Rattlesnake is not all in Raymond either.
That's what I was thinking of. Rattlesnake was not all in Raymond, but Pismire is.
Okay.
All right. Page 10, Goal 2, protect Raymond's natural and water resources. So the first question, and maybe John can answer this, or Greg, does the open space fund still exist?
I don't believe that might be a Sioux question, but it hasn't been active since 2015. 2015, when we made a contribution to the purchase of the community forest, and it was Luneco had signed up for taking ownership of it. But so is it a line item still in the Raymond budget, or is it in a kind of a inactive status? So I know we haven't been asking for money to put into it for the last decade or 8 years.
So was that a part of the CIP at one point? Maybe? I don't recall if I saw an open space line in this year's budget or if I've seen it in prior.
I think that's where it was when it.
I almost think it was, and I did look at and find that there are still monies carried along
Oh, great.
in the audit that for projects that have, how did they put it? Not become extinct, but abandoned or completed, is I believe how the statute puts it. And the select board decided to leave that money sitting in as basically undesignated in the CIP.
Does that mean it could be used, undesignated funds can be drawn for any purpose?
For any CIP purpose,
For any-
yes.
So the action item is to secure that as a
I can-
land
and I can find
conservation
that
fund and not for other expenditures.
I think that'd be something for the new finance director to look at, maybe with the select board and budget finance committee.
At one time, the tree growth penalties were put
We're
in
being,
that fund.
going into it, that's right.
I don't know if was a one-time deal or if it's ongoing.
What a good idea.
Where do the tree growth penalties go
Oh, yeah.
now?
That I don't know.
But
Back to
That
the
I would have to look
taxpayers.
at.
Ah, well, good. That's
Can't
the
let them have their
taxpayers and the
money.
value of the preserving. Well, anyway, okay. So we I don't know. Do we want to keep the open fund in there if we're not sure of its existence? That'd be my comment. Okay.
Open space is still there.
Oh, it is. Oh,
And
great.
it isn't an inactive one. That is one that has the select board decided to continue.
Nice.
And currently there is $28,707.
Loaded.
You make a go of that.
And what, tree growth, that I'm not sure. I don't know where that falls.
So I think we want to certainly keep it in the system, seeing that this plan, this comp plan has action items for reinvigorating.
Sure.
Or staying active in conservation.
Absolutely. So I guess it stays in. This is just a question, and either maybe John or Greg or Sue can answer this, but this is just my own question. Is Luneco the only not-for-profit land trust that Raymond deals with?
Maine Woodlands has one. The images at Fry's Leap, that's Maine Woodlands. Conservation easement.
So is it dangerous to just be saying Luneco in a couple of these statements as far as it would be Luneco that would continue to partner with Luneco Land Trust on easements and conservation opportunities? Or would it be, I don't know how you'd word that.
Greg, does
And
SWOM
others?
still exist? SWOM still
Yep,
exists? and
it's
they-
now Maine Woodlands.
That's Maine Woodlands?
Yeah.
And they can hold an
And
easement?
they also hold the deed restriction on the Hayden Murdoch property.
Okay. So I think just referring to Luneco Land Trust or other entities that are appropriate for the conservation project being considered would be the language that we'd want to use. What was the context of that? Is Luneco Land Trust the only not-for?
Continue to partner with Luneco Land Trust on easement and
and other
conservation.
land
And
trusts.
other organizations.
And other
Preserving
conservation organizations.
Open space.
Yeah,
And other conservation organizations, everybody happy with that?
yeah,
Yeah.
good.
Good, okay. Still on page 10, develop a process to rank the sites in Raymond most appropriate for solar development. And the edit was, and incorporate this criteria into Raymond's solar ordinance.
Makes sense.
Let's get specific with that.
Yep.
See what happens at the next special town meeting.
That's right, that's right. Could be a moot point.
It probably will be. I don't know.
But certainly, we're going to be dealing with other applications coming down the road for commercial solar
Yes, we are.
entities, and therefore, I don't think it's an issue that will be resolved or not, but simply by the ordinance change coming up. It's gonna more clearly define it, in my understanding, but that's about it. Okay. Still on page 10, continue to work with, simple edit, and support local organizations.
I'm good.
So I guess the idea of this edit is to keep reinforcing with everyone who cares to look that we need to be supporting local organizations.
Yeah.
Okay. Still on page 10, work with Cumberland County Soil and Water Conservation District. And the edit is, and the town's lake associations. So it would be including our town lake associations along with CCSWD. Any problems with that? No?
No, that's
Okay,
good.
we'll
That's
do
good.
that.
That's good.
Good at it.
Yep.
Pursue public access easements for swimming, fishing, and passive recreation and the edit is, all lakes, ponds, and water bodies through a collaborative process between municipal government and landowners. Once again, we're fostering that idea. There's got to continue to be collaboration.
Those specific ponds were called out because they currently don't have public access.
Yeah.
There are a few that do have public access.
Okay, so if we wouldn't want to say all ponds and water bodies, I guess I would still say we want to do it through a collaborative process between municipal government and landowners. I think that, for me anyway, that kind of takes the sting out of any thoughts of eminent domain and the like. I mean, I know the process really to establish it is state inland fisheries, I believe, as far as boat ramps and any of that stuff goes.
Yeah.
But as far as the town being able to, I don't know, say we've acquired a piece of property and we're going to donate it to the state, if in fact they want to put a boat launch here, increase access, that might be a strategy. I'm just suggesting some strategy. So I guess, if what we want to do is just highlight those two areas where we have public access, but then I would say include the collaborative process between municipal government and the landowners.
I do just want to bring this up. So I live on Raymond Pond. I did have my annual HOA meeting between our last meeting and this meeting, and it came to my attention that there was this public process maybe 10 or 15 years ago throughout Raymond, and and this is kind of how it ended up, in that every other body of water except for these three have this general public access, and so that there was already a townwide thing that happened, and I guess, I don't know, people in my HOA are maybe a little close to it, but it was a very unpopular thing, I would say. And obviously they live there. It's a very small population. It wouldn't, they don't speak for the whole town, but from we're trying to implement certain things, and this was implemented townwide 10 to 15 years ago, is my understanding. And I don't know if anybody on the committee actually has better experience with what happened, but I think that might be something to consider before we put this in here, because, I guess the goal is to actually implement what we're putting in here. And I do just want to point that out.
Yeah, I think, John, if memory serves me, I recall there was an issue back around that time frame involving a piece of property that was coming up for sale that was on Panther Pond. And I believe there was if memory serves me, there was quite a pushback on the part of the Panther Pond Association and other individuals that had interests in Panther Pond that did not want to see that. So I don't know if what you're saying is that what you've heard is what came out of that was some sort of a deal where all the other, once we let's say granted access to Crescent Lake, that then we would not be looking to provide it or increase the amount of access through to the public to our other water bodies. I'm not aware of that, but
no, I think I'm saying something a little different, and obviously I wasn't here when this happened. I guess the story I heard was that there was a big push through inland fisheries and wildlife to get public access to every body of water in the town.
Sure.
And I think that at least in Raymond Pond, what I heard was that there's no town-owned land; it's all privately owned, and so there was one of these battles of, okay, well, where would we put this? And it's all private land. And so I guess I'm not sure if that's the same for Notch Pond or Nubble Pond, but all I'm saying is I think what we're saying is try to pursue this public access easement. I guess what I'm saying is I think this was pursued about 10 to 15 years ago, and we ended up here, and it might just benefit us to figure out how we ended up here.
I think the main difference, or a difference, is both with the Raymond Pond experience and certainly with Panther, was that the scale of a public boat launch ramp is what it was, and the way this is worded here, it's not talking directly about a public boat launch ramp. It could be a hand carry access scale that would perhaps be more amenable to, for example, Raymond Pond. I think the way it's worded right now is pursue public access easements for swimming, fishing, and passive recreation at those ponds. I think Nubble is entirely surrounded by private property, so I don't know how far we get with that, but go ahead, Ben.
Yeah, so I think the question is, through this process, I think it was clear that people in Raymond want more access to these public resources that are in town. Yep. The question for this specific bullet point, and I'm sure it's later in the chapters about, those are the three that don't have any today.
Yeah.
Do we want to make that a point here to say we're prioritizing those three because there's no public access today, or to Peter's point, we need to work on access everywhere, noting that there are some ponds that don't have any access. If that's more, it's less specific, but I think it also would be true to the process. And yep. Sam, you can weigh in, but I'm sure there are other bodies of water where there could be more access desired if it was available or there was an opportunity.
Or improved, at least.
Right. Okay.
And just to be clear, I'm not advocating for a change. I'm more just bringing up that I thought what I learned kind of fit in with this bullet point.
Well, yeah, Frank.
Yes, if I remember correctly, on Raymond Pond, there was a piece of land that was being considered for a boat ramp, but the vast majority of people who live on Raymond Pond, who have property in Raymond Pond, did not want it at all. And it ended up that there was some influence in Augusta by individuals that ended up someone higher up in the state government told Fish and Game to forget about it.
There's a big difference between a boat ramp where you're bringing a boat with a motor that can make a wake and, especially on some of these smaller places.
Yeah, well, I don't think they were looking
fishing
to
from
bring
the
in
shore.
100 horse engines into Raymond Pond. I mean, I think people would have been appropriate to limit the amount of horsepower going into the pond and maybe even restrict it to, canoes and kayaks and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
It was just cut off.
I like Peter's edit because that considers everything that we've just been talking about, because it's got to be a collaborative process between the government, municipal government, and landowners. It's not eminent domain. It's, know, I think people in the town who,
Collaborative process, yeah.
yeah, who don't have access to the water
Yep.
want more access to the water, whether that's better access to Panther Pond or Raymond Pond. It doesn't really matter. You know, the sites that we have are filled up in the summer. So,
Yes.
you know, it's hard to drive by and not be able to get there.
I think Peter's edit would
Do it.
just do it.
Yeah, I like
It
that.
means softens it.
Appropriately scaled. What you got in there is certainly isn't talking about boat ramps, because that's a hot button.
Sure. So if I understand it, what we would just say is pursue public access easements for swimming, fishing, and passive recreation at the areas that don't have public access now, and state those
I like all.
at
as
all.
opposed to pulling out those three. Because
Okay.
it incorporates those three but doesn't call them out.
Okay. Is that good, everybody? And I would just say that, unfortunately, we're not taking any comments during this. There will be an opportunity at the end. But I guess what I'd just say is my understanding, though, is just to be clear with everyone, inland fisheries and the state, even to this day, are looking for every opportunity to establish public access on water bodies in Maine that do not have public access. So I would think part of this, incorporating this into the comprehensive plan, is the fact that that's what the state wants. That's what they want to see us moving towards.
Yeah, all they have to do is find a willing seller. And
that's it. That's the key. Someone that will sell it.
The process is...
Got a question, maybe this is a John Rand question, but is there a weird conflict between us trying to maintain our water quality and us as a town trying to get all these different access into all these water bodies?
I think we can make a goal. I think that can be part of the goals, is to continue to maintain those, because I don't envision jet skis and pontoon boats on Raymond Pond, but my son would love to fish there.
Sure.
So
The key is access, right?
I think it's
what the
hard
access
to
is
feel
gonna be.
invested in your community if you're not allowed to use it.
Yeah.
And I think that if people see the beauty and feel the beauty and connect to the beauty, they're less likely to abuse the place that they live in.
Or we can regulate it too.
We can do that
Yeah.
through ordinance and just make it clear what access means on these bodies of water.
Yeah.
Appropriately scaled. I
Yeah.
still like that language, which doesn't rule out a boat ramp, but it's certainly not specific enough for anyone to provide any real guidance, but it kind of incorporates the lessons learned from the Raymond Pond experience and the Panther Pond experience, which...
So does the committee have any issues with John with the appropriately scaled? We'll let North Star wordsmith that in there as well. Thank you.
May take forgery, forging, not forgery.
Okay. I keep losing my place here. All right, so page 12, goal 3, invest in road and traffic improvements. This is just probably straightforward. I've seen this comment or this description in other comprehensive plans that I've read, but none of them have adequately explained to me what is Complete Streets in Vision Zero policy.
I believe that is already defined in the transportation chapter, but I can double check to be sure.
If it is, could we just have a reference on this goal?
Yeah.
That sound reasonable for everyone?
Sure.
Okay.
Yep.
Page 14, goal 5, strengthen Raymond's sense of community. And it's, the line is, explore the feasibility of a town-run daycare program. And the edit would simply be, explore the feasibility of a town-run or public-private daycare program. Thoughts?
Why? Why a town daycare? What's wrong with private ones?
We don't have enough childcare in the town, period. And if we've got more families coming in, we need it, and that's just critical. I think it's just overlooked pretty frequently.
especially if it's taking away their school.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think you raise a point there, as far as, one of the things that we asked for at the Pom survey was daycare. And although it certainly was on the lower end of votes, I believe that what this edit is saying is that either keep that option open. So, as an example, if when the school comes back to the town, it may be that some space there with what would be considered to be reasonably low amount of renovation cost because it was a public school, might be relatively inexpensive to turn into a daycare center. And therefore, it would either be a revenue stream, we talked about new revenue, by leasing it to a private concern, that Raymond also has some amount of say over, or a public-private where it's something as simple as we can get you to decrease your expense and maybe pay your employees a living wage, and in return what we'll do is give you a big break on the lease. And that would be kind of a public-private type of a program.
The RSU is currently sort of doing this with pre-K program with one of our daycares here in Raymond.
Yep.
They sort of have a public-private relationship, and from what I hear, it's quite successful and working out nicely.
So I guess they said it would just be opening the door to say, either way, we might be open to that, so.
And right now, we're exploring adding to our rec program a before and after care program.
And all the programs that we have available right now have wait lists within 24 hours. It's like Taylor Swift tickets. So and then you're not guaranteed coverage, and it impacts parents' abilities to work. So I just see it as something that's going to get worse.
Yep. Are we okay with that edit? Just to add or public-private? Good. Moving on. Still on page 14, I guess the edit was simply to say, why one event? Why not multiple community events throughout the year? Hold multiple. Good? That's an easy one. Page 16, future land use map. So, the first edit would be something on the map or in the narrative that simply says very clearly that this future land use map is not a zoning map. I personally think it's important to make that distinction. Number one, because the state requires that it not be a zoning map. And secondly, so that anyone looking at the plan doesn't get the sense that, oh, they've just changed the zone I'm in. It's not a zoning map, right? So I would ask that edit be included. Also on page 16, future land use map, there was an edit saying, are we going to have a separate map showing conservation lands? And if not, can we incorporate that into the future land use map?
Yeah, that should already be in the either natural resources or recreation.
So there's a map in the chapters?
Yeah, that has all the conservation lands. Yeah.
Good. Sufficient?
Good.
All right, so we don't need any edit there. Still on page 16, expand the village growth area to the intersection of Route 85 and Plains Road and add critical rural area to the Tenny River corridor. That second one got my attention. We kind of missed that.
Yeah, we had talked about trying to focus on that intersection and improving the beach
At Crescent.
At Crescent, trying to slow down traffic, and the town owns some of that land across the street from it.
Yes,
So
it does.
seems appropriate to explore as some of that village type.
Makes sense.
So we'd like to see that added
Well-
on the future land use.
Yeah, I think that kind of, that little area between Crescent and Panther and Plains Road, that whole little
Yeah,
intersection.
that's basically as I understand it, that's Tenny River.
Yeah.
And so that also be, I had the opportunity one hot July day to go down at kayaking with my daughter, and I got to tell you, it's one of the jewels and hidden secrets of Raymond is going down from Crescent Lake to Panther Pond via the Tenny River. It's not
Really
an all-day
area.
expedition, but it's certainly beautiful between turtles and dragonflies and lilies. It's nice. So if we would add that to the critical area.
Preservation of that has to be top
That corridor.
priority for the.
Well, yeah, and we've had those conversations. A good portion of that property basically is Camp Hines and the Boy Scouts.
And they have an easement on some of their property. I think there's about 1,000 feet of conservation along the Tenny River that the Scouts own, and Luneco holds that easement, I think.
And not relevant necessarily to the conversation, but we've had the conversation before, and I think it's mentioned further on in the plan and whatever, or in the appendix, that it's areas like that what happens when it gets to the point where the Boy Scouts say that their property has more value as real estate, waterfront real estate, than it does as a camp. Or they go insolvent, or who knows what happens down the road. But that's for another conversation.
That applies to all the
That's something we should be
That's all.
looking at.
Yeah,
That's all the
all the
camps.
camps.
Yeah, absolutely.
Show up on that screen.
All right, and still on, no, I believe that was it for
Yeah.
page 16. We'll get there again, folks.
Peter, if I could, before we move on.
Yes.
Sam zoomed in a little bit. I was hoping I could point it out on this. There you go. Yeah, use the pointer. Thank you. That's good. The Tenny River, I understand, is that connection between Crescent and Panther Pond. But at the same time, there was a comment about extending the growth area toward Plains Road, which kind of crosses over the Tenny River, as I understand it. Like, are there specific properties that whoever made that comment, or like, does it go all the way down to the intersection? Does it include Camp Hines in a growth area, for example? Or is it really just, going down to the Tenny River itself?
So there's a parcel, I believe it's 7 acres, that is right where Plains Road and 85 come together on that corner, on like this side of it. That's town-owned property.
Next to the cemetery.
Next to the cemetery.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where, they could look at putting parking for the ramp for the beach goers at Crescent. Or maybe there could be like a hand carry boat portage entry into the river. But that could possibly be used in some sort of way to help make improvements in that area. And, I wouldn't necessarily consider it growth, along that area, not the same way we would see it in the village there, but just slow traffic down, maybe sidewalks, maybe crosswalks, something that would make it safer for pedestrians to get, to the beach and park their car.
So I think that's very helpful to understand kind of what you're envisioning, and if that matches up with what other people are thinking. When we talk about the growth area, there's a narrative in the future land use section that talks about small scale multifamily, adding some commercial uses to kind of go with the civic uses that are already here. It's this part of town we're in. And I didn't know if that's the kind of thing you kind of envision kind of going down the hill toward Crescent, or if it was really maybe more about building up that kind of pedestrian, recreational access kind of near the river and the lakes.
I'd like to think it's the latter, right?
Yeah.
And not bringing the whole orange growth down to and beyond the river.
Okay. So I did hear there was pretty clear consensus that river itself should be green. There should be a green connection between Crescent and Panther. But maybe with that extra explanation, we're not talking about a map change. We're not talking about changing that growth area boundary, but maybe just kind of saying within that critical rural, some appropriate uses that would make it safer for people to walk and access the resources would be appropriate.
Yeah, so improvements, not necessarily growth and development, you know?
Got it.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a green connection along the river.
Yep.
Would be a helpful demarcation of however wide that is, because as Frank's point, special place, special river, special natural resource, and as I said, there's the town's got acreage on one side, there's scouts have conservation on the other side. There's other conservation in the area.
And maybe we could go way out on a limb and make the Tenny River blue.
Make it blue with green on the side.
No.
I'm getting wild now.
You're getting
I
crazy.
know.
We'll see. We'll see.
So,
all right.
Are we okay with that?
Yes.
That good?
Yeah.
All right.
I got a quick comment. I'll just, and I think you answered it, Sam, that there are other conservation properties are shown on another map in the plan.
Yeah, this map shows critical rural areas, so that's what the dark green is. But the map that's showing just conservation properties is already in the inventory chapter.
Okay, yeah. And what came to my mind was whether having, and it would probably be too complicated, but having those existing conservation areas somehow portrayed or overlaid on this growth map. So that it's clear where we're proposing growth and where we're proposing rural, and that it's just making it clear how those are proposed land uses hopefully dovetail to some extent with existing conservation, like Morgan Meadow, which in this case is all green.
Yeah, we can definitely show those layers on this map as well.
Might get too complicated.
Yeah.
Helpful, but
we'll have to play with that a little
That
bit.
might-
I think we want to avoid making it
too busy.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Got
But
it.
it could be helpful.
Or something.
Okay, the last one that I have on my handout, but certainly not the last one for discussion for the committee. I captured as much as I could from the draft edits as they exist, but there may be other things that have occurred to people, so certainly I want you to chime in. Was page 28 summer survey. The respondents were mixed if the town should invest in infrastructure and facilities. Now, the edit that is suggested here is that the summer survey said that almost 2/3 of respondents support investing in town services and infrastructure, such as community center, even if taxes are likely to increase. And then the analysis goes on to say, nearly 58% of residents without children were in favor of investing in Raymond. That percentage jumped to 72% if the resident has school-aged children in their household. So I guess the edit is asking if this, characterizing this as mixed doesn't seem to jive with the results analysis of the summer survey. And to compound things, I kind of pulled up, just to refresh everyone's memory, how question 7 of the summer survey was posed to the citizens. And it says, the town of Raymond should, bullet point 1, keep taxes as low as possible, even if it means cutting services. And the second bullet point was, or question was, invest more in services like recreation, libraries, and infrastructure, even if taxes go up. Now, in reading this, I would say as a survey question, I would say that really, in order to be a little bit more equitable, there should be at least 4 questions here, right? So the option to the citizen on the first one was keep taxes as low as possible. Well, that should have been it. That's survey question number 1. Survey question number 2 would be keep taxes as low as possible, even if it means cutting services. And survey question number 3 should be invest more in services like recreation, libraries, and infrastructure. And then the 4th question should have been invest more in services like recreation, libraries, and infrastructure, even if taxes go up. So I think that the edit is really suggesting that the data we collected doesn't seem to jive with the analysis in the report, or the statement that the respondents were mixed. You know, as I read the data, number one, we didn't ask all the right questions.
Parse it out.
The pie chart in the analysis has 2, and one of them is low taxes, and the other one is invest in the town.
Yeah.
And so, but the question wasn't asked. Maybe a reasonable person would say, well, I want low taxes, but I do want you to invest in the town. So maybe what you got to do is decide on what you're spending the money on and spend it on something else. I'm just saying that could have been a question. The question could have been proposed in the survey a little differently. I'd ask North Star's feedback on that, their questions, the sense of how that's worded.
Are you asking how that last sentence should be worded?
Yeah, I guess, or you know, but my sense is this one, and this is my edit, so I'll take responsibility for it. The sense that I have in looking at this, and then having looked at the survey, and having looked at the survey questions and analysis of the survey questions, and then to read this, I got to tell you from my own personal experience and talking with people at elections and at associations and everything else, the consensus seems to be if there is going to be improvements that are needed in the town and services, then even if it means my taxes going up, I'm okay with it. But once again, that's not taking into account the survey results, which I believe that they don't disclose entirely what the pie charts and the graphs are saying to support this statement. The respondents were mixed. And I don't think anything I've heard or anything I saw in the data says that it was mixed. It was saying people very clearly want to see, there's a consensus that they want to see investment in the town. You know, what we didn't ask is at an increase in taxes, or at the same amount of taxes, or less taxes. So I'm a little cautious as far as the wording in that. And I will tell you, I have basically, when I've talked to groups and whatever, I've been saying basically that, you know, based on the data in our survey, people in town there's a consensus that, you know, if it's going to take more spending, which means more taxes, in order to get us more services and get at these other goals that we want, then it's okay with us. Not everybody, certainly.
I agree, Peter. The surveys we did, and all the pom-pom surveys that we did, that seemed to be the majority of the people were saying that.
And I think that's what the survey summary says in more detail, with that whole kind of document focused on the survey. I think this snippet, what I'm reading here is that it maybe needs to say, in general, there is support for investment in the community, even if it increases taxes. However, something like it wasn't universal, where respondents, you know, differed or had mixed opinions. You know, it was based on perhaps on how long they had lived in town. I think that was one of the variables that you could point to and say, you know, it would impact how willing they were, or willing to say they were supportive of investing in the town. But I think your bigger point about going back to that document and saying, you know, there's a couple pretty clear points that say, you know, there's generally good support across the board, but it's not universal. And I think that was maybe the word you used. I'll write that down because there's not universal, it's strong, but not universal support. And one of the variables is how long people lived in town, the tenure, how long have they lived in town?
How are we with that?
Is that?
That's pretty good.
All right. I'd ask if there's other committee comments or edits on the draft one of the plan.
Thanks for putting this together.
Oh, sure.
I do have something.
Yes.
In here, you mentioned farms being the backbone of the economy. I don't know how many farms there are in Raymond. Where? Mentioned. I gotta find the page it was on. Under economy, page 6. It's the last paragraph, the last sentence in the last paragraph, just above transportation. Natural based businesses and some here is farms that form the backbone.
Oh.
Unfortunately, there's not much of a backbone of farms in Raymond.
Farmland.
There is farmland, and I think this kind of connects to that a little bit on page 23 where we talk about the rural areas. It says Raymond should also continue to support farm and forest landowners and expand support for agricultural related businesses and agritourism like on-farm restaurants. I might throw in there as well like event venues or something along those lines. You know, barn weddings and things are all the rage these days too. So, you know, having people that can maintain some of those, you know, structures and support it in a way that they can run a business off of it, even if it's not related to farming necessarily.
Maybe just changing that to farmlands. Former farm properties or something. Because you're right, Greg. I mean, Chipman's not based in Raymond, and Hancock's over in Casco. And
I don't know, Larry Murch has a few cows.
He's got some cows.
You're always up the fair.
Certainly is, yeah.
Doug Vance's cows are pet.
And he's got goats.
And he's got goats.
So as far as Greg's edit, how do we want to do that? Do we want to say, modify the fact that it's the backbone or one of the backbones of the economy?
Natural resource based.
The way I'm reading it is the recreation, outdoor, natural resource-based businesses are the backbone of Raymond's rural economy. Like it says, including summer camps, farms, timber operations as examples of rural businesses. I think if you think it's more accurate to say farmlands or, as John said, former farms, I think we can clarify that. I think the larger point is okay, and this is more of a clarification.
I wonder if you put that phrase in parentheses after businesses without a comma. If that would, because that makes it look like it's defining the businesses, possibly, grammatically.
Okay.
Maybe.
Parentheses.
How does the committee feel? You would let it stand, try and modify farms somehow, or eliminate it? What do you think?
I like the addition of farmland.
Farmlands?
I mean, it's not really a business, but it's a land use that is a significant contribution to the rural nature of Raymond.
Yeah, because I mean, we have to remember at the beginning of the sentences, we also must support the following things.
You okay with that, Greg? Farmland?
Yeah. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Just one.
So be it. Any other? Okay.
I thought it was a great document. You guys did a fantastic job pulling it together, and it was a
I think there's so few
Good
edits
easy read. There's
because
so few.
it's good. Yes,
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay,
Good
so,
draft.
so there is a second component to this, which is basically the goals and the like. Due to the lateness of the hour, I'm going to ask that through unanimous consent and without objection, we hold that off to the next meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, and what I would encourage everyone to do is, as I've been doing, those documents are still available. They're open for edits. So I'd ask you to go in and look under that and make as many edits as possible. And I believe North Star can then get started on that even before we have our next meeting. Because I believe the next meeting, if I understood it correctly, is really to Sam, it's to look at the second version of the plan? Is that?
Yeah, yes, so the goal is to have a second draft ready by next month.
Okay.
Next.
All right, so that's what we'll be doing next month. I'd encourage everybody to get in there and make as many edits as possible prior to the next meeting. I know we all have busy lives, believe me, but it's not always easy to get the time to go through a document, especially detailed documents like this. But I think we've got a good start on it, and I appreciate North Star's effort as well. And if I didn't say it, I'll say it now. I think there's special recognition to Kayla Gonzalez as far as these pom-pom surveys are concerned. She has artistic talents, she's got organizational skills, and I'm a member of the fan club, so I just want to say, I think that needs special recognition. Done a great job. So, I do note that the couple that had a question that wanted to say something is left, but I'll open it up to any public comment now. If anybody wants to make a comment, an observation, anything like that, they're free to do so now. Seeing none, I'll close public comment, and I'd ask for Comprehensive Plan Committee comments.
I have one.
Kayla.
I would like to thank all of the members of our Comprehensive Plan Committee, because looking at this timeline of all the things we've done and it being pages, you know, we're at it 2 years now. So congratulations for sticking with it for 2 years. And I think that the end is in sight.
Well, yes, I would agree with that. I guess my only committee comment would be this one. As I was reminded by the videographer tonight, and I had a conversation with the town manager as well, I would just like to remind everyone at committee meetings that public comment and selectman comment is basically designed to bring up future agenda items, and because obviously we have the ability, and the public has the ability to comment on any agenda item. They have the right to do that. But so public comment in with public comment and with even with committee comment, there's no back and forth. Okay, so there are no, well, this is what I think about your comment. No, that doesn't work that way. It's strictly to bring up future agenda items, or to make an observation or your comment yourself. Most of the time when I'm making a public comment, I really don't need any response. I've already made up my mind. I'm just telling you what I think. I just wanted to remind everybody on the committee that. I would also remind you that we did have a very good training in executive session on parliamentary procedure, basically the can-nots and cans of a public meeting, and I found it informative. I also found myself sitting there listening to the town attorney, and with the years that I've been active in committee, saying, oops, I did that wrong. So it's always a good refresher for anybody who has the opportunity of doing that. And the right to know laws, the public notice laws and the like are all helpful. Lastly, I would say, Sue, can you just remind the committee of the combined meeting we're going to have in this month with the select board? The
That
select board?
is on August 28th. It's going to be at 6:30 in the Jordan Small Middle School gym. And it'll be a workshop. Since the Comprehensive Plan Committee asked the Select Board to pull this together, it's the Select Board's meeting, but the whole agenda is to have a workshop to talk about the comprehensive plan.
And who's invited?
All committee members and all members. The public are welcome to attend, but since it's a workshop, the public's comments won't probably be entertained. But that's, and even with your comments before, the chair does have some leeway to explain things to public comments and
Absolutely.
whatnot.
And
It
so
just, it just shouldn't be a back and forth.
Right, so in a workshop, my understanding is generally what happens is there are no comments during the workshop and the discussion from the public.
That's correct.
However, the chair overseeing the meeting can allow comments after the general business is done.
Yes.
And it's just that, as you say, it's no back and forth. But the public can make comments.
Unless it's a clarification kind of something or something, yes.
The other boards that'll be there, planning board
Yes,
and zoning.
yes,
Budget finance.
budget finance,
Yeah, that's a big one.
The comprehensive plan's been invited to.
yes.
Yes.
And,
The beautification committee, or at least a member of it.
Yep, all committees,
The
code enforcement.
recycling committee, they aren't active right now, but they are still a committee.
Code enforcement.
Code enforcement.
Another important.
Yeah, others, the department heads will be invited.
So I encourage you, even if you didn't get a chance to vote on the date you want, because the date was selected, there was a great Google poll that went out there that led us, and I believe we got 22 participants to agree on the same date.
Yes.
So of the 28 that responded to the poll, 22 agreed on the date. So we're gonna have that happen. I guess my question was North Star invited to this?
We've got it on our calendar, just in case. We
I
were.
think I sent the invite to you just
Yes.
in case you wanted to come.
Yes. So, I think that's a great idea. I know that the boards and committees have, had a chance to weigh in early on in the process at the visioning stage and kind of weighing in on some early priorities. But it seems like this is like a really good chance now that we've got a rough draft, first draft, to kind of share where the direction of this work is going. So we are happy to be there and support that however we can. But I also think it's a good opportunity for this group to take that ownership and show that this isn't. We've helped, but this is not North Star's plan for Raymond. We've helped this committee draft a plan for Raymond. So to the extent, I don't know if it's going to be a little bit of a presentation on some of the highlights and the recommendations and kind of walking through the vision and priorities. We'd be happy to support that work or draft up a PowerPoint. And I know Kate and Sam have worked primarily through the chairs to do that kind of stuff. So whatever we can do, it may be worth a little more coordination between now and then, but it's on our calendars and we're happy to help.
Great. So hearing that, Kayla and I can work with you offline off this meeting and see about doing that. That would, I believe, be extremely helpful. Yeah. I think along with that, I had talked with Sue about I don't have a problem putting together some printed material, not necessarily from the draft plan, because I've been warned about releasing draft information. It's generally not a good idea. However, there is a wealth of information on the website. Survey analysis, survey data, and the like, which has been accessible to the public and to the leadership of the town and the committees forever. But quite honestly, as I said before, everybody lives busy lives, so everybody doesn't have a chance to leaf through a 20 or a 30-page document. So I told Sue I would pull some of those documents off the website, and she's agreed to get them printed and available for the meeting as well.
Yeah, since we'll be at the gym for size, because I sent the the invitation out to roughly 50 people. And that would be just a smidge cozy in here.
Yeah.
But we don't have necessarily all the comforts of home at the gym for PowerPoint. I'll have to talk with Kevin about that.
Sure.
So it may be printed materials as opposed to PowerPoint. And I agree that.
You mean like this?
Yeah, something
Well,
like
we
that.
could
Well,
have-
we could mimeograph it all.
Well, we could just have a PowerPoint presentation that's printed out.
Yes, oh, yes. Yeah, we could still use PowerPoint as the basis. It just couldn't be projected, I don't think. I'll have to talk with Kevin. But I completely agree that the draft document isn't ready for prime time. And I don't think you want to release it until you're ready for it. The committee deserves and ought to have first crack at it. But some kind of synopsis, as we talked about, some of the data, some of the pieces, so that you have enough for people to at least be thinking about it before they get in there, hopefully, so that you're not starting just from what is a comp plan.
Sure. And I would agree as well as far as the withholding draft information and stuff like that. What we want to do is we want to build this document as close to perfect as possible, because they'll still people will find problems with it and errors in it. And what we need is the community to buy into this and accept it. And just like North Star is saying that it's not their plan, they've helped. What has to be clear, and I think it's gone on since the beginning of this committee, it's not the committee's plan either. Right? All we've done is been a vessel to collect information and work with a consultant in putting into some sort of a format that is acceptable to the state, and that a reasonable person in the town would read and say, yeah, that reflects basically what I'm thinking for the next 10 to 20 years. So, but it's not our plan. Okay, if there's no more comments?
Just a quick question on the 28th. So it's structured as a workshop. We're going to show up. Are the chairs running it?
The select board's
Select board's
their
running
chair.
it. Okay. Okay, great.
But, well, the select board will open the meeting, will open the workshop, and will probably say, it's yours, is the way I expect it to go.
Okay. So if they just turn it over to us, then do we have a plan as to what we start saying next?
Well, along with the discussion I had with Sue, along with getting printed material and stuff like that available, if we can't have a PowerPoint, then what I suggested to Sue is that Kayla and I get together, and what we do is put together an outline. Once we have an outline, we would certainly disseminate it to the committee as well, so you kind of have an idea of what documents we're going to provide and where we're going as far as the discussion. And like I say, I don't believe this group is actually going to need to start off with a what is a comprehensive plan. I'm hoping.
Yeah, I hope not.
Yeah, but so certainly my goal is to get into making all of the committees, the department heads, and any public interested in the fact that we're really coming down to the wire. We've got a draft plan. This is, as an example, some of the data on the website that reflects the polling and the surveying that we've done based on what are the major issues or interests of the community, and what the consensus was there. Provide some maps once again to maybe. I'm looking forward to trying to dispel some of this idea about. I think Jackie brought it up a while ago that a growth area doesn't necessarily mean an industrial park and 12-foot high condominiums. That a growth area means investment, and where we should be directing our interest as far in our dollars. But that's that perception. I've met a lot of people out there that really that's their sense. That's what a growth area is. Don't put that growth area on my property. I don't want that. So it'd be that sort of thing.
If there's a role for any of us to play, just let us know in advance.
Absolutely. Well, what I'll do is try and get together with Kayla in the coming week, put together an outline, and also a list of documents we'd like pulled off the website, and I will send all that out to the committee as soon as we have that finalized, So you can even refresh your own memories by going to the website and reading some of the stuff.
Great.
Seems great reading, you know. All right, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Do I have a second? All in favor? We're done. Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome to the Town of Raymond Comprehensive Plan Committee. Today is June 5th of 2024. I would like to note that we do have a quorum present, and I'm going to call this meeting to order. The first thing on our agenda tonight is the approval of our minutes from May 1st of 2024.
Move to accept the minutes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, and all those in favor?
Aye.
And that is approved. Thank you. Today we have the pleasure of a guest speaker, Robin Mullins. She is with the Lakes Region Chamber of Commerce, where she's been there, I think it's about approximately 8 years, 4 of which you've served as the executive director. I've planned for her to talk about 5 minutes today and then allowed about 10 to 15 minutes of questioning, just so everybody knows. Robin, you're more than welcome to step up.
All right, good evening. So I am Robin Mullins. I am the CEO of the Sebago Lakes Region Chamber of Commerce. We cover 8 towns. We cover the towns of Casco, Gray, Naples, New Gloucester, Raymond, Sebago, Standish, and Wyndham. And I'm really excited to be here tonight. I know you guys have a lot of work that you've already done and will continue to do on the comprehensive plan, and I want you to know that we at the Chamber are here to assist. Last night I was in the town of Wyndham. As many of you may know, the Department of Transportation is working with the town of Wyndham on what can we do about traffic on 302 in Wyndham. So I get a lot of feedback from our businesses, and I'm there to support and also to be a voice for our businesses, and I would love to do the same thing for Raymond. So if you need to reach out to Raymond businesses, or if you need me to help with feedback or any of that sort of thing, I'm more than happy to do that. I've also worked with the towns of Casco, Naples, and Gray on some projects that they have had going on as well. So the chamber has about 306 members. We have about 20 businesses that are members from Raymond. The bulk of our businesses are from Wyndham. We do have businesses that are members throughout the state. However, we have some in Rockland and Portland and some other areas as well. People like to become a member of the chamber because it will hopefully give them a little bit of networking and some visibility in the Sebago Lakes region. So I've been with the chamber for 8 years. I've been in my role as the CEO for 5 years. I actually started that just about January of 2020. We all know what happened in March of 2020. So I have been very familiar with helping our businesses to succeed and to survive, and want to be able to continue to do that and want to be able to partner with our towns in order to do that. And Sue and I have met a couple of different times to talk about how we can, as a chamber, support the town. And one of the things that we do, we have our own 501c3, and we do support food pantries in the 8 towns that we have. And I want to let everyone know, we just wrote $20,000 in checks to the 12 food pantries that we have in the region. So we are very active in the region, and will continue to be that way. And I want you to know that I am here to support you guys in any way that I possibly can.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
With the 20 businesses that we have in Raymond, do you hear, like, what is their most frequent ask or concern?
So it's interesting that you asked, because I actually emailed all of them and said I was going to be here, and I only heard from 2 businesses. And so that is actually a sign of the times. They are so busy and they get inundated with emails and things like that. Were I to do it again, I probably would have to physically walk in and ask the question, because I just think they are all so overwhelmed. It's hard because a lot of them are low on staff. But from the 2 people that I did hear from, they would like a little bit more support from the town. I think it was difficult for them in opening. They were both actually, it's interesting. One of them has been in business in Raymond for a very long time. The other business was fairly new. And the business that was new said it was difficult. It felt like it took longer to get her business open than she would have hoped for. So, specifically what that support is, I'm more than happy to sit down with her and figure out what that was, but that was her concern. And the business that had been here for a while, same sort of thing. They're really not really sure what's going on. And that's the other thing. It's like, they're not sure what's going on, but are they opening the emails that are being sent to them? So it's kind of a catch-22, right? But again, that's where I might be able to step in and actually go and have some one-on-one visits with these businesses and try to figure out what it is that they need.
Does anybody else have some questions for Robin?
Can you share what some of the projects were that you did recently with Casco and the other towns?
Yep, so Casco is also doing a comprehensive plan as well. And so again, it's just being there for support and being in, they have less businesses that are part of the chamber. Casco doesn't have a lot of businesses, so it's a little less of a need there for me there. In Gray, they have a, and I'm not going to remember what the name of it is, when there's properties that could potentially have hazardous materials on them, the brownfield, that's what it was. I was participating on them and looking at what buildings, what lots, those sorts of things would require brownfield study. And then if we decided that those were areas that we could reuse, what was that going to take in order to get all of the hazardous stuff off those so that we could use the materials and things like that. In Naples, I participate with them. There's a new town manager there, and he has been fantastic. He has been calling meetings every once in a while, and he's pulling all of the businesses together to talk about what is it that we could do better. What are your frustrations? And so it's really nice to be there from a chamber perspective in order to hear what it is the businesses are saying so that I can partner with the town on that. So that's actually been a lot of fun to do with Jason. And of course, Wyndham always has stuff going on, and I work very closely with Tom Bartel and the Wyndham Economic Development Corporation. And as I said, it's the Department of Transportation right now, but I've also helped on the sewer because they're getting a new sewer system as well. So, thanks. Great question.
Hey, Robin. I noticed that Raymond had a task force a few years ago, an economic development task force that they did a study and talked with a lot of the businesses in town about how they could be better supported and what they need from the town and everything. Did any of that ever make its way to you? Did it kind of stop in the town before it kind of made it over to the chamber to try and take any further steps?
So I honestly can't answer that question because, as I said, I've been in my role since 2020, so I don't know when that was done. I was the office manager prior to that, and I wouldn't have had access to it as the office manager. And unfortunately, the person that was in the position before me no longer has anything to do with the chamber. So I couldn't answer that question, okay. But that would be interesting to know.
I know. They came up with a pretty comprehensive report about their findings, and it might be interesting to see if the businesses are still feeling the same way that they were at that point in time. And they did come forward with some recommendations for, how the town could help support them and create more networking events and things of that nature, make more of a business community in town. But it just kind of seemed like there wasn't anything that kind of came further from it. So,
yeah, and that's another area where the towns can really partner with the chamber because we have networking events, we have things going on, and one of the things I've really tried to get when I sit down and talk with people, and Sue, I think we actually talked about this, is how do we not recreate the wheel? And everybody is so busy. So if you're having an event and I'm having an event in Casco, how do we find an event that we all can participate in? Greg is part of the Rotary Club with me, and we are trying to partner with the chamber so that it's hard. It's hard to find people, right, to volunteer. So how do we partner? And so I'd really love to see more of that. And even between towns, when I started in 2020, obviously COVID was a huge deal, and we came up with the Keep Sebago Lakes Region Healthy Initiative. And we created signs, and we had PPE, and we had all of that stuff, and it was done as a region so that Casco didn't have to do their own thing, Raymond didn't have to do their own thing. We came up with a plan that worked for the entire region. So regardless if you drove through Wyndham or Gray or Naples, the signage you saw on how to protect yourself and to be safe was consistent through all of those towns. And so I mean, obviously you can't do that for every project, but if there are projects that overlap and we can do that, let's save our resources and work together. I think, to me, that's like for me, that's like, ta-da! Like, I would love to have that be the case, but yeah.
Peter?
Yeah, Robin, you mentioned the meeting you were at in Wyndham to discuss traffic on 302. I'm sure it's no surprise to you that every area that you represent has that same issue, and we've heard it loud and clear from the community here as well. I'm just curious. It seems to me that the key player in there is MDOT, and so are there any initiatives based on what you just said that are bringing, let's say, all of the towns that you represent together in some sort of a collaborative effort? Because my sense is that it takes more than just a village to move the Maine DOT.
You know, there really isn't. The gentleman who's in charge of the Maine DOT was there last night, and I'm sorry his name escapes me, but he and I actually sit on the Maine State Chamber Board of Directors together, and I never even thought of this until you mentioned it, but what a great idea, because I know Gray's having some issues, and they've been working with the Maine DOT, and I was just talking to one of your residents, because she was asking, you know, like, so what is Wyndham doing? And I said, you know, it would really behoove Raymond to know what Wyndham is doing, because, you know, the people don't just stop in Wyndham. They're continuing through all the way to Naples and Bridgeton and that sort of thing. So I love that idea, and I'm sure that the Maine DOT would probably be open to even sitting down and maybe having a conversation about what does that look like, because, you know, yep, that's great, we get them through Wyndham, but then what happens after that? I live in Otisfield, so I drive from Wyndham through Raymond, you know, on my way up to Otisfield, and so I know what it's like to, especially on a Friday afternoon, right, when it's a holiday weekend.
Sure, there actually was a group of several of the towns back a few years ago that were basically congregated around that idea of how to improve traffic flow and safety on 302, but that seemed to have evaporated.
Yeah, I love it. And then again, that's why if we can find a way for us to all collaborate so that, you know, if we're all working on it individually, it takes a lot more resources, whereas if we can try to find some way to come together, it certainly makes it. And I know that that's pie in the sky, and it's not an easy thing to do, but I think it can be done if we just put our minds to it.
Thank you.
I'm a glass half full, and it's almost to the brim. And
I'll drink to that.
Anybody else have any other questions? We have a few more minutes.
Has there been any feedback maybe from any of these towns related to the staffing shortages, and maybe any solutions any of the companies have had?
So I can tell you that staffing is actually better this summer than it was, and I think I'm not exactly sure why that is. I do know that the state has tried to have, whether it's apprenticeship programs and opportunities for people to, for kids to come in and do, like we actually had a couple of kids come in and they did school internships with us. So I had a couple of projects that I needed to have done. I'm a nonprofit, don't have a lot of money, so it was an opportunity because the state even paid for the kids to come in and to do those internships. So I know that has definitely made a difference as well. So I think the state has really tried to do some of that stuff. We as a chamber have been partnering with the school system. RSU 14, and I went in and did some, hey, you guys are going to go and do some mock interviews. So I did mock interviews with the kids. So trying to find those sorts of partnerships, I think certainly helps. It's better, it's not great, but I do think it's better this year than it was, and hopefully it will continue to get better.
Okay.
Anybody else?
just real quick, summing up what I think I just heard was that we'll need the follow-up of this committee, which winds up when, Pete, in another 6-7 months?
Oh, yeah, we finish up in January, I think, this coming year. The voters vote on it in June.
And so, in hopes that it would pass a year from now, there'd presumably be an implementation committee that would come into play to implement the findings we've all come to. And it seems like we want to be well prepared for that committee to staff up and chase the real things that are going to need to be chased, like federal money, state money, that these towns don't have the bandwidth so much to chase. Environmental stuff, climate stuff, weather stuff, however we want to call it. So this is a nice shot across the bow at this time, and I would hope that we could keep an eye on a year from now, and as we build the next steps of this committee's efforts, and hopefully chase opportunities for funding to help implement some of the changes that we'll be recommending, and that I'm sure DOT is going to be part of that.
Yeah, and it will be next year before you know it, right?
Yeah, I would just echo what John is saying as far as, and we've recognized it for a while. We've been into this a good 18 months, and the work really is just to guide the implementation committee. So it's going to be riding herd on that committee to see how much of what the results we get out of this committee actually gets implemented.
Thank you, Peter. All right, thank you, Robin, very much.
Thank you so much for having me, and I wish you guys luck. It's quite an endeavor that you guys are taking on, but it's a very important one, so good luck to you.
Thank you, Robin.
Thanks, Robin.
All right, next on our agenda is public comment, and we do have some people, so if you would like to speak, please come up to the podium and just tell us who you are and where you live.
Hi, John Stetson, 16 Merrill Road. A question for Peter Levitt and for Robin Mullins. With when you were just saying with collaboration with the Department of Transportation, referring to 302, I'm wondering what the it could be when you say it could be done. What can be done is magically, will there be less traffic on 302 in the future?
I think that's a great question. I wish I had the answers for it. I mean, I've got a lot of my own personal feelings.
When people say, if we collaborate, it'll be great, but
well,
what is the it?
I think my sense is to move any state agency, it takes more than one town to do it. And so certainly...
I don't know what the it is.
Well, the it would be ways to slow the traffic down. It would be ways to have safe sidewalks in areas where there's commercial endeavors. It'd be a situation where you're looking at, we'll be discussing later, the village concepts and linking villages through bike paths and walking paths. Anything that'll possibly take cars off of the road. I know that there's some talk in Wyndham about trying to work it such that they can work some sort of a bypass around the shopping areas, reduce curb cuts by joining parking lots together, so that we don't, take our lives in our hands on a Saturday in July trying to get out of the Dunkin' Donuts. So it's those type of things. But
thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
That's helpful. I know as someone who used to ride bicycles daily, I don't get on 302.
We're not getting the audio.
Oh, I'm sorry, you do need to be at the
I'm
podium.
sorry.
That's okay.
I just want to say thank you
Sure.
for the clarification.
Yeah, and I think you're absolutely right. Those are the sorts of things that are being talked about in Wyndham right now is, do we put in medians so that people are only taking right-hand turns into businesses as opposed to trying to take those really dangerous left-hand turns? And if that's the case, great. Well, that's going to tick off some of my businesses because the only way to get into it from Raymond is going to be to go around. So are we going to have an opportunity for there to be a place for people to safely do U-turns? And there's lots of access roads that are going to be coming in either off 115 to 302, like out behind Home Depot in Wyndham, and over by Walmart, there's already an access road, but having that go all the way into White's Bridge Road. So again, trying to take people off of 302 and finding ways for them to get to where they need to go without having to be on 302. Now, that's great for Wyndham, but what would that look like in Raymond? So, you know what I mean? Again, it's asking the questions. I mean, the DOT has had to do a lot of studying to figure out how things might work in Wyndham. So, maybe that's a conversation that we have to, okay, great, this is going to work for Wyndham, we hope. So what does that look like as we continue down, into Raymond, Casco, and Naples? And, nobody has the answers to those questions right now, but if we start to talk about it, can we come up with those solutions?
Yeah, I mean, it certainly ties into what I have.
I'm so sorry. Really, that way the audience can see you and hear you.
Sorry, it ties into the question of, do we want more building on 302 if it's already very congested?
One of the things that we're looking at is our business district on 302. Does it make sense to utilize that area, or does it make sense to utilize a different area for our businesses? So that's the thing. We were talking about that a little bit last week. And then also, there is a discussion about bypass in Raymond, right? It talks at least. I don't know how far it's gotten, but the town's been looking to identify those areas because that would be it. I think a bypass off of 302 would be super beneficial to this town.
Hi, Chase Curtis, 22 Merrill. Thank you, Robin, for being here. Related to the prior question and to the members of this committee, is there some place that MDOT posts or publishes initiatives, even if they're very conceptual, on 302, what they're thinking about? You mentioned the White's Bridge cutoff as being one, medians, turning lanes. There must be some prioritization list that MDOT is looking at, even if it's only conceptual. Where can we, as citizens interested in what's going on, and maybe be able to weigh in either through the comprehensive plan or advocating with your organization, say, hey, that's a great idea, or no, we're really concerned about that? Is there a place for that? Thank you.
I believe that information can be found on the Town of Wyndham's website, but do not quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that information is available. I will find out for sure, and I will get that information to you so that you know, because you live in Raymond, but I imagine you guys probably head to Wyndham quite often, and so this is going to affect you folks as much as it's going to affect anyone. So I'm more than happy to find out. I think it is on the Wyndham, but I'll find out for sure.
Thank you. But that's Wyndham, but 302 continues through our community and then through Naples. Is there a more, call it, regional plan for 302, and what should we?
I don't know that there is, and I think that goes back to what Peter was saying, is is there a way that we can engage the MDOT to find out, are there plans? Are they talking about things? I don't have an answer to that question, but I know who I could ask and who would have the answer to that question. And again, I'm more than happy as part of this process to help in any way. And if that's a good place for me to start, I'm more than happy to.
Mr. Curtis, I just went on to the Maine DOT website, and they have a list of current projects. Maybe worth checking out, but I think you would have to probably investigate a little bit further, and if it's a question that we can answer, we'll try to bring it back to our next meeting.
Clearly, it's something that the comp plan committee itself, as well as interested citizens, need to really focus on, because it comes up on every conversation that I've heard in this committee. So it is a crucial artery for our community.
Sure. What I do know is that Maine DOT, they collect tons of data. So, and we've seen some of it. There's data that we have collected just on this committee about accidents, where's the highest risk accident zone in Raymond. And we got a map from DOT. So they collect that data. As far as traffic congestion, I believe if you go on the site, you'll find out where they currently are doing traffic studies. But a lot of that is really based on community action and lobbying on a community level to say, I nearly got run over the other day. What are you doing about it? And one voice isn't a lot, two is okay, but it's I like the idea of getting together with area municipalities and seeing what we could do collectively to have one voice, because I believe that's really what it's going to take to get some sort of action.
Thank you. Do we have any other members of the public that would like to make a comment tonight? Okay, I'm seeing none, so I'm going to close public comment for now. On to old business, and that would be you, Kate. With more stuff.
Right. So we have, so I hope everyone on the committee got a copy of the draft goals document and the draft future land use plan. So what we were hoping to do tonight is to sort of walk through those two documents. I don't think we have time to kind of get in depth into every single action item in this meeting, but to sort of walk through, see what the feedback is, see if we're kind of on the right track, and then we'll continue to refine it from there. And just to sort of remind everyone of where we are in this process, the conversation we had at the last meeting is that, you know, we'll spend this meeting going over these two parts of the plan again, and then because of the 4th of July holiday, we talked about skipping the July meeting. We'd have to reschedule it anyway, I think. And instead, in July, we will have a first draft of the comprehensive plan for you to read and spend your meeting time instead kind of reading, digesting, commenting on, and then we'll come back in August to discuss it. So does that make sense to everyone?
Yeah.
Can we look at invest in safe and accessible transportation for all, since that seems to be
we definitely will. So I just to and excuse me, I have a bit of a sore throat. So just to give an introduction for the members of the public who are here, there are a number of parts of a comprehensive plan that are basically required by the state, and one of them is to have goals, policies, and strategies. Now, part of the plan is that the state gives you a big spreadsheet of goals, policies, and strategies from the state that you have to include in the plan. But the town is also able to create your own local goals. So these are things that are not really covered by the state goals, but are more specific and often higher priority to the town. So that's what we're gonna go through first. I'm gonna share my screen so we can look at the document. Let's see, there we go. So we can go out of order if people want and start with transportation. Does anyone have a strong feeling? Or we can just kind of go through and just keep an eye on the time.
I think we're flexible. Go ahead.
I think starting with transportation, these folks are here on transportation concerns, and let's engage them, keep them engaged, and once we get on to the other topics, they may not have as much need or interest to stick around, but you're welcome to, certainly.
Yeah, totally. So Sam, who is online, will kind of walk us through here. So the goal we came up with, which we discussed last week, is invest in safe and accessible transportation for all. And then I'll have Sam walk us through the sort of policies, which are kind of the next level down, and then we can talk about some of the specific action items we have on here.
So we have 4 main policies under invest in safe and accessible transportation. So the first being make it easier to walk and bike around Raymond. So the policies, as Kate said, are like the next level down from the goals. And then under each goal, there are the action strategies, which are more specific, and usually they assign some sort of a task to somebody and have more of a time frame. Then the second one is improve road safety. So a lot of this has to do with more speeding and traffic on 302, and some complete streets as well. And then the bypass or connector to reduce traffic. And the third is to increase off-road trails for recreation and bike ped access through town. So this is more of a partially like transportation, but also partially recreation. So just improving connectivity, how people get places, and making it easier to walk, especially to access like lakes and ponds and open spaces. And then the last one we had here is alternatives to driving. So as you know, Raymond doesn't have public transportation, and so most people drive to meet their basic needs. So exploring different options for that, whether it be rideshare, van pool for seniors, or bringing back the Lakes Region bus, which we recommend here. So as this seems like a very robust topic, I think probably for now, we want to just start with kind of overall impressions of the goals. Do they make sense to people? Could they be like worded differently? Is there anything that we're missing? And just start with that, and then we can get a little bit more specific.
So we open it up to you now.
Yes.
I was glad to see that the Raymond Cape Road made it on this list, because we haven't talked about it in a few meetings, but it was certainly something we talked about a little while ago. So I think it's important to keep that on there. I think there's a desire among that neighborhood to have a safer road for non-vehicular travelers.
I think overall, a lot of this comes down to is that we prioritize vehicular traffic patterns and not pedestrian traffic patterns. And so this has been happening for a long time, and that's why no one feels safe to walk or ride a bike in town. And, you know, I know the goal is invest in safe and accessible transportation for all, but maybe we should change that goal, and it should be to prioritize pedestrian and self-motorized forms of transportation in town. Or it should be a separate goal. You know, I do think, you know, if I didn't have to drive to the store, I wouldn't. I would ride a bike, but I'm not going to ride a bike in this town on these roads. You know, and it's not a quick walk, you know, from where I live. So
A lot of hills.
a lot of, hey, you know, it's good cardio, but, you know, but if, you know, e-bikes are very popular nowadays with younger people, and I would say they're much cheaper than electric vehicles, and you can go pretty significant distances, at least within town. If there was a bike trail to the Hannafords and Gray, like you could probably get there on an e-bike relatively fast, you know, with a cart in tow. I think there would probably be more of that if it was acceptable. I do think this is like a Field of Dreams scenario. If you build it, they will come. You know, this is a very outdoorsy part of Maine, and you know, I think we've made it inaccessible for a lot of people.
I guess I would say that I would definitely support the idea of the town contracting for additional sheriffs on the roads. I know other communities have done it, which is basically when they want to resolve a traffic issue when it involves speed or other traffic violations on the road that make it unsafe. As we've talked before at this committee, you can maybe get DOT or maybe even the municipality to reduce speed limits on roads. My experience is that really has a little effect on the speed on the roads. What affects speed on the roads and behavior on the roads is to see a prowler, or, and they say in Canada, or a police car. And I know that some communities basically have, you know, the argument is always going to be, you know, my house got broken into and there's a cop down the road, but he's not coming to investigate someone breaking into my house. Because he's on traffic. I would say you absolutely dedicate a police officer under contract for traffic, and that they not be at one or two locations in the town. Because where I've seen the sheriff's presence in the one or two locations in town, guess what? There's no speeding. But what it has to be is that every day that a police officer is somewhere else, visible. And after a while, similar to like Yarmouth and coming in there, when they say 25 miles an hour, they mean 25 miles an hour, and I can testify to that. So that's what I'd say is something that really needs to be contained in that. I like John's idea of basically maybe breaking this up more defined in a traffic flow, and improving traffic flow on 302 as a whole separate category, because I mean, similar to what we just talked about, some sort of collaboration with everybody that's affected by 302, getting together in some sort of a committee and working on just that issue.
Yeah, the work with Maine DOT to lower the speed limit on Route 85 in East Raymond Village, like that's kind of going back to what you're talking about, is we could lower that speed limit. Doesn't mean it's going to do anything. And traffic still needs to flow nicely, so we can't just put a halt to all moving traffic, but having a police presence would definitely help. And I know we've talked about that not only in this committee, but on our Budget Finance Committee as well. So it's being talked about to hire somebody as opposed to just lowering the speed limit.
I think maybe another thing would be, I mean, lowering the speed limit would definitely help with the safety. I think from the traffic perspective, there needs to be some sort of change in traffic flows. And, you know, I think obviously we don't have full control over 302 and we don't have full control over 85, but we do have control over all the surrounding roads. You know, if there are ways to impact some of those intersections, I know the Good Life intersection's probably not big enough for a traffic circle, because you probably need to get certain size trucks going on 302, and so the Maine DOT's not going to allow that. But you know, those would be ideas, so you don't continually have people stuck at traffic at some of these kind of critical intersections.
I think a traffic study in the town would go a long way to helping at the very least address the traffic lights that we do have. I sometimes think that they stayed Monday through Friday and they cut out of work at 2 o'clock on Friday afternoon and just missed all our traffic Friday afternoon on, which is the majority of our problems here. So I think a traffic study at those lights could go a long way. And, you know,